right, we are live, chat. We are live, and oh, this dog is so cute. Oh, hey, manjo, dude, I'm gonna be ready because 2G better lose us. I'm sorry.
That would have been an
Yeah,
insane
like
coup.
look
I'm
at
the
that.
only member of talent who has predicted 2G to win a game.
I thought you were going to roll with the narrative too. I thought you hard committed for the rest of the season.
They turned me into I was flattened to the status of a loose leaf sheet after watching Haven against EG.
But for a hot minute, you had some hope.
Oh yeah,
when they were down on 8, you were like,
But game 2, I think a little bit more of a mix-up.
Oh yeah, game 2's gonna be fire. Actually, I can't wait to see Demon 1. I think he's gonna evolve a lot week to week in the smokes role. I think that second game is fire.
You think so? Well,
yeah,
we'll find out very soon. That's the good news. And then we can, you know, go back to our hot takes here on the desk. Our teams are ready to take to the stage. So let's get this day started. It's
Let's
Loud
go.
versus 2G and Cloud9 versus Leviathan. VCD America starts right now.
Contra a 2G, acredito que vai ser um jogo bem pegado. A gente se conhece muito bem, somos dois times brasileiros. Então, no geral, vai ser uma partida que vai ser decidida mais no tático. Acredito que o time que se adaptar melhor vai conseguir fazer uma partida melhor. E daí vai ser o vitorioso.
Pancada sensacional!
Eu acredito que esse próximo jogo contra a Loud vai ser um jogo bem interessante, porque são dois times que, além de ser brasileiros, eles acabaram perdendo o primeiro jogo, então vai valer bastante pra gente.
Acredito que o fator emoção assim faz parte de todo time brasileiro, mas eu acredito que o time que for mais racional e conseguir fazer o melhor jogo possível vai ser vitorioso. Então, acredito que não vai ser muito por esse lado. Somos um time muito melhor em termos de tática e de mira, então acredito que vai ser um jogo bem legal para quem vai for assistir. E que vença o melhor.
And it's time to meet our two teams as they're taking to the stage for the first match of the day. Loud getting an opportunity for revenge after 2G took them down in an off-season tournament. This time, of course, the 2G prodigy Spike isn't in the mix to put them in their place. Now, on the other side, 2G, unfortunately, you know, they're coming off of a quality loss from last week, but they're not able to build on what went right for them just then because they had to make a lot of drastic changes to their roster.
Yeah, but hopefully it takes some of the pressure off of them. So, like, that is the shining light here. Is
that's
they
new.
Shouldn't be coming
what the
out
hell?
today feeling any pressure about having to get this win. Now, on the other side of things, Loud, this is kind of like a must-win in their schedule, in my eyes.
Yeah,
they
absolutely.
need to get back to 1-1.
This is, frankly, when you're looking at the group, every team's like, this is our free win at this point, and it's not, I don't want to be too disparaging against 2G. This team has 3 different players from the run that they got to this league with, which is so unfortunate for them. But that being said, Gobera, their initial sub, he's been pretty fantastic. I think he's been their best player so far in 2025, matter of fact. Oskia wasn't too bad against EG last week, so these guys have stepped up. Now we can see if their third new player is going to step up today as well.
No, they're definitely underdog, but the way they've kind of situated the new lineup, they got a lot of skill. So they could definitely bite as the underdog right now. They just need to hit a couple first bloods to open up these rounds, play loose, and honestly, they can get Loud on the back foot really quickly. And Malal said it. Mental will.
What the hell? Are you? Oh, okay. Yo, that's crazy. What the hell? I'm eating, bro. Why now?
Ascension really tearing teams apart, playing Duelist when Spike was on the initiative.
It's like, oh,
That
you
could
trying
be
to
the
eat?
catalyst
Nah,
to them
fam.
stealing rounds away, making Loud feel like, why are we losing to these guys right now? This should be a free win. And once you start thinking, we should be winning this already, that's when it really begins to spiral out of control. Now, again, I am selling you a dream. But that's my job. That's what I get paid to
We're
do.
here to buy it. We're here to buy it, Wyatt. Let's take a look at our maps. Can dreams come true on either Lotus or on Pearl, or maybe on Split?
Ooh, kicking us off on Lotus right now. Loud's pick. And you can see 2G wanting to start on attack right there. I think this is a decent map, and we've seen some underdogs really start off swinging on this attack half of Lotus.
That said, though, 2G, when they played it just literally last week against 2G, they played that double duelist comp on it.
This is a very interesting,
not the most common sight.
very
I like
interesting
that comp, though, honestly, for
map
a game
pull.
like this too, and on attack, when
Map
you're
pick.
cycling the Duelist
Very
ultimates,
interesting.
getting kill contract after kill contract, it can snowball far more aggressively than other comps on attack. And they could get off to a nice early lead. Again, I'm selling you the dream. But I do think this is possible. Like, hey, they get a pistol round. Silence gets a few kills if he's continuing to play ISO. All of a sudden, we might be cooking. Could get a close game. It's possible.
I want to see the comp before I get the cope
Yeah,
out.
exactly. That's honestly
Comp
my main
gives
thing.
me the cope.
Yeah, that is a fact.
Okay,
I'm
on
in the
Loud
exact
side,
same
what
position.
composition do we expect to see here? We've seen plenty of footage, of course, from them on Lotus.
Oh, that's a good question. They're probably going to go with like Fade Cypher.
Ooh.
Yeah, and with the Neon, which Digizyn's been really strong on. I like that they pivoted to this look, actually, with him being more Neon focused.
CLOUD9 was really quick to go into the Breach Teo in kickoff, but they like stepped away from it really quickly as well.
First team's playing it.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
We've switched it up. We have Silence on the Vice. PXS just 1-for-1 picking up the role of Zap, who again was, you know, PXS traditionally playing Duelist or Sentinel, so we'll see how he can perform on a new role.
I mean, they can do it, but it's going to be very difficult. They're playing straight up. Difficult comp.
Do indeed. Can 2G get it done against Loud? Let's head to our first map and send it over to your casters for this one.
Vamos,
We have the
Loudgy.
duo of Uber and Ender standing by.
Hey.
Thank you very much, Zoe and the desk. We see two Brazilian teams at a bit of an inflection point here, and one has come off their third game against Crew in 4 officials, trying to find out where they sit in the grand scheme of things, and I think it's safe to say that our 2G team got some soul searching to do.
Yeah, well, the other team, 2G, has only played 3 officials this year, right? And it's been all losses for them. They're coming in after the loss of their IGL, after bringing in PXS. We found out that this guy was going to be playing for the team today.
It's time, of course, for your Samsung match start. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs as we head into Lotus. And this 2G team only have 2 of the players remaining that they ascended with now. They're looking completely different. PXS has come in, picked up the Breach on a map where previously
I didn't know
they
that.
had Zap on the Sova. So a comp change for 2G.
It's a comp change, but in theory, maybe an easier comp to play. PXS picking up Breach. Not the hardest agent to go ahead and implement. Right now, just working into that front B space next to the Tejo. The rest of his team works into Sand, potentially looking to open this door and pinch into front B.
A lot of progress towards the B side being attempted here by 2G. So a bit of a chunk of the map carved out by Loud as slowly we start to tend in that direction. There's, of course, the chance for Loud to descend upon them, or at least for Digizyn to do so through door if 2G don't get moving.
Yeah, looking for this re-hit now, but there's a stun ready from Loud's defense. They can look to open this door and really catch out 2G in the choke.
Here they come, flash in. Fault line immediately comes out. It's going to slow PXS up, but 2G still want to make this way in. CLOUD9, though, able to take his pound of flesh before he ducks back to cover. Might look to linger a little longer. PXS is down, still no plant yet. A little bit awkward as 2G trying to make their way out towards Waterfall, and now once they get to the fight, they're able to get some damage done. LZ and Gabera, though, low, clinging to life is Loud, want to close the
Oh my God, they're both low.
There's no comfortability to plant the spike. 2G have to fight their way out of this. Vinny is low, but the lurk is coming in with the Cypher on the other side. That's 3 now for Digizyn. But Vinny is just trying to stall out as long as possible. We're down to 20
That's
seconds.
so
That point comes
unfortunate.
in. It's all over for 2G.
And the setup's there for the defenders. I mean, Vinny is just waiting on a cue that 2G is trying to hit this C site. There's a fault line that immediately throws their plans into disarray. And again, Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face.
Exactly, right? And I think importantly, CLOUD9 was not hit by the Omen blind coming in from the attacking side. The side anchor was, but he's able to pop out of that smoke and do a lot of damage while the rest of his team came rotating in off the stun.
Again, there's a lot of moving parts in this 2G comp, trying to get your breach util lined up with your Teo setup. Now with the player just coming in, it's tough to have a just add water solution for this comp. Now towards Mound, DJZ wants to try and assert himself a little bit here. That first shot though is a little wayward. Does throw that relay bolt out, but wants to hang around towards Mound still.
Fight scene on the A side of the map too. So far 2G have been effectively stalled out towards Sand. And now without a fault line to work with, no flashes on PXS either, they'd have to swing into the line of DJZ's Outlaw. So I think good news from them is they're just going to grab the orb, maybe rotate back into A, see if they can play for that. Pretty sure Kawa took it on the other side, but it's the little wins 2G are going to be looking for in a round like this.
This comp has the ability to obtain some of that information safely, more passively, right? Where they actually have a scan initiator here in the form of the Fade, whereas 2G, it's really a
I had to get the dog a fry.
Util Askia as well, going for swings before teleporting out, just to get some info at times.
DJZ is reposted here over towards. Oh, Buddy's going to see some action. Has to be able to get out, and he can, at least with the fast lane. Vinny now going to fall back on the side here. Looks like the relay bolt caught a stun. And Vinny's going to get in position to cut this to the quickie. Here's, of course, a lot of noise. As 2G try and make their way towards the side, Cabrera's able to bring Vinny down. The classic sings. 2 years here wants to wait, though, for a little bit of reinforcement as Pancada provides it. Paranoia thrown out. Still no plant of the spike. Cabrera helps himself to the Outlaw.
Only 10 seconds coming in. Players on every single line, but that Outlaw's doing some work. Time to get the spike down. It's a 2-on-2.
Getting rid of the pinch there over towards Mount is pretty big, but you're still going to get this plant stuck. Now Cabrera stuck in a 1v2. 2 years in Pancada. Only Ghosts to work with here. But in a position to double face on this, but the spacing's not quite there. 2 years has to challenge.
Down.
Loud out of what could have been a bit of an embarrassing situation on an anti-eco.
Wow, Gobert picking up that Outlaw, finding 3 kills on the round. You're certainly going to take that from 2G. The spike plant, too, because one of the things, if they had fallen there before getting the spike down, that's 2 rounds in a row. You don't have the spike. You don't have any kills on any of your big players, so the ultimates would have been looking bad. But as it stands, a big round 2 from Gobera. Now you've got the Teo ult to work with.
And they were already funneling orbs in towards this Teo, so clearly that Armageddon has a part to play in their overall strategy now, heading into this first gun round.
Eyeing things up, the Outlaw was saved over, but 2G knowing that, go full heavy for themselves. Shouldn't be too many issues, but keep your eyes on Vinny playing over in tree right now. Big stun line if 2G try to fight into that Rebel space.
Can play off the Haunt pings as well, but so far, 2G not caught out by that. Got a lot of passive info gain here. Cypher cam to spot any push up in this 2 years direction.
Yeah, by the way, Vinny has a Sheriff in tree behind door. Off of the Cypher cam, he is going to be trying to wallbang, get a headshot kill off of the camera that's spotting it through that little choke point.
Oh my god, Pancada!
Follow up there on the fault line was perfect. DJZ, it's been a little haphazard over on this side of the map, but he'll take his one. LZ and Silence now know path is clear, mostly to hit this seaside.
But remember, Gobera falling early means no Teo ult in this round. This is a bonus for Loud that 2G find themselves severely outnumbered in.
So far, Loud can only surmise as to where 2G have opted to go here. With the camera in towards Baby Door, there's a trip on B, so they have to narrow down the possibilities pretty quickly, and Pancada's playing more passively towards this whole side, seeing that Util come his way. And
Two guys getting blocked up by the wall is not good news. But if you look at 2G, they've actually separated down numbers. They need some hero plays out of these individuals. Silence going to take the first bite into Link, but it's not going to be there.
Quite a round for Pancada so far. LZ just has to stay tucked and try and stop any potential defuse, but he's up against a veritable horde of interlopers, and here they come. Cowan's in around the corner.
Oh!
LZ, but running out of bullets. 3 kills for him on the round. But Loud will have their third.
Damn, dude, I really thought he was gonna do it. I really thought he was gonna push that.
I'm not even sure if that came off of information or was just a timing look from them, but resulted in 2 kills nonetheless.
I mean, if it was just a timing look, that was perfect, considering that 2 players, look at this, out in the open.
Contact, there you go.
DJZ just goes 1 for 1 there. And again, it's been pretty assertive over towards that mound part of the map. LZ almost bailing out again. First Cabrera, then LZ almost is not enough here for 2G. 3Ks for both those players. Still sees them with a fat goose egg. And time for a timeout here after that first gun round goes awry.
Yeah, this is a tough, calling a timeout this early, like you don't have really anything to work on. You know, 2G themselves have been playing a few slow rounds. They've seen the breach stun held all the way until they're exec in the pistol. Then they see it on that A main fight there in the last one. Not too sure what the coach is seeing here that they can exploit in Loud's play.
Yeah, again, you're probably trying to identify some trends, but 3 rounds is not a lot of data, especially when only one of them was a full gun round. But Coach Faith saw here, obviously led this team through a very tumultuous ascension process, despite the fact that they now are only 2 of those remaining individuals. Whereas Loud, I mean, like I said, yeah, the last 4 officials, they've played crew 3 times. The most recently,
like silliness.
It's a competitive series, I suppose, but they end up beating each other on each other's maps, and it's really one-sided both ways. Split is a bit of a grind, so there's still...
Loud is 4-1. Oh, damn.
Damn. Which we know is there, outside of them against Brazilian teams. They typically farm those 4-1.
Dude, Loud didn't farm these guys.
Kickoff, he was playing the Rays on this map, but I think people overreacted maybe a bit to the Neon nerfs initially. It's been pretty effective on this agent, using it now to catch the timing, dodge away from the breach Tejo utility.
Okay, so that might have been part of the conversation. Hey, we know Digizin's playing pretty aggressively towards Mound, and even if you take that space, he will still find a way to punish you. LZ's able to push up, get tucked here, find that one, and this is going to force Pancada right back onto this A site. Well, not too far back, as he's always looking for a bit of a fight. Silence might look to try and fill this space. Wants to imply a move up here, but Pancada is unrattled.
Everyone right now from 2G on a solo mission, it's falling apart, right? The spacing towards A main. You've got LZ trying to take the timing before Silence is quite there. Now using the missiles to break open the door. They're finally doubled up, and that's going to be a good look for them. Possibly a plant now into B.
Again, some trips here over the site, but they should be cleared easily enough, and a Razorvine able to be put down now just to prepare for this.
Neural theft. Everyone's seen.
Again, one towards upper. Here's Digizine now finding his 3rd in the round. He got busy over at C yet again, and will finish off the job. With that Neon ultimate, there's a huge pick he finds on Askia there. Able to find a kill over towards the player, I think trying to flank him at C. He does a lot of work, even though we don't see it in this round.
Honestly, I think round 5 is going to be the do or die for 2G, right? You're on the attack side of Lotus, this side massively favored in the state of the game right now. Dropping 4-0 after losing the anti-bonus. It is show up now or don't really show up much at all, especially with a couple of ults to work with too.
And that's that sort of Tejo ultimate that's been held since like round 3 or so now. This is what's happening behind the scenes. Digizine just tearing things open after LZ spikes, rather Silence try to make something happen in the A side.
Looks to me like 2G are going to try a more committed A-lobby fight. They've done a lot of the slower play, the Loud are sort of calling their bluff, throwing out a wall, a stun, seizing the space back immediately.
Yeah, a ton of early util here from the defenders. Askia still wants to push up, despite that Prowler needing to be cleared. Relay Bolt will catch onto the Aura, but it's not a line that Digizine capitalize on.
That was good. I got Wendy's.
Not great.
It's all good. They got the space anyways. Yeah. Smoke goes down onto stairs, but I still like Loud's positioning. They're leaning 4 players on this side of the map. Pancada, by the way, has the ultimate, so as the C anchor, he can quickly rotate into A for the fight.
DG need to figure out how they tease Loud out of formation here on this A side. It was just a flashpoint deployed there. 2G is still hiding in Baby Door, so 2G are no closer to satisfying their win condition in this round than they were a minute ago.
Yeah, you can kind of expect with Gobera moving back in towards C to use the drone into that space, maybe try to...
They're playing, dude, they play like 4...
Vise flash too, so that's 2 players.
1-3-1?
Like what they see. There's nothing to be gotten. Maybe a last-minute pivot over towards the B side. They've got to get through a couple of these players, but things are going better over on the A side at least. Askia down.
DJ, what are you doing?
Able to try and make his way through tree, but 2G's has started to inch forward here. Might be a pivot over towards the B side.
Dude, this is a good play by the 2G.
Another one for PXS. And Pancada, after having ulted away, is it a 1 versus 4?
Smoked off too. He's in a really tough spot to play this round. It's good post-plant utility for 2G, so I don't really think Pancada's going to try for anything here. Maybe play for some exit frags, take some guns away. Money's not too great from 2G.
Dude, just watch him like shoot through that smoke.
Looks like a muddy around. They push up into tree. got a bit messy. Pancada seems inclined to attempt something here, at least maybe look to keep a lid on the economy as some of 2G want to filter out of this B side back to safety, but they have taken the safe routes away. And there will be nothing for Pancada to see. Trying to go for a tickle here. 2G have time. He's going to half. It's a util.
Oh, dude. I thought Pancada going to do it.
But give up a gun.
I'm glad 2G were
Holy
arranged to hear that
shit.
spike defuse because he absolutely had time to full stick without any util to stall it out. And yeah, you're right. This tree fight was a little bit muddy from Loud, for sure slipping up on the micro, but I like the macro idea from 2G, right? The fake into C was obvious, right? Loud weren't fooled by that, but then those two C players ended up walking front B to set up for the Omen ult into the site for the B split. That was very well called from 2G's side.
After finding very little on the A side that round and dealing with all the defensive util to block them out.
And that's LZ stepping into the IGL role for the first time for this team.
Comes in. Commits the Prowler, and the rest apparently, the Teho utils coming out. He might look to try and get ahead of this and ends up being riddled with bullets inside the dark cover.
Still big ultimates for 2G to play with. Digizen's gonna have to be cleared away. I think after the success of the last round, looking for this, you know, slow pace re-hit into A is going to be the move. They just show the paranoia actually, and are moving back into C. Only Pancada there to hold them.
It's a pretty big commitment on the A side of the map. Here comes that
Your
dimensional
ult.
gate crash, and Pancada will be spotted out here. He has to know exactly what the game plan is from here on out. Trapwise spotted. Clone is going to trigger it. Askia likely going to emerge here up towards the side and try and make the play. Loud are getting ready though. Set up towards halls.
Yeah, Vinny's got a stun ready to go as well, so as soon as the spike goes down, I think Loud are going to get moving.
Pancada has a swing, doesn't see a whole lot, and that's a paranoia that does connect with the player over towards the site. Digizine is first up. 2G's going to try and work in from waterfall, but Digizine falls. Fault line connecting onto the site.
Oh my god, they hold as well.
Held on to for the longest time. Clears that space and puts time pressure on Loud.
Tons of pressure, yeah, with Pancada getting shot out too. Loud are going to call to save in a 3-on-4. They've just taken way too much damage. Look at Tuiz and Pancada down to so little HP.
That'll be that. 2G going to be able to get their second on the round, and it was really up to Digizine and 2G's, right? One on the site, one by that waterfall area. Neither really able to find anything to speak of. So 2G exiting around.
Okay.
Chance to build some economy. To get a spike plant, they keep all their rifles. All good signs.
Very good signs, whether it's finding that spam kill over towards A at the start, finding the first blood, and then rotating into C using that Yoru ultimate early, getting all the scouting down, not taking any chances. I think that tail ult was really effective too at dividing up Loud. You had one player running back into spawn, two other players trying to run in and take the fight. Completely separated the actual site players from Loud.
LZ, like you mentioned, stepping into that IGL role. Also, really delivering in terms of just output, impact across the map.
I think like if Loud loses round, they have to call a timeout, right? Or either that or save.
Round 5 where they counted. And we go once more. Fight for Mound. Back
wait,
up on B,
was that I catch C mount?
Yeah, I was gonna say, picking that one up.
Oh, he doesn't.
Make you feel
The
real
hell?
good. Doesn't even look like Tuiz has placed the camera yet either. Some options to work around.
I'm so confused by Calcine right there.
On that solo anchor of Cal. He falls back.
Yeah, I thought that I was a little bit off to catch
Again, ready off the here with a breach stun.
That door opening
like C mount.
C, add some extra resources there.
Shoot that thing.
All right, dealt with. Here comes the stealth drone as well. Everything including kitchen sink now. To be held by 2G. Askia steps up. It is just a util storm here that Teho will be able to clear rubble, force the defenders back onto the A side, but 2G are not committed yet.
Whole bunch of util spent to clear that out. Importantly though, PXS holding on to the fault line. So getting into tree could be big. He's just gonna face it with the stun. Turning around the corners, Digizine.
Damn, Digizine.
Gets the opener, and look at that 2G gonna try and split into B.
Yeah, again, it's a contingency of heading over towards the B side. There's a good chance 2G's is quickly overwhelmed.
Ooh.
Angle, can't play from upper, it's smoked out anyway. So again, 2G with a late round pivot to B. This time though, Loud, with 4 players, need to work through upper and Lincoln, and Nightfall will herald their arrival.
Only 2 players hit on site. The rest of 2G with good audio, and they counter out with the Steel Garden themselves. So Louder stalled now.
Wait, how did he win that? Oh my god, yo, 2G fighting back.
Vinny being 1v3. Rolling Thunder, no real good application for that ultimate this round. And at this point, there's not too much to do but to have a good old college try.
Yo, 2G fighting back, bro.
Absolutely nothing. So 2G again, like it's such a huge dump of util early in these rounds just to, you know, signal something at A, and then a late round pivot to B that doesn't involve too much infrastructure. They get a plant and they just duel well.
Yeah, Tui's kind of disrespected the ability for players to just be up in the front B space,
Nice.
trying to catch that off angle to play into baby.
Dude, they're fighting back, bro. They're shooting. They're shooting, bro.
But fact is, he flipped the coin, did not come up heads for him, and is punished for it.
This is that deft little sidestep by Digizine. And that's 2 years, yeah, again, with 2 angles to cover, essentially.
I could be trolling. I'm not sure if Tui's ever put down his camera that round, because I know he didn't early on.
C main, but only after the door.
Vamos!
That's why they pay you. You've got eyes.
There is. They're broke now.
Here. 2G may be starting to get a bit of a feel for this. Rolling Thunder into this round as well, for their newest addition. Askia shows himself, but Pancada doesn't have a chance to capitalize as that Teho util comes on in. It's allowed, give the space up again. This time, less util has to be spent for it.
Good delay on that camera, trying to see if it was going to be fake pressure into rotating A or that pause into a re-hit with the breach ult. The fact that Oski is stuck around too. Potentially be punished here once the smoke falls, but he's got his teleport set up for a quick rotate to A.
Little trap here. Vinny, honestly, with Digizine ready to play off of this. It's
That was
just the timing's
so
not there.
late, dude.
Digizine walks
That
up,
flash was so late.
buy a little bit of time, but there's
By
no one
Vinny.
here to help
So
Vinny get
late.
away. 2G decide they want to land here. Vinny won't have a say in the matter.
It's just 2 seconds too late from Loud, trying to get a little active there on the eco round. Yeah, maybe Vinny can do some damage here, stall out with a stun to rotate players in, and that Stinger backside we've seen teams really struggle to deal with.
That Teo util hits pit and back A. Vinny, those had time to get to upper. They're off the side entirely allowed. These Stingers, though, they do want to try and dive in and get their feet a little wet. Cowanzine only able to find LZ.
Oh my god. Calvin got 2 stinger kills.
Hailing public transport.
All right, Pancada, let's see what you got. Never mind.
Ouch.
How about that? 2G just 4 rounds in a row? Like, where did that come from? I was genuinely ready. If round 5 came around and they lose that critical swing round, the map was over for me. But no, TUG have brought it all the way back. Now it's Loud calling a timeout on the other side after these delayed, you know, refights over into A have faltered for 2G, or for Loud rather, a couple rounds in a row.
It's pretty clear to see that Loud are trying to be
Damn, bro. 2G shooting back.
But there's one round where they like lose a player through smoke. There's another where they end up just having to get that space and allow 2G to pivot over towards the B side and punish 2 years on his own.
It seems like Loud have been employing this like 2-1-2 default where they've got the Omen Cypher playing relatively passively towards C, the Fade scouting front B, and then Breach Neon hand in hand into A. But because they're spreading their resources so thin, in these mid-round fights, they're getting outnumbered. And unless they're catching a great timing off utility, it's pretty hard to punish. And their B side also becomes a problem without Cypher utility to keep it covered in the mid-round. So I'd expect Loud to make a big pivot coming into a round like this, maybe change the location of Cypher, maybe fight more aggressively with a stack of 3 or 4 players instead of spreading out so much on the defense.
Because there's a sense that even though they're quite thinly distributed, Loud don't want to play for these retake scenarios if they can help it, right? Like 2 years is smoked in upper on B and he still wants to push towards Link. He wants to, you know, Loud don't really want to allow 2G into the A side of the map lest they, you know, go B late in the round and force the defenders to be on the outside looking in. But that is 4 rounds in a row for 2G, whichever way you slice it. The bank has been built up beautifully. They're still got a Rolling Thunder to work with.
And again, they're doing the 2-1-2, and it's pretty consistently been 2 players into tree, opening the door early, maybe using the stun if they see someone. Feels a little passive for me.
Okay, 2G's now with that cam a bit further out. Of course, that one way to play off of is respected by 2G. For now. And Carter, though, about to have his hands pretty darn full, and just you've got to win those in that position, but completely overwhelmed there by 2G.
That's what I'm talking about. Loud are overextending themselves, going for fights on multiple fronts without much utility to play off of on C. That's an ego fight from Pancada off the one-way.
Not easy for him to get out of that spot either.
No. Certainly not when he's taking the fight. You got to TP out immediately, but CLOUD9 sort of trying to take this fight with teleport coming up on high. 2G are into the site.
Here we go, Rolling Thunder thrown out by the defenders. Is there a chance here for Loud to capitalize? No, a counter Thunder coming back the other way. Vinny almost caught out there. Not punished quite yet, but it's going to be a trade on the site. Loud down to 3, and they're still very much at the extremity of this, but look where the spike is.
Dude, why is the spike still down?
C main. Digizine has a line on it.
Three players facing him, though he's gonna fall. And that's just too early. CLOUD9 is gonna be late to the party, so Digizin getting it active here with the Zappy hands. One kill up from back in CT. CLOUD9 now puts the pressure as Digizin falls back, but it allows the spike to go into the hands of Askia.
Telegraph, though, Digizin obviously makes a hell of a lot of song and dance about the fact that he wanted to fight there. 2G under the cover of that smoke. Extract the spike. That neon ult expires. And now,
Bo's gonna play waterfall,
have got to put it
right?
By scouting CT, though,
Yeah.
a very good read the players. At least one is going to be coming in from water.
Time of the essence, of course. There is a haunt here for CLOUD9 that has just come back online. 2G grouped up, LZ and Askia. LZ, one of the original ascended of 2G. And Askia just doesn't have an opportunity to have backup from LZ. Is that back a spot? It's doable, though. There's the tap.
Oh my god.
LZ just loses his nerve.
Hero round from Digizin. I mean, look, that was a 4v5 round, no smokes for Loud. And he just gets 4 kills there, fighting into sand.
It's funny how, like,
dude, why was the spike down in the first place?
Changes the complexion of the round. You don't have that stall.
Like,
utility
who has
whatsoever,
spike?
no paranoia to work with. That's, look where the spike gets dropped. It's the rolling thunders that come from both sides that throw things into utter chaos.
I think it's one of the reasons why they're going for that flank there, because they don't have smoke, so you can't let the other team play off site. That's not going to work. They're just going to be able to shoot you down without coverage against the spike.
Digizin almost has the frag total of his team combined. 16 to 15.
Not too bad.
All right, here's Digizin on the swing.
Ew.
Well, 1 for 1 allows Pancada at least to fill that space towards Mount.
Finally a shift in how they're playing, but Tui's is playing so active, way in front of his utility towards A. It's a 1 for 1, sure.
And the offer Askia is punishing these walk-ups from Loud. This contact play that the defenders are trying to do on the extremities. Now in the 3v3, Vinny just quickly pops in there, and that is such a crucial kill. The spike loose towards the A side now, and time bought for Loud to get their ducks in a row.
Even Askia getting scouted out on site, and up in hand is uncomfortable. Doesn't have a gun to switch into. Loud tripled up in stairs.
Scary prospects. Oh, buddy! Now this little 3-piece from Loud makes short work of Gobera. And Askia now has a bite taken out of him, caught inside this util. It's a matter of time. The vultures are circling it. Okay, yep, all right. Fair enough. Those justice is served, and Loud get 2.
Dude, I really...
I promise you, STK was calling for this.
I thought you were going to get that.
Counter default, this different opening to round in the timeout, right? Didn't want to make it obvious the round immediately after the timeout, but here we come in, Cypher's playing to the seaside. It's an aggro piece into sand. I really like that look with the deep fault line too.
I mean, you called for this. You said one of the options for Loud is to, like, you go really aggressive and push very hard on one of those extremities, just like overload a side of the map.
Wait, he has like full util, no?
The aggro round again. Now 2G are wondering, well, is it a different kind of aggro round? Could they go back in the default? I would choose to go back to, honestly, what hadn't been working for them too well.
TG had an op.
In the default.
Okay, 6 defense side rounds here for Loud. Nothing to scoff at. TP for LZ. Doesn't stick it. Doesn't see anything in upper there. It's just CLOUD9 a real light, loose grip here for Loud on this B side. CLOUD9 want to find that initial timing. It won't be served up to him now. Vinny, well, in for a penny, in for a pound. He is trapped in that position, and Digizin with it off has to peer in.
Eyes on C right now, opening the door. Is 2G on that fight. He goes around, and Tui's gets the first kill. Loud are trying to fight out through main, but the positioning is terrible for them.
Cyber Cage here allows him to squeeze up a little bit, but it is Loud. Very thinly stretched on resources, down to 2 players, and 2G are not offering them anything here for free. LZ is a problem for 2 years, and eventually he just takes the timing. CLOUD9 caught on the site, surrounded by 4. It is a tough job, and 2G will fight back.
Wow,
These
2G.
very successful for them.
And this time too, LZ sticking back in B main, right? Sort of reading that that fight was going to come in through the open door. To that late dagger in the back of Loud's flank works wonders for 2G.
It's able to nullify 2 users' ability to actually get involved, do a crossfire with CLOUD9.
For sure. It seems like 2G in these B post plants have done a lot of sort of solo plays in a way. They fight for a lot of these different ways. There's 4 ways.
Why are people in the chat saying Battle of Mid?
Group up. 3 lanes, very
oh, that's so
but
funny.
it's working for them.
Battle of Mid.
This time it's going to be Digizin and Pancada once again, but again the weaponry not great.
Oh.
Lots to work with, but the Vandal in Digizine's hands will account for the Oru. Now the push out of C. A lot of control of this part of the map, and it's going to be 2 years that falls back on A behind this Cypher util.
Yeah, 2 is going to go into stairs so he can play off his tripwire.
Yo, what is that?
The cam to work
How
with
the fuck you get that camera?
2G will avoid those trips entirely. No one's going down early.
Straight through tree, and those trips are not going to be relevant whatsoever this round. Neural Theft was there for 2 years, but that's also completely irrelevant now as all of 2G. And as much noise as I heard of Wild Wildebeest.
Kata TP.
Sets up in that really nasty position towards Mount. Is that still guarded now? So Loud obviously with their secondaries only, time ticking down. They've got to start to make way towards this site. Still 4 players up here for 2G. A lot of that stall, that post-plant util to work with, but they're going to try and overload in a tree. Gobera finds himself just the one. Still ticking away. 2G have to work with this now as PXS in up is going to send that fault line in. As C's comes in, LZ
There's
can't
no
be
way.
involved in this fight, but he's stuck inside the dark cover and finds his. Picada dives in. Just a 1-for-1. PXS
Oh
has to
my
stop this,
God.
but it's just sheer weight of numbers for Loud. Exiting the half with that 7 defense side routes.
Very successful half there for Loud. 7 on defense.
I really thought Loud was gonna lose that round.
In the middle of that half, put up a really strong performance after that time.
But DD Gen kind of won this for them.
Really quite effective. Making sure they converge and do play for a full retake here, as opposed to the first half of this defense side where they kind of wanted to get ahead of it a lot of the time and served up a lot of free kills for players looking to clear angles on their own. Well, folks, that is a pretty frenetic, I'd say, first half of this. We'll be back after this break with round number 13 to see if Loud with this 2-round lead can keep it going.
Vamos, Lauji. Right, guys? Vamos. Lauji. Man, dude, I'm enjoying this game. It's pretty good. Pretty nice, I should say. All right. I gotta say, if 2G win this map pick or this map, I'll be very impressed. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I'll be so impressed if 2G can win against Loud. I will be so impressed with them.
Intended.
Yeah, he's kind of a monster there on the Neon, especially that round he had the ultimate, pulling the 4K, getting the course corrected up against 2G. But now 2G moving on to defense, the harder half, they're trailing, and a brand new comp. See what PXS is able to do in the breach slot. 3 days ago, he was playing in Brazil Challengers.
That's
now he's on the stage here.
Right. Yep, life comes at you fast. For better or for worse, as it may be. Paranoia here off the fault line timing. Askia really wants to try and get this space, but ultimately decides to gate crash out as he realizes that this has just been a clattering for Loud and not full commitment at C at all.
Yeah, 2G have left LZ, or actually they're not leaving LZ. He's rotating out now after Loud put presence with the Prowler, the open door, but the spike is moving back
It's
into
fake.
C.
This could be truly elegant. Even the shear wall gets triggered. This is absolutely going to be catnip to LG.
Oh, this is so smart but Loud.
I love this too, leaving 2Es in this space outside of B and A, looking to hear the footsteps rotating out. He hears the footsteps, so he's gonna move now.
LZ, well, okay, just chill for the time being. He was stunned up inside that dark cover. And very quickly, 2G, the swarm of them, going to try and make their way over towards halls, but So much info gained. Cowan's in with the big C's that catches on the multiple, and LZ's forced to turn tail.
He got that right. Oh my god, the right clicks.
And this flank isn't coming in fast enough with how 2G are getting back onto the site. Two players, Pancata and Vinny, pushed away from the site using the blast to try and stall out. But Pancata is finally going to come in. It's one kill for him. That might not be enough.
Okay, but nobody's on the site right now. All of 2G have to kind of reassemble. Silence has to go up there, but he's essentially a one-shot. Dark cover comes down. Askia and LZ have to find a swing timing here. It's got to be effective, and they get the job done.
One pistol? Okay.
Scary there for a moment. 2G, though, great pivot into a defuse.
That's great. How is LZ getting 2 kills there with the classic? Full stunned.
This is where
I know
someone
how.
says something.
It's a right click. It's simple. Like, what is this? Bro's full. Okay, the first one he wasn't stunned.
Oh,
Second one
man.
are 3 bullets connecting on both of his right clicks. Hello!
Oh my god. I mean, this is that individual quality we've got to talk about. LZ, 15 and 8.
Dude, Loud call like a near perfect round. Fully bait 2G into A. They've got a flank going on, a fast timing with 2. He's hearing the footsteps. Nah, it doesn't matter. LZ's just going to kill everyone. It's on 15 kills.
A wise man once said, you get shot, you die. Loud definitely could be frustrating after that one because they did everything right, it felt, until the rubber hit the road. This time, actually a bit of a thrust in that B-side direction. We'll draw out the Omen util.
Okay.
Smoked out, and Digizim will cross and embed himself towards this door side, and maybe a pivot over towards C is in order.
Yeah, seeing if he could bait anyone to walk out of the smoke when he taps the door, but they're about to run into a neon wall on this side of the map. PXS's stun should be back up soon, so this is not going to look good in a moment.
Man, okay, Outlaw starting to sing. And it's a funeral dirge for Loud, at least for 2 years. And this is going to provoke them to pull right on back. And frankly, LZ hasn't taken a ton of real estate here towards A. Very disciplined, but surely an attempt for Loud here with 45 seconds on the clock to challenge for rubble control.
Again, hearing the footsteps come on through, though. Should be pretty simple for LZ to play this. No ball line actually being charged. Hold on, help this guy out! How is LZ out of there?
And he still has a TP as well, just in case he gets a bit messy. Loud path entirely through tree though. LZ can catch a nasty paranoia and bleed more clock. Now he can get embedded on the site with his stinger.
There's no way.
On his own right now. Look at moving around the map. That's 1 kill for him. Tracks into the
Oh.
side. Pulling out the ghost. And some help.
Oh,
2G.
yeah. Oh, shit. Logi, what are you doing?
This 2G team might be a bit muted, maybe a little bit quiet, maybe a little meek, demure even.
Yeah.
No, they're definitely making some noise out there on the stage.
Cute
after a
and
round
very
like that,
demure.
They've evened up the game after a conversion on the pistol.
I'm not going to lie, that fault line came in way too late from PXS, but it didn't matter somehow. I don't know how LZ is able to survive there. Then he's getting the perfect paranoia, sprinting into backside. Look, he's getting the kills, he's getting the util down, he's calling the game. There's a far cry from the teleport into the Cypher trip against TA.
Oh, the nasty, nasty Haven map. All right, little cam action there. Does spot decent amount of action over towards Rubble and Askia. Can't connect.
He didn't hurt, dude. He didn't hit anyone.
Damn. Dealing with 2 years though again. Just man, this guy cannot do any wrong as far as I'm concerned.
What's going on here? This is 2G's bonus.
2 of these Loud players definitely susceptible to the kiss of the Outlaw. There's only that half armor.
Important that Digizin on the Neon, who's taking first contact, does have the heavy armor. So not as punishing in theory if they do exec into the Oru.
Oh, we're really going back to the raid boss. Okay.
I don't know.
LZ. Cover going out. Quite have the timing there. Could dark cover himself away. So he'll give up a little bit of the A side, but scale back and be backed up by PXS soon.
Bro, it's just hot in my room.
Let's see what that fault line timing looks like this time around.
Yeah, he's still got full util. There's options now if LZ wants to fight up against the opening of the door off the sun. But PXS is playing the complete rat angle in the corner. They all are, even LZ's backside.
PXS not swinging for anything.
No. What is this positioning? How did he get in front of the util?
What?
Able to bring LZ down though. The attackers here able to spawn. Swarm over this A side. Oh, PXS. Pancata able to abuse that 10 spot there to find an easy one, and Silence will swing into this line. Pancata's able to get away. Just in time. That regen shield will give him 25 in a second.
Askia trying to make so much noise coming in from heaven. The rest of his team working out from main side, but as he falls, it all goes down on these 2 players outside stairs. Good fight from Vinny, the swing from
That was
Cowan.
a good round by Loud.
And to take stock of things, that round
Goodness.
starts with LZ just
Hey, to break it to you,
as a peacock over at
it was
Rumble,
hot
taking
before
easy
you
kill
even
with that
came here,
sheriff,
bro.
Then falling back. Cloud is sort of running into that trap a little bit here, but again,
Yeah.
Look at that shot.
I don't know.
Damn.
I feel like 2G got every insane timing possible and then didn't make it happen. Whether it was this fight here, Pancata turning around, PXS can't quite get the kill. The fight that LZ took backside too. He dodged a Paranoia and a
All
Prowler,
util.
but can't get the shot either. Like, the movement was good, the timings were good, the shot's just barely not there.
How often can you bank on the planets aligning like that? Once again, assertive play towards Rubble, even more so than previous rounds from 2G. That does mean that Mound is going to be a little easy to conquer.
Yeah, and Silence put his wall over on B this round. So
Oh,
doesn't
this
have
is
that
not
extra layer
good.
Of defense.
The wall is at
It's
B,
really just his
so
gun against the
when
world on C.
they usually come in, there'll be nothing to like support him besides like
the
the
Razor Vine for essentially free.
besides the vines.
Camera also thrown
Well,
down
those
for
are
two users.
broken.
Silence doesn't really have the backup here to clear through that. Finally, Askia joins him. Still a minute though. Still so much to work with for Loud.
He broke the cam from back CT, so Silence position might be less predictable. It's still going to get cleared with the
Ooh.
utility. That is brutal.
Yeah, sees and that aftershock combined perfectly to guaranteed elimination. What is LZ looking for? Just to try and reinforce here from back calls. Pancata. Stealth now completely dispensed with. Loud. Let the cat out of the bag and try and make this happen at the seaside.
How did you win that?
Oh, but it's messy. Pancata being able to get
Bro,
forward though, and 2G just rushed themselves.
that
into the
was
meat grinder. A
quick.
flawless round here for Loud.
That was
They went
so
to that
quick.
teleport over into the quick retake with the stun line, the paranoia. Loud got up in their faces though. Nice post plant from them, not trying to risk it.
I just don't understand why the Omen TP like with them. Because Omen had an advantage if he TP'd here, right? Probably not, because there's a trip. Yeah, never mind. I mean, either he had a trip too, but like, I don't know.
Losing the pistol.
Timeout? No timeout? All right.
So again, looking like a fight over towards Rubble. Fault line comboed with the blast, but Digizin is up in front of this. Completely unexpected from Askia. A-side is open.
Yeah, no need to waste any time here. Loud definitely know they've got a huge economic edge. This time an A-site that's pretty open might likely see Loud path 4 through tree once more. They're a little concerned about what could be waiting for them, Baby Door.
Yeah, sometimes you see on these egos full stack over towards the sites. Instead, they freeze it out and they wait. Now in a 4v5, expect 2G to go on some walks. So yeah, front B, we're getting a little bit active, seeing what we can find.
There's a camera there though for 2 years. There's actually so much to spot this out early. Vinny, they didn't have anyone to play off the fault line, but at least is able to waylay LZ.
Here.
There's 2 players committed for the defense into an area that is, well, cordoned off essentially by
I don't know
these
if we
trap
clicked
wires.
the cam. Like, are we aware of the step up? We're not.
Oh
Okay,
no, we can't be ripping like that.
As well, and Loud don't look back. They realize they could probably still pressure this A side of the map here.
What is
Fast
going
lane
on
thrown
with
up.
We're teleporting
C
to
is
C 'cause our
open.
Cypher's in there. There's still players in front B. 2G are up here, but not taking the fight.
Oh
just getting spammed.
no,
At
we
least
just
the
got
spike is on the
spammed.
site, right? It's not a prizey moment at all.
Oh
Clicked the camera front B.
no.
Doesn't matter. Knew he was there anyways.
God, the extent that Loud have gone here too to make sure that there's an antidote to chaos in this round where they know there's going to be anti-eco strats thrown in, but they are so meticulous. They are so almost schizophrenic about where they end up on the map. Silence brought down, it's coming up to PXS here.
Oh,
Stop, man. That's just not
not
okay.
like that.
Another 4K for Digizine. I would say 30 bomb not out of the question here. He is farming 26 and 12 after 18 rounds.
You know, I was trying to get some real fake stats ready for this event.
I
'cause
like fake
was
stats.
like, PXS is coming out. I wonder if he's played against any of these guys before. Last year, he played against Digizin and Askia actually on Hero Base, and he farmed Digizin. He was playing in the duelist slot. That's not happening this game. Has no
I'm out,
bearing on
yeah.
this game.
When
It's a
they then,
fun tidbit.
yeah,
So, I think about what 2G need to do. Like, they try to be proactive with like some of the rounds. Like that round, like Asuka just like, you know, try to be aggressive, then and got picked off early when he tried to be like the aggressive one. Like, okay, let me get at least 1 or 2. Man, I don't know. Like he tried to be proactive, tried to get 1 or even 2, but yeah. The arm sleeve is good because like it will relax the arm. If you never had, like, if you never wore an arm rest, like a arm sleeve, then you won't know. Like so.
Him another shot, but he's been lights out his jet every time he's played Haven, apart from this last time. But during kickoff was elite. This map, he's definitely
Doing
farming.
I think they went back to well with Pancata as well, right?
Yeah.
2-2-1.
So far, not so bad. Definitely.
They're
looking very
all
good.
at
I'm putting
A.
the top 4 after kickoff, happily.
Most of them at A.
Big blow up, like Wyatt was saying, since the off season.
Okay, these cameras for 2 is getting a pretty large amount of value in these early rounds. Okay, well. Spot the Omen up there. LZ going to be spotted. Probably the player you're trying to steer clear of here, and that's just clean shooting across Mound. But there is more where that came from. CLOUD9 has friends and they are mad. PXS gets picked off. That's on B side. That's Pancata just finding and timing there.
Yeah.
Hello.
When you lost a player, it's my time to shine. Now Loud can sort of reset
God,
the round.
got the lucky head.
Not sure how they want to make this
Lucky
move
headshot.
just yet, but I think they're leaving Digizin over towards C in case there was someone stepping out of that smoke. Shut that one down, then could quickly rotate back into the A space.
Okay, they know.
That, of course, is a concession for potential LZ playing up on Rubble. That paranoia thrown out. That will now be cleared. 43 seconds in the round. Note that Digizin is still inserted over at C like we've seen in the past, just in case there's a push-up from the Sentinel there.
This team is definitely going back into C. I was wondering if maybe it could be a B split later, but no, instead, leaving 2Es for full audio into A, taking his timing, but great walk-up from LZ.
Nice.
Again,
Good timing.
risky moves, but the scouting he gets is massive. It allows Oski to rotate quickly into A, into C. See if they can flood
2
out of
ults
sight.
wasted.
Might have a timing here. He's pretty close there on Waterfall. Through the smoke. Yep, pad. Digizin caught out. Tries to go in with that ultimate. Vinny though on the side. There's going to be a plan here for Loud. 2 players left. Time getting short. Okay, the Teo Utah's going to force him back. Vinny might be interrupted here by the player emerging from the dimensional.
Oh, what?
Stop the plant though, and that's what matters. That's
Oh,
what keeps 2G in the game.
the timing.
To 8 here. Continuing to make it competitive on Lotus.
Huge round
The
for 2G.
fucking
Without
timing
that,
is
without a win there,
crazy.
They can't buy into this next round, and without LZ stepping out of tree, right, that's a risky play, but it's a very high reward when it works. Even if you don't find anyone, it allows your team to start leaning into C already. To get the lurk is just the icing on the cake.
Unreal early warning. Yeah, like you mentioned, you can get mega punished.
Nice. Dude, that was a really good play by LZ.
Over on the A side of the map. That information flow is so crucial so 2G can make informed decisions
Yeah,
about
LZ.
how to distribute their defenders on such a big map.
It's a brawl so far. Double
Wait.
teleports. Oski is getting Pancata somehow top root, and LZ is up above.
They don't
2G
know he's there.
down in their fights.
What?
Tokawa equalizes. 2G are still creeping. And Louder
The wall about to
space.
hit.
Jeez, what do you say after that? Not much more to be
Yeah.
done here at all, especially with 2 years falling there to Askia. We're not checking upper rubble apparently. Sheer wall comes down and throws the
Nice.
curtain on Vinny. 2G get within striking distance of Loud.
I know I just keep I'm hyping up LZ, and I can't believe this is happening. But the thing is, every other round, his default utility into Rubble has been doing a smoke on his side of Rubble on the ground, and he's teleporting into that. So he's dodging away from flashes, but he's playing on the ground. This is the first time he's teleported up on high, so Loud are not expecting it.
Dude, I
That's what
love that
moves them
skin.
here, the extra angles and the extra bodies.
Or at least that it was
It's
a
so
trend
good, like-
because 2 years does cam.
Such a nice
main
skin.
area the previous round and sees
Yeah,
him on run
timeout.
later, like he trained.
Like I gotta say, like dude, that dude, that was that one. What was that one skin, bro? The blue one that we was using. I forgot what it's called. It's such a nice skin. I just hit my mouse. I called it the stranger. What, Jeff? What? Jared, what game you playing today?
2G team that just lost their IGL, their best player in the opening game, and lost it like 2 days before this match. Like PXS just got here and are putting up this kind of a fight versus Loud. That makes you ask a whole lot of questions.
Pretty impressive stat there for Digizin as well. Usually, low first death per rounds means high first kill per rounds if you're a duelist. So definitely a good stat to have. And this game in 26 and 14, you can't argue with it. They've got to keep him on the boil though.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about with teleport into the smoke over towards Rubble. What LZ's been doing a whole lot, but this C site, a little bit worse for wear. Quick teleport from Askia puts him on this side. And the stall allows these players on site to double up.
Okay, so B-main gets checked here by Gabera. And then this should tell you all you need to know if you're an A player. You're Omen spotted towards B, the rates of being triggered on towards C. You just leave LZ where he is. And you've got a Steel Garden in case like you can find a cadence here for trying to interrupt the attackers, but Loud don't really like what they've seen, but it might be another insertion of DJZ here.
Did you hit point Kata for a little?
Yeah, they're trying to see if they can maybe pull
I think he
some
did.
between B and C by threatening the door, working into B after the sole scouting tool of 2G's had been used so early in the round.
48 seconds here. Loud, it's such an important round. Money-wise, context of the game, it's all crucial. They are going to get on towards this C side here. A nice paranoia to upper.
2G are playing full retake because they have Breach and Visal. They're about to let it rip.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem for Loud. They've struggled in these retakes already, being forced. Oh, it's
Plays are dead.
No plant yet. That's brutal for Vinny. And now,
Oh,
Spike is
shit.
retaken by 2G. They got possession of the Spike, and that's
Dude,
Loud's
Spike is
over.
down.
It's over.
Loud
Oh,
don't have the Spike.
no
They're forced off the site.
time.
3 players alive on full HP and they can't do anything.
There it is.
That was
Terrible
a
place for the Spike to be
nice
dropped
play
as
by
it clattered
2G.
down to the ground from that high area.
10 seconds left.
Again, it did cost 2G what you would expect it to, right? They have to use both the Vice and Breach ultimates, but a round win is a round win. It's a tied game.
Oh my
If you're
gosh.
checking the other ults in the game, right? Vinny and Kawa, they don't
The
have ults
breach
charged
was
up.
Visal.
There's no big ults coming up anytime soon, really, for Loud. Whereas 2G, they're 2 away from Go.
That was nice.
From Askia's your ult as well. We are now in dire straits almost for Loud, as their money's getting challenged and so are their ults.
And here's, of course, the follow-up. And Spike plant attempted here. The shots came through.
Oh, wow, last second.
I mean, I guess silver lining that the Spike falls to the low ground, but Loud were not in a position to pick that up. That is savage. 26 kills.
That was devastating for Loud.
Win the game. It's tough stuff.
Well, Loud moving quickly over towards Sand. They know Fall Line was used on the other side, so accelerating into C is possible. Not the easiest thing in the world versus the Vice still, and LZ has a paranoia, so the stall pretty effective for the time being.
And what we normally, oh my goodness.
Oh my god, he could just pick up DDG like that. Alright then.
It's almost reminiscent of that lurk he made out of tree off that sort of very aggressive timing, but again, it's so impactful.
He's loved playing on that high angle when the door's rotating around. This time just taking the shot over the smoke.
Bro, this is a Loud map pick also.
That might have put
Keep that in mind.
the lead in this game. Absurd to think.
Now with the drone spotting them front B, there's still a wall here too, so Loud can't quickly accelerate. They might think the wall is on C and try to make something happen here, but no, they're just gonna get stalled.
And now, plan C, the A side, as it may be. Askia has to pull back, so this is at least going to be one of the softer parts of the map for now, as Loud are still tentatively ambling in.
But there's 35 seconds, there's 2 flashes on the breach. LZ can ultimate over into the site, like Loud are in serious time trouble.
And they just want to go quickly here. That's why PXS rather is getting
Oh, he's
fucked
missed.
off here, caught inside the smoke. Oh,
Dude, he got
timing.
2 out of
PXS
that.
is able to find 2. It's up to Vinny now. Horrendous.
Oh
score.
my
Disastrous
god, what is Loud
situation.
doing?
2G get in the lead. The bank is well and truly broken.
What is going on? This doesn't make any sense. 2G are
What is
supposed
Loud
to be the hub
doing?
of the league. They're supposed to have a new player coming in, and now up against Loud after last week, very nearly toppling EG.
Like,
that
you to
opening
get,
map. Remember
he's
the
got 2
second half
kills
of
to
that, they
a
there
fucking
as well.
to breakable.
Just need to see it through versus
Oh,
Loud to go up 1-0.
dude.
These are the most treacherous of trap games. For a team like Cloud, who a loss here, like, they're thinking about their overall placement in the States. They lost their first game to Crew, right? Being 0-2 heading into week 3, it's just unconscionable for a team that has global aspirations.
And they're going for a half buy on this round. Shockingly. Couple of hero rifles, a Guardian. Digis in. Hand in hand with a couple of teammates front B. LZ, who's been so good, not this round.
That sheer wall placement is
That was a nice shot.
Here's that mirror theft. Information
That's a free Vandal, whoever has it.
for Loud. They got an idea what's going on. Over towards that B site, they thought about it. Looks like an interruption there as Tears has to try again.
Dujazin going on a walk into Waterfall, catching the teleport back. This post-plant position with Kawa outside A space too. I don't see a world 2G get back in.
And this is a half buy for Loud. Got to throw a gamble like this in. So crucial that it pays off for them. PXS gonna be down. Silence wants to take the fight, but he sees the K down. Still can find the headshot though. 2 rifles still being held on to. 2 years and Digits in able to upgrade Gobera.
Wait.
Nice fight to take here.
Wait.
Surely has to start to think about it, but Silence being dealt with now. Gobera's gonna commit this Armageddon. Pancala misses the timing on him crossing. Teo ultimate committed there to no value. Loud on a half buy, able to triumph and take the rifles out.
I wouldn't ulted there, bro. What are you? I wouldn't have ulted there.
2 taking that timing.
1 versus 2 situation. You just ult.
Failed to get the kill in B main. That's really what I think made this round slip apart.
This is all after the damage is done. These moments.
Oh, and losing the ult there is so brutal. Like, Gobert, he finds a couple of kills. He feels like he can be the hero for the team. But now, whereas 2G, their ultimates were feeling really good.
I don't know. I gotta like record a video after this game.
So a 4-round win streak snapped by Loud. So able to get into the game and again.
I might do it live actually. I might record a video live.
LZ falls.
And he avoids any reprisal as well. The fault line timing rather is just not there. Cybercage will help him get out scot-free.
Has to call from the grave. No smokes to help.
No, 2 don't have ult. I was about to say 2 is his ult.
Time to try and work
And really, he doesn't.
And then should gear up for a breach ults hit into a site.
See, so
working to see they've got to drop down this the smoke on top site to make it
you have
easier
breach
to break
ult,
the wall.
Omen ult.
This time,
Oscar almost has ult.
He's going to be there. Step through it together.
This is gonna be a crucial round for Loud to win.
Getting active over towards this B side of the map at least is Pancala is poking around there.
Yeah, it's a little fake C to B, looks like to me. Maybe even sending in Dujazin past this wall while the rest of the team rotates B.
Rolling Thunder from the attackers. They're going to commit here. Digazine through the Razor Vine, caught by PXS. There's a sheer wall. No
that's a B push.
Now over towards B. Might not have been a fake to start with, but sure as heck is now. And that's PXS finding a timing and opportunity there. Vinny caught out as Loud commit their last remaining resources to the B site. We've got the spike down.
3 versus 5.
Oskia with this operator towards A. Needs someone to step into his crosshair. Here comes Tui's. But Tui's wins the fight. Such a seasoned veteran moment there from 2 years. Refuses to serve himself up on a platter. Holding the line though is Cowan-Zine, and now
oh my god.
Loud. Still keep the possibility of a map take alive.
Good hit called there from Loud after getting the opening fight. They have that fake into C. No one home on the B site. Still, ping's a little bit close. That kill going there,
this
but
from 2 years, the shoulder
how is that, dude? How?
Nicely done.
Back in air.
That was nasty.
Important. 2G here, still in quite a position to buy in a dimensional drift here, which is really going to relieve the pressure of just information starvation for the defenders, so they can make the right call on where to be.
All right, this is a crucial round for 2G to win. Because if Loud win, then that's their map pick right there.
Back into the C side after LC gets posted up on A. It's been a lot of this C open from Loud, pause, re-hit. Looks to be it one more time.
Tuya set up to play off his own cam here. LZ not getting a lot of action, and that's a terrible start. That's 3 consecutive rounds. Digizine's found a clean opener ender, and now they're going to hit this C side. I don't think there's much that can be said about it. A key kill for PXS here. But now it is smoke towards...
What?
Okay, before the smoke blooms, Silence can get involved.
And PXS has Rolling Thunder now for the retake off of the kill. Loud are not committing into the site, leaving instead Digizin to play slow on this lurk. See if he can catch anyone while his teammates work back into A.
It's going to take a moment though, and already 2G are suspicious. PXS also ready for a potential push.
Dude, Digizine are 30 with 30 kills.
How can Digizine be relevant here? So far from that spike, so far from his teammates.
Oh my god.
You have 30
they're
seconds.
Shooting bullets A, and they're going to come back into C because Digizin hasn't found anyone. He might have even heard a couple of footsteps rotating out of the site as well. Loud calling a masterclass round right here, completely snapping 2G's ankles.
On a map point of anything, and now Digizine gets tucked in such a dangerous
god.
location. 2G
You have 10 seconds.
Not a clue as to what's going on.
All right.
Spectators in the round. Time for them to get involved. They got that Rolling Thunder for the retake. You mentioned that earlier. But can they get close enough to use it? DGZ is getting ahead.
Force back, good flash. Louder still fighting up on these angles. So active. Vinny inside of a smoke towards water. This 1v1 is massive. The takes him down. Vinny's out of the picture now. DGZ had to hold from the low ground. Sees the Vice push up and Picardo's able to find one. Now surely. Caution thrown to the wind. Has to push up into this now. LZ gives it a tap. Takes him down. It's a 1-for-1. DGZ in 6 health.
Dude,
enough.
overtime.
You're telling me Loud 2G is going OT
Oh,
in map
shit.
1? Are you kidding me? 2G showing out big
Cinema.
here. In a crazy round, Loud working them around the map. But after 23 rounds of 2G playing hyper-individualistic, the last round, when it's all on the wire, they group up death ball and it works. I mean, the macro is so intricate over these last couple of rounds. And it should be maybe more straightforward for Loud as DGZ. It's 3 rounds.
Dude, this is cinema.
First kills, like no reprisal.
Oh my god. Overtime for a first map opening? Oh, okay, bro. Yo, I'm all in for OT. This is a good first map.
Side swap coming back. 2G on attack. They faced this 2-1-2 setup virtually every round Loud played, except for a couple of C aggros later in the half. 2G were very successful with mid-round fights, punishing especially smoke regression on the C side.
Loud here have that set up with the breach inside tree. Fault line deployed here as Vinny realizing that some of that scrutiny was headed in his direction. 2G far from committed, hoping to tease something out of Loud, who, in fairness, were giving them a lot of early action on the defense side.
Yeah, Loud with a big shift onto the A side. They liked leaving Pancata over here alone with the Cypher Trip and Cam in mount.
Dude, I need that gun.
This makes their A side.
Ugh, dude, I need that gun.
Loud are trying to re-clear rubble, but there's still a good presence here.
As one gun skin I don't have.
Good work from 2G, though. All that Cypher util gone in the first 40 seconds of the round. Not too bad.
Still unclear really what 2G's true intention is, but they've got Askia pretty far forward. Gate crash though is there, so it's not a commitment.
A fake into a C hit looks like.
Yep. What can Askia do? How can he sell this flash?
Oh.
Wild spray there, it's ham-fisted Askia. Can he get out? No! The gate crash expired. But truly a fake sold, make no mistake.
And Pancata teleporting off the site, surviving is massive. Now Loud can play slow, regroup, work numbers here in the retake.
Spike planted.
Some of these retakes on defense, a little bit awkward for Loud at times.
3 front B from Loud, looking to open up this door and crunch into Gobera.
He is the key player right now. He's going to hear, of course, this door open. LD can also follow the line for him. 1-for-1. Gobera still as yet hidden. Undetected. Vinny, though, he's going to be looking for a C. Comes in, but where's the
Oh, no.
Comes in, at least able to find the one now. Player advantage for Loud to leverage. Silence and PXS here. Sat on bend, trying to hold on, trying to huddle together. It's the new
1v1.
In a 1 versus 1. Over the top goes 2.
Oh my god, 2 is.
We'll get 2G to map points.
Oh my gosh.
PXS winning out down numbers in the post plant. Big fight, Gobera getting the 1 there, even after the tether had grabbed him. More clearing by Loud, and he punishes.
Oh, dude, he just whiffed.
And that trade from PXS into the quick reposition. Beautiful seeing the new guy work it out on the stage.
Therese just gives away the game. But that's such
Cinema.
a huge moment. Weight off the shoulders for a debut. Giving 2G a real shot at this. DGZ, they might have something to say, is upwards of 30 kills for Loud.
It's a brawl into A. Every piece of utility spent, Loud are still in the space.
Yeah, big rubber control being exercised for Loud, but it's scaling off this part of the map, that's the question.
Dude, they're all here. Oh, the four of them here.
Loud ran a lot of these A hits into pinching back into B in the mid rounds. I think 2G are sticking a couple players on B, anticipating that. Not now, but 20, 30 seconds down the road.
No, the bomb is like going C.
Very weak for the time being. Silence has been good.
The wall is at B, but
he doesn't have the wall to play with this round.
That Vice util is more distributed across the map rather than grouped up at C. So in theory, Loud do have a decent way in. 49 seconds left.
Oh my god,
this guy is lurking every round. They leave him inserted after the early aggro. He's been so effective finding these picks.
Not enough to sell it though.
Do
really
they rotate back to A? Or do they F it.
Two years
Let's
also
go
will
B.
remain. There's not a lot of real estate taken by Loud, despite that first pick still.
Not much from 2G either. They've got zero information anywhere on the map. Look how passively they're playing. Two players back towards their spawn outside B.
Fault line into B. Sheer wall will be activated. Oh, Vinny's on the outside looking in. Will this be punished though? No, there's a player in baby door. DG's been able to get there through the smoke.
Wait.
Really signs that, but a fire
The
one.
time.
There goes DG. You're running out of time. Loud, don't have any other options. With 3 players left to stay in the map, they've got to go for the bomb.
Oh, the bomb down!
And that's all she wrote, folks. 2G limping into
Oh.
the game. We'll take it in overtime. What are we doing here?
You're telling
What
me
are we
2G
doing,
opened their
Loud?
First map in 2025. Without their IGL, without their leader from the Ascension run, with a new guy jumping into the server on the stage for the first time.
Oh, that's heartbreaking for Loud.
Unbelievable. It's not even their map pick.
That is
And
heartbreaking for Loud.
It still wasn't enough. What is going on? The Loud team we saw in kickoff, cohesive, quite solid, good lower bracket run, ending 4th place, very decent in general. Door returning to the world for some of these, you know, tried and tested names, but 2G, who look nothing like the team that ascended in fairness, have put it together on a dime. PXS on the breach of all things, and then made it work in a slugfest, admittedly, but a win is a win.
Yeah, PXS had a couple of big rounds towards the end, and LZ was a monster all game. Called some really good rounds once they came back from the 4-0 deficit on their attacking side.
Dude, that's
early.
heartbreaking for
Classic
Loud.
double kill is just ridiculous.
Just
He had so
the
many
timing, dude. The time.
high-impact rounds, regardless of
Oh,
his gun.
dude.
Yeah, you can see, I get so many of these fights being had over rubble were crucial, and also, I mean, Loud trying to get into the
It was
C-side, really
7,
struggled with
dude.
there.
It
Just
was
great showing in general. We'll talk about
7-10.
LZ. Hey, that first half from him especially really keeps 2G in the game. Great showing so far for 2G, but we're going to step away for a
Okay,
second.
2G.
Sorry, and the analyst desk are going to break down our first map of this series. It's a bizarro world, but you may as well just go with it, folks.
Oh, dude. I'd be so fucking pissed. I'd be so pissed. Oh my god. Like how mad, like how mad would you be if you're in that position, like you planning and everything, and all of a sudden it's like you try to put the bomb down, right? You only have 10 seconds, you try to plant the bomb, and you get picked off like quick. Oh, dude, I'd be so pissed. How my YouTube chat doing? What's up, YouTube chat? Let me refresh my Twitch chat real quick. Is my YouTube or my Twitch chat is my Twitch like stream good or no? Dude, it's showing my Twitch chat. Like, it's showing my Twitch stream like red bar. Oh crap. I don't know why it's showing me red. Yo, Twitch chat, you good? Maybe because I'm like streaming at like 6,000. Maybe that's why. Because you're a red flag. Okay. All right, Jane. Jade, when are we gonna be playing, huh? When?
Stole Loud's map pick. And man, I am
When are we
really
playing?
impressed with LZ, how he called this first half. I wanted to break down when they
Is
came
my stream
back, they
good
were
though?
down
Like
so
it's
bad they
clear?
grinded back to 4-4 from this moment. And let's check out this round right here. It just shows how simple they kept it, right? So off the barrier, you can see all these pings coming towards rubble, right? What they're asking for is an Omen smoke here. They're asking for a breach aftershock in this corner, and the Teo missiles will be in this box. Now, what that does, it acts almost like a magnet towards this smoke, and CLOUD9 just falls right into it. I love how they send the Yoru.
No, I'm not
out
joking,
early
friends.
round. They show all of this presence. You can see the Yoru ends up going out long right now, and that's Askia. He's getting the info. He's causing counter util to come through from Loud. And what they're doing right now is they're trying to claim back the ground. This is a good play by Loud. They're throwing the C's, which is an information piece, and some could net a kill. In addition to that, they're also using the breach aftershock all the way from door to pair with this C's. Now, immediately, LZ says, come back, Yoru. They come back, and they're actually attempting a re-hit on it after they get the spin.
You mean,
so like I was saying, they
when does Jerry want to play with you? No, Jade, when do you want to play? You and Jerry, you and Jerry, Jade.
And they're planning on actually resettling right now and testing the waters. And this is where, again, LZ makes another great read. They use the Teo drone to clear out this angle, but with it, you can see he has the Omen blind. The paranoia is out right there. So when they shoot the Teo drone, the Omen blind comes out, and counter util does come out, and that lets LZ know 2 more players are here at A. So the reaction immediately comes out. They go towards C. The dimensional drift is popped, and Askia catches himself, pops the clone, finds the trip, spots the 2 players at C. From that moment, they all play a really good post plant. They get a mount plant in. It feels crazy. It feels like I can't even believe how well 2G actually played this map. They're ready for anyone to spam from waterfall. You can see this Vice ready to swing with someone from top site. They're understanding all of the things that could have punished them. And they close out the round with this great Teo ult that forces Loud to save. And that actually got them this second round. What a great call by LZ, and I wanted to go over that, but let's go back to the desk with Zoe and Wyatt.
Yeah, I mean, what world are we living in? What alternate universe? What is happening? Welcome back, everyone. Not to the desk, but to a wall. And some absolutely baffled analysts here. I mean, this was close, right? Like they traded a lot. Loud. DGC, he tried his very best, okay? He tried to drag them over the finish line. Like, he got those entry frags. Like, he was trying.
He ultimately
Hi, YouTube chat.
was the man bringing them the overwhelming percentage of the kills for the team. The first kill to first death stat is crazy. Yeah, legitimately, how do you lose? Drops 30+ kills on the map. His neon has been outrageous. I like that Loud have pivoted to that as the agent. He's going to be
does the link work?
Getting into stage 1 here. The rest of the team, frankly, individually,
okay, it works.
The slack against 2G that were playing loose like we wanted to see. Their individuals were taking risks, taking fights, letting the confidence flow, and it was only Digizine shooting back.
And that's what you would expect the caliber of Loud player to be able to just shoot back, right? If 2G is willing to play loose and take these fights, you expect Loud.
Wait, what? You still want to play with Jerry? Jerry soon be available. Please book at jerrycarry.com. Yo, Jay, you should make that as a legit site. Yo, I think it'll work. Jade and Jerry Carry. No, Jerry and Jade Carry. Hey, there's your business right there, Jerry and Jade Carry.com. Or you told me that, I don't know. Just play with it. We carry, or I don't know.
Matchup. Looking at how map 1 went so close, but it seems like you're playing against a team that's just vibing with no pressure. How does Loud reorganize to fight against that?
I think that we need to understand that they have like the best performance that they have since they like joined America. So we need to focus on ourselves, play better on Pearl, and things are going to be like on our way this time.
All right, thank you, SDK. Good luck.
Jake.
And the question is, how do you
Jake,
reset
yeah,
your
something like
momentum?
that, Jade.
When you know you're coming into this the favorite, like every single map should be a must-win.
No.
The fact that it's even just close.
It's not just a favorite though. So it's a regional map. This is like the lowest team in Brazil from their perspective versus like the pedigree. Loud. This is supposedly.
But Loud already lost in their last meeting.
Yeah, but this is different. This is
much different.
This is Lil Bro
circumstance.
punching up right
Loud.
now, big time. From
You
2G.
still, yeah, but you still didn't answer the question. How do you recover? How do you reset your mental?
Oh, it's going to be hard. I think they have to come out with like a very aggressive energy. They have to show 2G they're not afraid to take these fights now. And on Pearl, I think that's a great map to do it, right? You're going to get these extremity fights at A main and at B long quite a bit. And I'm looking for DG again to keep that aggression up, not falter away here.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want to put too much pressure on just that one solo guy, but I have major concerns if he starts to fade at this point because it doesn't look like the other players are picking up the slack right now.
Yeah, they gotta wake up. All the players need to be on the server. We're heading over to Pearl. This is gonna be the map pick of 2G. And Loud, they have a good track record in kickoff tournament on it. I think they went 1-1. We don't really have any footage, obviously, on 2G, especially not on this iteration of the roster since they just formed a day ago.
Yeah, I would love to see Loud continue with the Neon. We're seeing Neon get into the Pearl meta more as time has gone on with the map being reintroduced. Continue to lean into dishes in on that agent. Let him carry you to the victory.
Yeah, next map is Pearl.
I believe it's coming out of my mouth, but 2G is up 1-0. Can they close
Dude,
it out on Pearl? We'll find out.
I think they're gonna close it out with Pearl. I don't know why. Something's telling me like something wrong with Loud, and they're not locked in. Fun fact, I play CS with wait, do you actually play CS with Sean Garris? Yo, Sean Garris is a goat in like old Counter-Strike and Valorant. He's my goat. Like when he's live, I'm in his stream.
It might seem like this is a really early point to be having this discussion, but when you look at a team like Loud and then you start thinking about playoffs potential here in stage 1, this is a must-win game.
Yeah, I mean, if you're losing to 2G after you had
He dated your roommate. Wait, what? I did not know that.
5 other teams in your group, right? Like your back is going to be against the wall because these stages move over.
Yo, that's fucking cool though.
Again, Pearl is going to be
That's fucking cool. He's actually like a legit nice person. Like he's so awesome. Like when I go to his stream, like he's just like a nice fucking person. Oh, the teammate. Oh, I don't know why I say roommate.
We've never seen them play this at a top of
Dude, I'm so tired. I fucking subbed at 4 o'clock in the morning. Then I woke up. Wait, he's not? Wait, what? Okay, that's something new. That's something new that I never heard of.
Reps on stage, or we'll have to see what they've been putting in scrims.
Oh shit.
So it's a Teo look for both teams.
I mean, people change, you know? Like honestly, like people change.
Null command, PXS favoring the Fade instead.
I think the KO can be pretty annoying for Yoru's
He's a
playing
douchebag.
aggressive oplines as well. You're never going to get caught out where you can't teleport out, but you're always going to have to
You know?
TP and dip away from your angle if you're getting.
I don't know what to say no more. I don't know.
Again, pretty cheap. Same way as you'd use an Al drone to do that in the past to get him off that line.
Was a douchebag. Yeah, well, yeah, was.
Especially on that B side.
And he's that's probably like what like. Dude, damn, he just got a first pick like that.
Great way to start. I mean, he was 11-2, first kill, first death in the last map.
Equalizing those stats,
Okay.
trying to make him a bit more normal.
I agree. He can change.
But look at this two-tier.
I'm sure he's nice.
Players
Yeah.
into mid now, including the spike, trying to gear up for a split towards the A site where it's really overloaded. It's only 2Es to hold against this. Has a flash to work with backside to try and reposition off the angle.
Dude, look at where they're at.
Cowanzine towards Link.
They're doing a 2-2-3 split.
2G get into Arc pretty much for free. This is going to force 2 years back on the site now. Dark Rose got cleared out. Nebula throwing up here, hopefully to slow 2G down. It has not worked, and Aski has found yet another one. Coast to coast, both sides of the map having impact.
Ew.
2G, QR going from straight
Ew,
to straight.
he just lived.
They got ahead of steam, and they're not letting up.
It's just a massacre. Loud lost every single fight. Even on Lotus,
All right.
which
2G 2-0.
pistol, they lost the first anti-bonus. Like, it was still Loud getting out to an early lead. This has been lights out from 2G.
Right, I mean, if Loud can't rely on that, the factor of, Digizine, right, constantly opening up the game, giving them 5v4s, then feel even worse about their chances than on the previous map. Especially given this is a pick from 2G, no less.
Yeah.
What a clean, flawless pistol.
Jay, we can do this thing, right? We can be in like challengers.
You're playing the Yoru as a post. Unless you've got the teleport set up, and here just completely
We could do
left
like
his own. The suppression came down, so he was just about to get information that there were about 18.
we could do like Premiere. No?
But ends up dying before that comes through.
Do like Premiere.
Straight away pivot into a pretty big.
Try and go to challengers.
PXS rifle in hand now.
Giga Chad, first day on the big stage, goes for the rifle round 2.
Yeah, dap me up, boys. I'm going in.
I love it. Oh, Oski is trying to get.
Ooh, that was 5.
That's a real one.
Okay, takes a face full of damage here. Does that end up being a difference maker? Doesn't necessarily look like it. Regen shield for Askia, so back to 25 armor at least, and Cowanzine caught in the corner, sat on top of the Teo util anyway.
Oh my god. Loud doing this.
Up
Wait.
on this Loud team, and they found themselves that player advantage. We'll have DGZine coming through with a wrap here, but he'll be spotted out.
Wait.
Sneaking into sight.
Who
Only
is?
want to try and do some damage, but yeah, he's
Never mind.
seen. Couldn't catch the timing.
I thought you would get one.
Round 2 for 2G.
Okay, there's some real pace to the game here for 2G. So much so that Aski is taking damage from the guided salvo just to try and get pole position as he approaches that A site.
Yeah, and him doing that, by the way, it forces, or it stops Loud from getting anyone to cross over to that box in A main to play that sort of tag team setup where you can swing off each other's contact. It's for a good reason.
My right click didn't do that.
Salvos in the Astra smoke.
And again, this is not
My right click just hit someone for like fucking 80 headshot.
I don't know what to expect here, but so far they've been dynamic. They've been pretty decisive when it matters, but this is the gun round. This is the important one.
Dude, how are you doing, my way? Doing good? I hope you are. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday.
Working into the mid space. There's a star to turn into a pullback here for Vinny to play off, but it's not there. It's too late.
It's a little ugly. Gabera and LZ take some damage from that exchange, but 2G more
Wait.
than happy to keep the pressure on.
Who's by himself?
Always on his own. The Link player dies. His team is way out of position. He's trying to move around the site.
Oh.
Util, but it's Aski swinging with a stinger. It's falling apart for Loud.
And there's a grapple over towards Link, buying a little bit of time for that, but not enough for
Wait,
2G
that's
to get the help that he
that's
needs.
a Vandal.
And Carter finally is able to chime in. Silence out of the game, but now there's a smoking tower. And Link is being occupied by 2G in this post plant.
Super active post plant. I love how 2G are playing this.
Oh.
Aski falls here, but Carter's able to find him through the smoke. Those still 3 rifles to work with for the attackers. And Louder getting a little bit lean on personnel. Here's Gabera.
Oh.
Here's the tap. Cowanzine good for it. Awkwardly.
Whoa, no.
And it's the Teo curse. Striking again. Cowanzine clearly unaffected by it though, as LZ now has that stall util. Grab well used. Cowanzine forced off the spike. Now swing. LZ sees it. Buying time. Buying time. It's expensive here for Loud.
Oh my god, there's no way. No time.
LZ does it again. 2G. Keeping it working after taking map 1 against Loud.
It's not the cleanest execution out of that first gun, but again, you just can't be complaining about that if you're 2G. They'll be able to buy in a rifle.
That's a bonus for 2G.
They've crossed the first hurdle here on Pearl.
Red Bull clutch for the in-game leader. Taking the range for the first time here for 2G. But at the same time, like, Loud getting themselves into these positions consistently where the fight into Link is awkward, their Astra util is on the ground, but it doesn't come in.
I feel wrong in pick'ems.
Conversely,
I think I did.
LZ does a great job stalling the defuse. It plays off it.
Exactly. 2G also continuing. They were doing this on Lotus
They
too, where
picked
they were
Loud.
super active, super up in their post plants, especially on the side.
Why did I pick Loud to win this match?
He's clowning Digizine in these early rounds, man. It's a thing of beauty.
They're winning everywhere. They win B main, they win A main. Spike was in spawn for all of that. Now going for their one. Yeah, they win that too.
They're gonna win so much they get tired of winning. Currency to Picada.
And sure, look, Loud have no guns, but like 2G aren't playing like a clean, perfect macro. They group up, you know, aren't gonna get timinged at all. No, they're taking their ego fights and they're just winning them because they can.
Timing.
Currency is that last player standing and really just transfixed here. In awe of what 2G have been able to do, running roughshod over Loud these 4 rounds consecutively.
I really like how 2G are playing the post plants too, with LZ playing into Link, this time super deep towards doors after being seen. The spike is also planted for him to be in Link. Now bottom right corner of sight, that is not common at all.
Now Loud have to start game planning for that next round. They do have, of course, like the retake wall potential here with their Cosmic Divide. So again, if it comes down onto B and they've got to make a play for that, they've got options. Cowan's in here, just go for it. He's going to be able to buy anyway. There's 2G again. That shaky economy coming out of the 3rd round, starting to be
13-0? No.
And now in a polar opposite to map 1, where it was 2G falling down 0-4. Now it's Loud in a similar boat. Loud, this next round coming up is massive. Like you pointed out, they've got the Astro Wall. They're 1 away from the table.
Nasty. Wow.
Play off barely nicely.
That was so nasty.
SDK, they're looking pretty unimpressed with his team's outing so far. Can't blame him. Calls a timeout here.
Seriously. I mean, where's Digizin? 0-4 to open up the map after
11 and 2.
30 bomb, 11 and 2 in opening fights. Like,
Are you hungry though? Like, chat.
I mean, there's a potential here. At least we can see he's picked up an operator on the defense side. So
Who?
won't have to
Honestly,
work his way
who in
halfway
my
down beyond
Twitch chat
or passive over
is
towards
hungry?
walls.
Because I
And 2G have to
sure
set the
am.
protocols in order to push him off that line.
This is where I wonder what 2G's call comes
I'm hungry.
That is. Because if they're looking at the money and they realize, hey, Digizin could go for the operator here, they could just run a fast ult play with the Yoru, right? Use the Yoru ult to get full scouting. You're never going to be fooled by any of the lines that the enemy Yoru is going to be playing with the op, because that ult lasts for
like
forever.
what
You can
2G is
figure
doing
which
here,
sides-
chat. Like they go into B, they're getting the first contact either B long or even in B link, right? To catch someone on a rotate like that is like really nice for like 2G. Because honestly, once they have B link control, it's going to be really hard for defenders to come and try to retake a site. Because they're like, when they take B, they have B hall and B link in control, and they have someone watching the flank. So it's really nice for 2G protocols here.
Not a whole lot to see here.
Sees a wall.
Sees a banana taped to the wall.
Drone in main, spots nothing. So yeah,
Banana.
pretty easy to scale on in.
Okay, here we go. Into dugout though is 2 years. The clone spots him out. And
Look at the
heavy
util.
that would clear dugout otherwise. It's going to be respected by 2 years. Plays off of it. PXS now. Reassuming control of Art.
2G are fighting back in Art exactly, but Loud's position in secret gets them back onto the site very quickly.
Timing. Oh no, the timing.
PXS is finding these edges everywhere. 5 and 2 right now. And all of Loud basically grouped up in that dugout direction. They've got to try and flood the site, but there's so much Astra util covering it. Util that can be used to stall, can be used to just frazzle, frustrate, and frankly disorient the defenders. Okay, Armageddon into the mix.
Are they gonna save? I mean,
Wait,
there's a grab. PXS is being held by the optic.
He get one out of that kit.
There's nothing to be had
Don't
here.
get two. He got two.
3 for the newcomer, and he is loving it, folks. Oh, okay, does get caught out by 2 years, but there's naught to do for Loud. Their 5th consecutive round dropped. Hard hit over towards that A site here for 2G.
How?
They can do no wrong on Pearl.
I just,
Disaster
I don't
use
know.
for Loud pulling off the angle there.
He get 2 kills.
PXS farming all of them. The operator is carried over, I suppose, but these rounds are just brutal. I feel like 2G is catching every time, and even in situations where like Loud are primed and ready,
So
and are right there
unfortunate.
ready to fight, nothing's going their way.
It's a tough retake at the best of times on A, and the worst part is, they commit the Cosmic Divide for a retake, Cloud. They just get no value out of it.
And Kawa dying means they don't have the Teo ult. I think even going for the Operator, in hindsight, might have been a mistake, knowing there's a Your ult on the other side.
Wait, it canceled his suppress, or it canceled his TP.
Walk it back though, Askia steps out, flash. And so Lau will actually have a player advantage. Finally, a first.
I never knew that was possible.
It's a long time.
Wow.
Loud's positioning on A, having 2 players in main, could be pretty
1,
pivotal
2,
in a round like
3.
this, even with the Sheriffs, because 2G aren't sending any players there to clear them out. Stalling out the plant, putting pressure down with the tail, potentially if they're able to snipe away a kill or 2.
There's 2 in main.
2G that put a smoke on A main, so they're fully prepared for this.
Yeah, 2G might have seen it with a Prowler. It's unclear if they know about this presence in A main yet. Silence down though, nice Sheriff shooting here.
Nice.
Awkward buy for Loud.
This is a nice shot.
The spike hasn't been planted, the smoke is down, there's still players in main, and there's players towards the enemy spawn. Like, 2G are getting pinched.
I think Gobera is going to be crucial here. Find a way to relieve some of the pressure that will be coming at 2G. It's a tap for PXS. Kawanzin, unfazed.
30 seconds.
This is where this Teho util for stall starts to become a bit more of an issue.
They're so patient.
Gobera has not gone for this play through water.
Spike planted.
Passive line, we do get a spike plant that isn't interrupted.
It's all on LZ here, 1v2.
Okay, hits it. Nightfall comes in, catches onto both players over towards A main. LZ is going to get busy. Briefly suppressed. Here comes that Armageddon to try and clear Art. PXS has to move out of it, and he does. Takes some damage though. Here's LZ. Oh,
There's no shot.
what is that spray? Finds Kawanzin, but now to 1v3 for Gobera. Stall, util is there. 2 years off the spike for now. Stars come down, Digizine, shot baited, taken down.
Oh.
Almost. 2G play it close but loud. They spend a heck of a lot to get on the board.
Nah, 2G's shooting, bro. They're shooting back.
Look, Loud, they're on an eco, but the positioning they got themselves in with the opening pick, with the Operator down B, the pick back towards their own spawn as well. Like,
So close. Like, when they got that 2 picks like that,
having 2 players in main.
like that, dude, that could have gotten really badly.
Okay, deep breaths.
Oh my god, dude. 2G shooting back.
2G, of course, still very rich. That Operator still maintained though, and Digizine has a dimensional drift too.
Carrying that op over, not losing the 5th player 2 rounds ago, meant everything for Loud. It's the only reason they had a shot last round.
So it might be an attempt at a B-side take with Astra Wall here.
The old classic.
Yep.
I've seen this every time ult's been up in solo queue.
Still a question though of how you're going to get this Yoru player off the site. Kawanzin goes hunting here.
Yeah, well, PXS has held on to the haunt as well as having a C is potentially trying to catch out some of these players. Very patient for 2G. They've got to commit into this. They have no position anywhere else on the site.
Oh, dude, this is so bad.
Sees a heck of a lot of action going on.
Wait.
Digizine's able to find one. Gets out. Back towards Halls now with the op, but a Steel Garden's going to connect, so he's down to his secondary.
Oh,
he opts out of it. Dimensional drift popped, and he will see it all. 3 players here for 2G, all spotted, so no other resources committed, and there is that wall in play for 2G. Still no plant yet. Digizine might look to interrupt it. Back behind them over a B-long, and Silence goes down. That's a spike loose. Time bought for the rest of Loud to get ready.
Smoke has blocked him off, so now 2G can put the spike onto the ground. No any utility to get back onto the site, and LZ is trying to challenge onto the angle. Barely coming down before getting shot. He wins the fight!
This is going to feel claustrophobic for 2G, but they got rid of Pancada. 2 years adopts the same position. But now, 2G have no reason to show themselves. They've got to be dug out by Loud. Digizine has opted for a rifle. Got that Vandal in hand, is able to move up the site, and then an Astra util to stall is in play for LZ. He can do it all from here.
1 enemy remaining.
PXS, crucial. There's the gravity well now. Digizine running out of options. In a 1 versus 2, trying to go for it, trying to bait LZ out into the open. Just as Loud start to find their footing here.
There's no way.
Shaky, but Digizine has found 3 and 4. What a save!
No time though.
Digizine. It's a close one.
Oh, 19 seconds.
0.2 seconds. And for Loud, the money is, it's awful.
That was good, dude. That was a good try for Digizine. Oh.
That is bad news. I mean, LZ taking that fight. This is a 2-on-3 situation. They're pinched from enemy spawn and long again, just like in the previous round, but this time they're successful in working forward.
Look at that. Oh,
winning those fights. God. And even though Digizin gets 4 on the round, the amount of time it took to get back in there is just not good enough.
Such a chaotic round. Loud try and mix it up, place himself out, smoke it. Doesn't go the way they needed to, and then the operator finally wrested from the grip of Loud.
Round is playable though, with Tui's having the ultimate. There's options. Loud also creeping out into this mid space, potentially for a quick flank. Quick flooded through Link.
oh, he tagged him.
Briefly, 2 years is spotted out. I mean, God, losing the Vice early would be devastating for Loud. That's so critical. They're still guarding to their chances of having fair fight in the round.
And the one Guardian is the guy that's over in the enemy spawn. No chance there.
Okay. So Gate Crash, usually by Askia, gets ahead of some of this YouTuber, not into horse hit. They can't dig out the Vice. Time being bought. Digizin almost caught there with util in hand. Gets rid of LZ. Critical player and okay. The classic sings for 2 years.
And look at the flank. The Guardians walked all the way up. Vinny is waiting, boxing these players in, playing right up on top of the Vise wall.
So there's no options. There's a clock ticking now for 2G.
Bro, this is not good.
They've got to get over to this B site now, but it's awkward.
30 seconds left.
As the Arc Rose getting work done. CLOUD9 trying to dig PXS out of that position. 24 seconds, eyes on the clock, folks.
Vinny on the move now on the flank, making a lot of noise. 2G have to act fast.
They're happy to let that shield wall herald his arrival, and so 2G have to go for it. They're forced into an error. Loud able to gobble them up here.
Damn, Thrifty.
Big Thrifty from Loud. Clawing their way back into this game after a nightmare start.
Loud in these ecos. Continuing to go their way. Those are the only rounds they can win, it seems. And it comes after almost getting owned on a timing here, but re-swings off the flash. Good off angle, held backside 2 from Tui's. The second that guy's trying to clear the left corner, he's swinging around the right.
You said it, round was playable.
Wait, now, how did 2G broke?
Again, so many of these rounds were so close to that economy.
After winning 6 in a row.
No ults, forget about that.
I want to see 2G do
Was
something.
it after winning
It's
6?
just kind of been
They
side
broke.
hit after
Huh?
side hit for the last few rounds. Haven't seen the slow work, haven't seen the Vise wall challenged.
Kind of seemed like PXS when he gets into water. Like there was that crazy round where he's able to really punish Loud, but you're right, not a whole lot of work in Link.
Yeah, it's oftentimes later in the round or even in the post plant trying to push in there.
Just gonna bait out the wall. Like
Vice wall is going to be triggered. Once again, Loud do commit both their A players into main to set up a potential crunch if 2G commit through Link.
Ooh, pretty deep drone, spots nothing. So yeah, Loud should know this mid space is being taken advantage of. You got Vinny playing back towards spawn, throwing a knife actually. See if anyone's up close.
So far, pretty impenetrable here for Loud. All of this stall util. Pancada to play from behind it, quick snap. Nova Pulse here, but nobody to be affected by it. Pancada mildly smoked out, just make sure he clears it in case it was a Durka moment.
A Durka moment? What?
Pops down the smoke to break the one-way there.
Askia. Getting some ice. Beautiful from Pancada, very clean. Askia challenging as well, the Razor Biden, risking laceration to try and come from an unexpected angle. Eventually Pancada goes down, but he definitely got his money's worth this round.
Yeah, like that off angle he was working from back pillar.
10 seconds left.
We know
Fight on
shot
the same
case.
line.
Oh, dude. Ew.
PXS turned into match, and Loud have got themselves 3 rounds. Yeah, methodical, not taking any undue risks there. I think a far cry, I think, from the way they approach their defense on, Lotus, where they're always pushing up, so busy, like a kicked anthill.
Yeah, this is a little bit more reserved in general. Falling back into, again, I think something that Loud have always been very good at, like sight-holding fundamentals, like that tandem play, whether it's the positioning you can find, the timings of swings together. There, it's sort of that push and pull between Pancada and Tui.
Honestly, this is a reasonable timeout.
Balls off the line, Tui's re-enters.
They lose 3 in a row.
That can be really
No,
hard to clear
no.
away, especially if you've already
They lost
used
2 in a
your
row.
quality of utility.
So, it's a good timeout.
2G, for sure. What was getting them success in the early rounds, perhaps no longer relevant anymore, especially once Digizin's able to get an operator after that first gun round didn't go quite so well for Loud. Eventually, 2G run out of that extra cash to keep funding their aggressive forays here on Pearl. So what's the change going to look like? What's the mix-up? We did see them make some more use of Link and mid in that round, but ended that was, I mean, it's an eco round. Didn't have much to work with. They're just sort of grasping at straws, and Pancada really just stopped them in their tracks.
I think 2G are going to prefer the A site a little bit more. They've got some good ultimates coming up for clearing that away, but also I think with how consistently Tui's has been putting like wall over into Art, like the few times they've gone into Art, they've seen that wall there. I think playing for like Yoru clone to break that away, put some pressure early, could be a good look for them. Although, as I'm saying that, doesn't exactly seem to be the case.
That's something overlooked as well. First,
what do I know?
First Yoru look here for Digizine. Look, shaky start was 0-4, I think, at the start of the map, but
I'm a genius, they're going A.
again, the Loud do want to lean into this like A main control early. And 2G don't want to challenge it immediately, maybe a re-clear later. I'm not sure what this is.
Yeah, embedding the Yoru over onto B.
They're playing as if there's a plaza push up from the defenders.
Oh no, boosted up, Digizine gets the kill. Yeah, they had their own Astro Smoke put down long, trying to threaten a pop into there. But Digizine taking the fight, baits that out. Now the play into Art and A main is very telegraphed, so Loud can start leaning 3 players towards that side of the map. This is an annoying round for 2G to fight their way through.
Okay, 2G gonna have to go for it here. Pancada though, any shoot.
Dude, what's the play here? Pancada is already here, having the first line.
2G, so step on up and get knocked on down, says Pancada. Yeah, Silence here just didn't
They
have
get time out just to lose like this.
Unfortunately for 2G, they just
Damn, bro.
Silence here. He's gonna have to probably take this gun out of the round if he can.
I don't think it's gonna happen.
30
Tui's already has him
left.
boxed in from window. I really like the way that Loud have reacted to the mid-attention, right? If their wall's ever triggered or they hear audio in that space, there's 1-2 players stepping into A main.
When does a shot refresh? 6 or 7?
Angles on B, he's jumping up. It's a little bit risky, but I assume
Is that 6, right? The shot refresh? Oh, he thought he killed him there.
Different elevation, that's the way out of a fight.
Okay, Loud has built back into this game well and truly now. 4 out of the last 5 rounds won. No chance for 2G to stabilize an economy. And they're back to half armor Sheriffs in this next round.
There you go. Self-flash into pop-up. Gotta love that.
And look, that's something that I think the very round that Digizine first got up, 2G were kind of aware of. That round they went over towards A. They tried to avoid it entirely. But eventually you have to pay the piper. You have to do something about this Yoru.
I'll return.
Well, I'm anticipating 2G. Maybe grab the Yoru ult here if they want to commit that into the round. It's a fight in A main. CLOUD9 is up in this.
Okay.
Hello? Just in the thick of the utility, 2G continuing to challenge on that angle. Eventually push that away.
Rifle? For Silence? Yes. 2G really fight doggedly for this A main control. Have it get themselves a rifle upgrade as well. And now, LZ does give his position away, of course, with that shield wall activating, but you're not too bothered about that at this point. Cat's definitely out of the bag. So here's that defensive side in Null Command. Hard to set up now if you're the Astra on 2G.
Happy to pull one ult. You're even happier to pull a second ult on an eco, just because of the early work done. And now 2G don't have to instantly commit because they showed that player breaking the wall in mid. There's a lot of pressure going into the center of the map right now. Loud have a lot of questions. So you've got Digizine trying to hold if there's a Link player coming against him. Got Astra back and Spawn watching for that angle. I like this reset of the round from 2G.
And because of that, Null Command is still so
Bro,
much
look where LZ is.
the LZ can draw upon here. Still fully set up for A, have a full execute, get Silence in position to let the rifle sing. Armageddon first, that's going to clear dugout now. Means Vinny's a bit exposed on the side here.
Oh, Vinny.
Okay.
Look at LZ and Spawn.
Wait.
LZ's caught the timing. Full flash though.
Oh, okay.
Finally wins the fight. And now the rest of Loud can move into the site. 10 seconds remaining. PXS puts the spike on the ground. Loud quick on the move. First kill for Pancada. And they keep flooding in. Players from all directions. Digizine is back in main against 2G.
Surely this is
Oh. Wait. Oh.
Okay.
Yo, imagine. Hold on.
My heart.
Imagine Loud lose that round. Oh.
Here for Loud. And the game
Yo, that was so close.
Round. 2G fighting, but remember, that was Eco. They were able to upgrade to a rifle there. Silence really put it to use. Kawanzin, or rather, Pancada inexplicably
Look at this.
going down to that Armageddon there.
Oh, that was
No
so
way to move on
close.
site. Oh, frustrating, but yeah. It's been such a good half now. Loud have gotten into the game properly.
Good bounce back, that's for sure. Now,
Dude,
though, 2G's
4 in a
really much
row
to play
they
with.
won.
It's been a while since we've seen them have a couple of these ults in the round, since their streak was kind of put to the end. Last time it was Askia moving in through Art, ending in an A finish. Could turn into something similar in the mid-round.
A much less adamant approach to the A main control for 2G this round. They very much let Loud have it. With a, with an asterisk there. It's just Silence sitting back waiting for the push-up.
I do really like how Loud continue to get that forward position. Now Dujazin taking that first angle up in A main. Reclear spots nothing, so great timing for 2G to go for a pinch in A.
Dujazin.
Reclear from 2G at A main look like? Okay, stealth drone. Okay, Armageddon.
That's a bit premature.
Very much so, yeah. 2G's going to be able to get out of there. And now they lean here more in the direction of Art. Askia knows that Digizin is still here. He knows there's a double up, in fact, for Loud. This is scary here.
Oh.
And there's Askia emerging, takes Digizin down instantly. Kawanzin spotted out, of course. That's the Nightfall doing work. A second here for the 2G duelist. He's got to respect that special delivery.
Oh my god, that was nasty.
He's unstoppable.
30 seconds left.
The spike is still down in Art.
That's 2 years. Long way away from the action.
Cutting through.
Spike to be planted for backside. Askia going on a journey for that ace. A
Ace,
monstrous
ace,
round
ace,
from him.
ace, 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 ace.
You kind of called it, these big ultimates for 2G, getting him such an edge. Askia, believe it or not, used dimensional drift this round. Caveira, his nerve fails him. Askia, though, still on for the ACE. Looks like 2G here. Again, great start to this half. Loud get into it, start to download him a little bit more, and there it is, folks!
There it is, the ace.
High by power race for Askia.
Switching sides.
His ultimate that round was crazy. It was a more methodical play, right? But coming in for that wraparound in main, knowing that they were all deafened. So he pops out of this ultimate. I do think Digizin dodged the Nightfall, but still couldn't win that fight. Then Vinny had no chance against him, and that shot there was crisp.
That was
Yeah, they made us
nasty.
wait for it a little bit there, but clean showing, of course. Oh, buddy.
He's like, yep, I know.
Got to be pleased about that one. 2G again, 7-round attack side here on Pearl. A blistering start, a peter off later on, but still finishing in style. We've got a break and then a second half of this map coming at you.
Dude, that was... Dude, this is a fun map. She's like Witness. Fun. Like, I feel like what Loud need to do here to win like offense, just W key. Easy. Just W key. Hot take, right? Just W key forehead. Like honestly, like that's all Loud need to do.
Attack side showing on Pearl. Good looks for 2G. They started incredibly well as Loud eventually found their footing. How does this second half look to play out? Because Digizin was able to get the defensive ops, starting to look pretty good, but for most of the game, Askia was lights out.
I think for me it is the Digizin question, right? Because it was obviously apparent. Like when he was getting domed at the start of the first 4 rounds in a row, falling down, Loud didn't have much of a chance. When he's alive, they were really cruising through things. It's now Loud working into the safe space early on. LZ getting pushed back, just super active on that line. Loud doing very nice work to push through the space.
LZ just spent most of that time jockeying back around the corner, and PXS wasn't able to capitalize on any of the damage done. On the side
Wait.
now, okay. Digizine brought down.
Wait, they're all stunned?
Looks to play out in the open here and spam down through this smoke. It's been effective. 2 years, Cowanzine, both quite low here.
Wait, he's really flying, no?
Trying to work against his own Astro Smoke there. Gobera needs this fight and gets
Oh,
it.
He was
all
actually
right.
hammered by Pancada, but one shot is all it takes apparently. And all that bluff and bluster from Loud early in the round has petered out. They look a little sheepish walking away from A. And Gobera's going to try and meet them here.
Oh, this is such a good play
A lot of
by
noise made from Loud. Rotation a bit obvious. and
Gobera.
good work from LZ
Such
too.
good play here.
But he's the guy pushing up. So now that he turns that corner, it's not a re-hit into A, and the rest of his team can
Dude,
move
he
into
can-
B. There's going to be 3 players
Oh,
ready
never
to
mind.
greet the wave of Loud.
There is a sheer wall here in front of LZ, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't care if he gives away his position.
Yeah, if anything, it
30
makes Loud
seconds left.
have one player turn around, take
Yeah.
them away from this fight on site.
Making your opponents feel like they're on a clock. Can start to push that mental bandwidth to the limit. Cowanzine desperately low.
That's a
and
bomb.
flick from Askia will account for his sheer walls up, and Spike is on the wrong side of it.
And here's the lurk. There you go. There's no time, and we're still not turning around. LZ gets 2 kills on no HP.
All right, loud, loose.
Down. Diabolical after the start of that round.
Wow. It's funny because it's that same thing LZ did on defense Lotus, right? After there was this round, there's A aggression, he opens the door and the Omen pushes through, sees no one there, kills a lurker, and then it's a full rotate from the rest of his team. Here it works out. He even puts a cross-map smoke on site to help his teammates flood through and keep up the pressure against the plant.
Askia immediately has gone for an outlaw here, looking for that solo B presence potentially. Yeah, brutal stuff. Letting him into the game, Loud.
Well,
Loud
they throw a knife
G.
into A, but end up backing away from the space. That outlaw is still down B.
Askia down B, Loud down bad. We're about to run on a collision course. Silence as well. Have to imagine he has an inkling this is coming his way.
Oh,
No way, dude.
he doesn't.
Okay, sees a barrel. Okay, gets his one. Only the one, though. Now Askia. A little less solid here, but able to find 2 years comfortably. Correction's not
That
there for
was
Cowanzine, though. He is
so
slowed
quick.
up for a time.
This fight in Link could be everything. Digizin has a Sheriff. And even numbers. If he had a chance to upgrade, that would have been big. Now, though, with the stall coming on through, Digizin isn't grouped with the team. 2G are ready for the retake.
They're going to play from under for the most part. No tower present, so this smoke is going to obscure them entirely. Prowler into halls. Still no spike plant. Digizine importantly, but LZ's able to bring Pancada down. That was the outlaw that was supposed to go to work. Forced into an early retirement instead. Nova Pulse, still no plant, by the way. Cowanzine finds his 4th, though. The Bulldog bites. PXS with their Guardian now. What an important round for this newcomer.
Spike down.
He's cool, calm, collected, composed. Digizine has to cross. PXS wary of a flank from the right side.
Oh my God, loud lose.
You cannot ask for much more for a debut showing. Massive Red Bull clutch here in round 14.
Another one for
Oh,
PXS.
loud.
Digizin only has 1 bullet in that outlaw. He did so many of these shoulder baits. And he only had the light armor, so it would have been the 1 shot. Great work.
The way he's handled this round.
That's crazy.
It's giving years of experience. Not first time on stage in Americas.
That's the thing. We're again 2 rounds, pistol second, where Digizin is coming up killless. Now rifle in hand though.
Yeah, there's bonus here, a little nasty for 2G, of course, having such a close, hard-fought round in the prior. Only the Guardian for PXS to pin hopes on. Askia, you'll note, does not have a gate crash active.
Oh, spots the gun there.
Huge info.
And now 2G are able to call in the assistance of Gobera, so he's going to be there on site. Loud haven't really started to work the map. They need to put some attention in mid. There's still this very annoying Vise wall in street that needs to be cleared away.
55 seconds to do all of this here, so highly doable, but Loud are
Yeah,
probably gonna
50
start to
seconds.
run on a thin margin here. Here's that mid-control aforementioned.
Oh, if Loud called back into B, it would be great, but 2G have kind of read the A split. 4 players stacked now for 2G on A.
Enough noise to wake the dead, clearing through Art. Here come Loud, arm to the gills, and that's a solo guarding the round, singing out there for PXS.
There's 25 seconds.
Oh, in the smoke!
There's no way.
Was he able to find just the one? Gabera gets his, an uppercut, and Tigers are up against it. Silence knows he's got to go.
Oh my god, Loud.
A nasty thrifty. It's sickening from 2G.
There's just something different in the air right now. 2G winning all these fights. Again, it is BXS, by the way, in main.
Like, 2G's just winning all their ones.
On their defensive side.
Nothing Loud can do.
1v1 allows him to turn his attention fully back to the site. It creates another brutal angle for Loud to have to clear when they're trying to flood out from Art. It's just not possible.
And this Loud team, I mean, to be frank, look out at sea, lost, headless. Now with a stinger by in this round. I can only hope that their pace can stymie 2G a little bit here, but I'm shocked that we're looking at such a scoreline. And Cowanzine never around to be played for him.
It's the same story. Again, Loud on the attack, but no control over A main. 4 players tethered up in Art. Like, how are you going to fight through this round? It's not really going to happen.
Like, they're just trying to overwhelm. It looked like they were dancing around the maypole with 4 of them being seized there. They can at least trade into the map a little bit.
You going B-Link?
Yeah.
At the same time, while all this work is being done in mid, you've got LZ crept up into B long. So you've got 2G giving up mid, but they have full control over both mains and some, you know, insurance policies, whether it's back towards spawn, Silence jiggling the angle for the info.
Okay. Here comes Digicine. So early warning now. Should be able to see Silence. Can he spot out LZ over towards long? That's massive. Now Loud playing without knowledge of a player that's in a bit of a pinch position. Still Digicine being canny about how he starts to swing halls.
30 seconds left.
Weird round. Loud grouped up here in Link for now. LZ waiting for the perfect time to spring forth. There's Digicine down. And still, LZ hit it over and long. Oh, it's cooked.
Bro, they're so protocol with that.
Cooked.
Like, Loud is cooks.
I've got to draw it back
They're
to
so cooks.
For Loud, right? You got 3 matches coming up after this. They lost their opening series to Crew after blowing them out in the opening map. To lose to 2G, who's the expected worst team in the group, would set them up at 0-2.
Loud is cooked.
Probably having to win all your games, rely on other teams losing. It gets a little bit muddy. For Loud, for a team of that caliber to be put in that position, and from the other hand, 2G to have a win under their belt and now still very much be in the race to make it out. That is completely out of left field.
This Loud team are the ones that were supposed to lead the way for Brazil. You know, going back to these tried, true, tested names to, again, put their region back on the map. Not only have they been eclipsed by MIBR, who went for the Youngblood in kickoff, now the upstarts of 2G, the Ascended team, are threatening to put them to the sword here. And like you mentioned, potentially mathematically disqualify them from playoffs if things don't go perfectly for Loud.
Yeah, because
This is not good for Loud, honestly.
Coming after this, right?
No easy game. This is supposed to be your easiest game.
You've got to knock down.
They haven't won a single round.
They have to stop getting lost
in
the
attack.
muddiness of these rounds, right? Like, how many
Oh,
1v1s are we
dude.
offering up to just allow 2G to take full control from a macro perspective in the
Loud
round?
is
He just has to come back
cooked.
to execing as a team, working on what should be superior protocols. You've been scrimming for forever if you're Loud. 2G just got PXS. Had LZ step into IGL this team the other day.
They said they virtually had no practice as a squad. What little practice they had, though, they felt like it's been effective, and can't argue with that.
And even the players we've seen, we've never seen them play Pearl.
Ask is tucked here, of course, with the contingency, and as soon as that 0 point comes in, he's forced to gate crash out lest he gets stranded there.
Time to jump.
Flash himself onto the line. Where have I seen this?
Oh.
You're not Digicine, buddy.
Didn't quite go the way he would have liked. Oh, big
good spot.
Big plaza presence. Caesar, is he ready for the
Damn.
second player? This is a little awkward now. You're on a clock. This time the no Vice Wall is going to save you from a backstab. And they're not going to know. Oh, there's ults everywhere. Okay, somehow a gap's been found
Wait.
here. Somehow PGZ
Link on the side, shut down. PXS drops, and now the fight into Link. Gobert,
What the hell is happening?
in that massacre? Still no plant though. Plenty of time in the round. Plenty. So early has his action been. Gobert has only
Wait,
7
imagine?
points of health left, and Loud looks
Imagine?
set to get
Never
back
mind.
into the game. What they have to do to mimic a fraction of 2G's power is immense, but regardless, it keeps their head above the surging tides.
It's a wake-up call in that timeout from STK. Remember, the first half looked very much like this. Started snowballing away from them again the first 4 rounds in a row. Timeout was called, and Loud buckled down. It comes after Askia whiffs out on the shot, so it's not even a one-for-one trade. And then surviving backside. Very unexpected angle for those 2G players to be working against.
First round, one of the half here for Loud. It's not going to be enough in the long run, but it's a start. The op is gone for 2G. They've got no longer have that in possession, but they've got Dimensional Drift. They've got Nightfall.
Some monster ults to play off of. And Loud
Wait, is
don't
it
really have a split.
raining?
Again, it's 4 players grouped up in a main and giving some space for Tui's to work the extremities.
This time it's going to be the Astra allocated over towards B for 2G instead of the Yoru.
Yeah, it's very clear what the timeout calling was from SDK. It's let's play 4 grouped together and see what we can do on the lurks with some late inserts. That's going to be Cowanzine delayed into the A site.
Okay, Gobera's definitely got the potential to keep 2 2G players at this A side. Or rather, Cowanzine.
Yeah, the drone play a bit predictable. 2G still here.
Okay. Well, if this doesn't say, get off my lawn, I don't know what does. Steel Garden thrown down here. 2 years committing that one. This means Loud can sort of walk up in onto the B side now. Got the plant.
The Nightfall Astral Divide combo is so brutal, retaking into the site. Very hard for Loud. Do you stay on the site, get hit by the Nightfall, play off, be forced away behind the wall?
There it is. Both those ultimates committed. Here's Loud, trying to converge and be in position to fight for this, but it's going to be tough. 2 years down. Vinny also falling into Askia v Cowanzine, and he doesn't know where he's coming from.
Oh.
What is that? It's otherworldly. Extrasensory perception from Cowanzine. I don't know how he knew Askia was coming from there, and that's what it takes to keep this going, really?
The back of his neck was tingling, right? Those hairs standing up, goosebumps. Cowanzine, 10 HP. He's like, oh, this guy's just behind me.
That's crazy.
I mean, that is pure instinct. Pure instincts. Cowanzine now in his 2nd year on this Loud team, already looking so promising to start with in 2024. Continuing to grow in this role. Savior of the round.
Okay, so Louder still sort of in this game. 2G work onto a bad buy, doing a bit of an aggro piece into A. Just some sheriffs back to B. But even then, Loud still have the ultimates. They've been pretty liberal committing those ultimates in even on these anti-ecos. Just making sure they secure these rounds.
Okay,
Just like that, did you?
Contact there. Askia serves himself up. 2G really not in a position to argue with this A hit, but the spike was left back. It was a bit more of a default look here, so there will be time for these defenders, underarmed as they are, to get set.
Tui's position is crazy. He's working into the art insert while his team is planting over on B. Got a lot of time to work with.
More stall here for 2G. This time it's Gobert as util.
You can see 2G is really trying to hunt out this lurk. They haven't seen Tui's. They know he's going to be trying something.
No way, man. This is the long barrel, I'll say that much, yeah? The long barrel of the law is thwarted. PXS now gets an outlaw. Obviously the spike does go down after some stall there from the defenders. Again, still, it's tough. They've got a stinger, they've got an outlaw to work with. Here's a horn. Sees nothing. Stealth drone sees nothing. Silence sees nothing. And mess up to PXS.
Damn.
That's a big ask for him. Vinny's starting to get into the game a little bit more. He might have just doubled his frags in that round, I'm not going to lie.
Wait, he's at 6 kills?
Might be the hardest for Loud. Got a couple ultimates to work with for 2G. Full buy on their side too.
Okay, not the most complex round. A walk up there from Loud. Some superior weapons, good crossfires.
He has 7
Back
kills.
here, well and truly underway. That's 3 rounds in a row for Loud. 2G now go back to buy. They've got key ultimates as well. Steel Guard and Armageddon at the ready.
Dude, that's 4. Dude, that's 3 rounds in a row.
Man, should they want to go that way?
Early scouting doesn't spot anything. That's both info pieces from Loud spent immediately in the round. Usually that would indicate a faster acceleration, so they throw out the clone, that breaks the wall. It's gonna set up for a later pivot into A.
Oh.
That was an awkward shoulder peek for Askia. Punishable.
What Loud are gonna do is they're gonna dig the street here, see if they can find anything.
Dude, that was so like risky for him to like jiggle peek like that.
Thing for Loud is this A main player. We have not seen this player win the fights in the solo spot. If Pancata can't take down Askia, this round is so hard to play.
Wait.
We'll be tracking that. Askia waiting, watching the slimmest line. Cabrera falls back now, realizes what's happening, but doesn't have any time to get that util out. Null command is popped. Askia stranded in this position. Currently suppressed. Gate crash not an option. Pancata's going to keep him here. Hold him under the thumb. In place. Here comes the reinforcements now flashing through the smoke. Askia tried to reposition and it gets him one kill.
He get one.
Spike plant. Loose towards A main. Now
3 versus 5. Oh, 4. Sorry.
Steel Garden comes in now. That was from the defenders here. More stall. More denial of a plant.
But there's only 20 seconds. They need to get the spike down onto the ground. A couple of prowlers for LG to work with. Gobera has the ultimate too. The time is
Why
going
no one
away.
on time? Why no one on site?
Can
That's it.
Gobera time this properly? He cannot hear. That's the problem. Cosmic Divide prevents him from getting the sound cue that he needs, and the spike goes down. Here's the Armageddon though. Nobody there to be affected by it, but it'll still be a cleanup.
Wait.
Pancata here versus
Pancata?
4.
Clutch?
2G now.
Pancata clutch?
Staging ground to end the series. The Pancata stands up.
Oh my
God. Unreal! How do you just steal a moment like that? How do you call upon it? Just
Bro,
when you exactly need it?
Pancata.
Not only did he stay alive and made, he kills everyone on Loud. 4 kills to come away with a Red Bull clutch. Pancata on the Astra, sitting with 22 kills to his name right now.
That's 4 kills.
First they line up for him, and then the last 2 players, they wait. It's like, let's get the swing at the same time, but no, Pancata
Dude,
precedes them.
what the hell?
Strike catches them off guard.
I called it, chat. I called it.
The economy for Loud essentially broken. There's just so little to work with. They're forcing Awkward to try and stay in the game. That is a legendary showing for Pancata.
Timeout, bro. Oh my
Can't
god.
be overstated. A desperate timeout now for 2 game because nothing hits you harder than a gut punch like that from a previous champion who's still living the glory days.
That's 4. That's 4 rounds.
I mean, we saw
That
a
they
couple
won.
rounds ago snapping back behind the Astro wall. This time a 1v4. Infinitely more insane.
And the buffer for 2G is starting to run slim.
Oh yeah.
They're running out of space. Loud nipping at their heels now. They have equalized 2G's 4-round streak at the start of this half. It's a 2-round game. Just as it was when 2G moves onto the defense side.
And remember, that was the hardest round left for Loud, right? The ultimates have now been spent. You're not going to see 2G probably cycling those together for a while. Maybe next round or the round after, 2G will have another big ult round, but really we're just looking at one more.
Okay. In we go now, pressed up against the barrier. Loud have definitely been fighting for this control here of A-Man and trying to have Pancata as a loose end here. We got a walk up from Askia. Okay, man. That is the jackpot.
All right. That's 1 pick.
Looks like Loud are still wanting to contest this space. Get the orb.
Fake teleport.
Gate crash obviously back towards spawn, so Askia has the ability to get to B quickly should it be required. Loud know they've got some time to work with. There'll of course be a large amount of utility that has to be cleared on this B side of the map, and 2U's is hoping to get ahead of the game and find something. He does!
Wait, 2U's got a pick?
Frag. And that's going to pull one
He's
player
in?
over towards B while Loud trying to work into art. Good little 1-2 punch setup from 2G, but Loud doing their homework. Clearing away those angles and moving it back into that lurk to B.
It's diligent use of the util there for Loud. Not taking any undue risks. Now trying to control that B side as 2U's wants to pave the way.
Ooh.
Okay, that's a problem. That complicates things. Silent though is affected by that Nova Pulse, but is safe here for the time being. And there's another player here for 2G. Gate crash now into halls.
Almost a disaster there. Getting picked off by Silence. You know, Spike will go down. 2G have the numbers advantage, but no real util to work off.
Again, Loud Loud don't have much post plant util to lean on now. They're trying to buy a little bit of time.
You imagine like Loud
PXS
get E-killed here?
It's going to be a floodgates and 2G trying to come out from Hall, trying to take the fight here. Askia gets one, but it's not enough. It'll be PXS versus 2. You can't ask him to do it again, to repeat the feat from a previous clutch.
Oh.
Spotted out and dealt with by Digizine. It is a one
They just can't find the answer.
Loud just continuing to ride this wave of momentum. Digizine will have the ult. Askia looks like he wants to buy up into the operator. Trying to challenge for some of these opening fights.
One enemy remains.
This is it. It's your last best chance here for 2G to make things happen. Otherwise, you're at serious risk of letting Loud run away with this one. Dimensional drift as well for Askia, so plenty of early warning mechanism. Here come Loud.
The wrong guess from Askia, though, playing towards the A side. A lot of utility to scout out, sees nothing.
The gate crash, though, is all the way across the map.
It's true. And Loud are never really going to be able to accelerate when the Vise is set up towards B.
Okay, gate crash not taken by Askia.
Trying to see if there's anyone on site, which there isn't.
Digizine could drift into halls entirely here. There's so much free control. 2G have to go for a full retake.
It's even worse than that. Askia's teleport time down. Now the fight back into spawn with silence falling.
2G need to be an active participant in this round. They cannot simply look on as it just
Dude,
happens.
like, what are they doing? What is...
And they've got to, again, awkwardly come out from this position. From tower, from under, from Link. Into a full 5
Yeah, dude, he's about to ult. He's gonna ult here. Yeah.
Drift. It's surely garner some information, but he could have surmised there'd be a couple of Loud players here. Askia!
What?
Classic of all things. But he taken down, but Carter's missing. All of a sudden, this has been turned on his head. Digizine so low. So low.
Oh my gosh.
Him down. It falls to 2 years. The veteran. As LZ begins the defuse, 2 years thinks it's just a tap, he goes for the spray.
There's no way.
It's off the mark. And the defuse comes in.
He gets 3 and they're broke.
Oh,
dude.
Finally, one of these late rounds goes their way.
2G has no money to convert this round.
It's just the smoke allows them to stick through with the spike. That was madness. I mean, first of all, how are you getting that kill? I think LZ, Gobert, and Askia all won ridiculous 1v1s at the same exact time. But it was that flood coming in, every single player jumping out of a smoke behind a corner at the same time. Just overwhelmed Loud.
Yeah.
Again, it's messy, it's costly for 2G.
So no money.
Absolutely. Skint.
To convert this round.
Of course, they have a chance to take a back seat here and just fight for that round 24, but it was very costly for them.
If they can try and get one of these opening fights in mid, bait out a couple of ults from Loud.
This is no way. Oh, 2 years. Okay, gets very fortunate to have to back away and get a Razorvine down.
No.
Damn.
Silence. He's ahead of this wall. He's ahead of the Cosmic Divide.
The wall's going to buy so much time from the Astral. There's the second player flooding in already. 2G can fight this through, and Loud can't even commit.
Still a minute to play with, and there's a good chance you can bounce back across the map. That seems to be the plan for Loud.
But even with time, Loud have no position on the map. All of their players are in spawn. They didn't leave an insert towards B. That's the spike. They actually can't. So now, Loud almost have to attack into the center of the map or get completely called on their rotate.
That Steel Garden is completely pointless for 2 years. Has no impact virtually on its round. Into Art we go. 2G very quickly, rallying themselves here to Secret, to Flowers. Are we pump faking this?
It looks like the last round of Lotus, I'm not going to lie. 2G have numbers advantage. They over-rotate towards A because they want to play numbers. No way he's getting timing like this.
Yeah.
There's no way! Loud are back in the game. And Digizine, with rifles, you have to remember, Loud have the guns.
Still guarding, going to be thrown down anyway by 2 years. Takes the one stinger out of the game. Fair enough. Grapple down, Pancata gonna get the spike deployed. Askia very, very low. With a stinger here playing from tower, it's an awkward spot to be.
No, never mind.
Nightfall here. There's a retake wall, but do you want to spend these ultimates in a round like this? 2G probably no. As PXS steps up, knocked down instantly. LZ gets his one. This should be a Loud round. They've got control, player advantage, everything you could ask for. Great macro. The bounce back over towards B.
Yeah, did nothing to do there.
Here comes round 24. It's about as
I mean,
important as it
if
gets.
even if the fade hold, like you hit that fade ult,
Any of their own. They've got
few ways of util, right? No, maybe.
Of silence in the Steel Garden. So they can afford to sort of group together, fight very heavy on one side, play full retake.
Maybe
their
be
buys if
waste.
they want to, because those ults combo beautifully together.
Okay, they've got those to lean on, as you mentioned. This is for extra innings. This is Loud getting back into the game. They won, what, like 6 of the last 7 rounds here? Ask you. This could be so pivotal, pushing up onto this line that Kawanzin is prepared for it again.
Wow, they had 3 players on a high-low there. Couldn't get the kill.
He took 0 damage at that.
That's huge.
Now Loud.
2G want to show the idea of aggression, but really, they want to play numbers and they want to play retake. They don't want to risk any of those players with the big ults falling early in the round.
Yeah, I mean, they want to project a willingness to fight, but they'd rather just negotiate from a position of power. That's it. They want the fight to get close in onto this site. They've got the
Wait, what is this? Yeah, like
Stall that comes in, the better,
why is a
starts to look.
fade wall? Why is a vice wall here? Not here.
It's trying to pull rotates. It's not actually trying to accomplish much of
What
anything.
the hell?
Okay, Digis in. Gatecrash back to the spike location. 2G opt not to, insert anyone over towards A main.
Just noticed that.
That might still be forced to use the util to clear that part of the map.
I mean, timing on a re-hit would be good. The fade is rotated away, so it's only 2.
Oh, yeah, I just noticed that. Why is a fade? The vice wall here.
They get spotted out here. Silence critical here with the Sheriff earlier on. Here's a Nightfall. This is going to slow things up.
20 seconds.
Not a lot of time to work with. And there's Silence.
Oh, no.
There through mid. There's another one coming. I don't know if he's going to be ready for it, but it may not matter.
This,
2G
there's no way.
on the precipice of
There's
doing
no
it.
way that Loud lose like this.
Losing their leader, take their first win of Americas in a debut for PXS.
What?
Silencing the doubters and maybe the doubt in their own minds as well.
That's 2, dude. That's 2 times in a row.
Unbelievable.
Loud has wasted that much time
Loud looking
trying to
stunned on the other
convert
side
a
of the
plant.
stage.
With the havoc of this last week in the 2G camp to come out and 2-0 the Brazilian team in Loud
Loud is washed.
is just madness.
And for me, it feels like a changing of the guard somewhat. This is another infusion of new blood into Americas. And
So,
these guys, this 2G team weren't even supposed to
yeah, my
be
pick 'em cooked.
They were the 2nd seed.
My pick 'em is
In
cooked.
fact, one of the underdogs for most of the tournament up until the end. Huge faceless, big change. They dig deep. They find PXS.
Wow.
After spending his time in Tier 2 in Brazil. Talk about a plug-and-play solution. Guys like a sea monkey, just add water. Instant entertainment.
Crazy too. PXS not even on his normal roll, coming in looking good.
Fitting into these elaborate Tejo breach.
Loud is washed, bro. There's no way.
Don't get me
They're
wrong,
so washed.
They got wild with it. There were so many moments. LZ in particular is taking these solo plays, and he was so effective throughout the day.
I mean, someone who has had to step into some big shoes and call, as well as be incredibly impactful over the course of that first map. The guy was popping off. He's a huge component of the fact that, 2G even get to this map while being ahead. And they got off to such a great start. It's Askia's moment to shine at the start of Pearl. He's 4-0, dominating Digizine on his first game on Yoru. And just when it looks like Loud are back in the game, it's a timeout. It's Faith managing to craft a strategy for this team, and the composure from this young squad is so impressive. Just like we saw in Mexico.
I gotta see Boosie's tweet.
First win.
I gotta see Boosie's tweet, bro. I gotta see it.
If they can somehow 2G take down a couple of other teams, they can start to enter the playoffs picture. At the same time, Loud, it is dire straits, starting off 0-2, dropping a series versus 2G, the projected bottom team in this group. It is now batten down the hatches and pray, because you've got to win basically everything from here on out.
Loud, you are the team, the household name, also the kryptonite of every other Brazilian team in the league up until this point. Yeah, not anymore. That's right. That's what I mentioned. Changing of the guard. Now, it feels so awkward for such a, a venerated team to not have their destiny for playoffs in stage 1 in their own hands. Crazy times here in the Riot Games Arena. We're going to head over to Riv down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Gubera.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And it is, in fact,
I'm trying to see Boosie's tweet. Did he tweet anything?
Loud 2-0. Years in the making. You come to this point, you're able to take down your Brazilian brethren to start off. What does it mean to see kind of everything come together here for the first win on the stage?
Depois de tanto tempo, vocês vêm para cá ganhando de 2-0 dos seus irmãos brasileiros. O que foi a caminhada até aqui?
A caminhada é sempre muito dura, sempre acompanhei eles desde o começo da franquia e tá podendo agora confrontá-los aqui no palco do VCT Américas é algo muito especial para mim e gratificante.
Well, I've been following this team forever, right? So, being here playing against them on this stage is something completely like I can't even believe.
And talk to me about how the team has gotten through, you know, the past, as we were talking to the other team, people of the team, the last 48 hours have been tough. IGL changes, teams or players coming in for role changes. How are the vibes? How do you get through this? What were the thoughts coming into today?
Eu tava falando antes com alguns outros
tweet out them.
E as últimas 48 horas foram bem difíceis. Trocaram de IGL, tiveram um jogador novo chegando. Como é que foi a preparação para hoje? Como é que foi a pressão de estar aqui?
Então, foi algo bem duro assim de lidar. Essa mudança foi muito rápida, então a gente botou a cabeça no lugar, continuamos trabalhando duro e deu isso. O resultado foi muito bom.
Dude, Loud is washed.
Colocar o nosso jogo em dia.
It was like hard, of course, with all these changes. But we could, you know, just focus on this game and bring it today, and the results are here.
Awesome. Well, two more questions for you. Talk to me about playing now with PSX on the team. A lot of clutch rounds there. How was it adding him in and having that power?
Trazendo um jogador novo para o time, né, o PXS. Como é isso? O que ele traz para o time?
Cara, ele tá trazendo uma vibe muito boa pro time. Ele consegue trazer pra gente alguns pontos que a gente acabava não tendo no time. Além da mira, o moleque é muito embaçado, provou pra ele, pra todo mundo que a gente tem potencial. A gente que tá vindo de baixo do VCB, a gente tem potencial sim pra disputar no maior alto nível.
Well, he's great, right? He has a lot of aim and he brings to the team what we were lacking. And I mean, like we're coming from tier 2, so reaching this stage and bringing a strong game is really important.
And final question is about you. You know, with this win, it's got to feel great. But what are your goals for Gobera? What are you looking to prove this split?
Claro que você está sentindo ótimo depois da vitória, mas quais são os planos para o Gobera?
Yo,
Cara, os planos para mim, eu acho que a gente continuar na pegada que a gente tá. A gente tá muito bem com o time. Agora o foco é para os próximos jogos, claro. E a gente busca essa vaguinha no Champions. A gente quer manter na franquia agora.
I think the focus for me, it's actually just focus on the next games, keep this moment, this pace. The team is really good, and we are looking for this spot in the Masters.
Awesome, Gobera, congrats on the win again. 2G, take a win over Loud. Aldi, thank you so much for translating. Don't go anywhere. We got more games coming up. We got C9 versus Leviathan next. Don't go anywhere.
Dude, we have to win against Loud next weekend, right? Oh my god, dude, 100 versus Loud next weekend. On a Saturday. No, on a Friday. Fuck. So wait, it's EG Sentinels. Wait, EG and Sentinels play on Friday? Oh crap. And 100 versus Loud. There's like no way that 100 lose against Loud. There's no way. Loud looked lost this season, like this game, this series. They look so lost. So there's really no way that they lose. So there's no way. G2 Energy playing on Saturday? Huh. Alright then. I'm totally watching this. I'm totally watching the G2 Energy game. That game should be entertaining to watch. 2G and Crew on Saturday. And then for Sunday, is Vera and Lev, C9 and MIBR. Okay. My pick'em is already chalked. Yeah, my pick'em chalked. I think okay, so look. So my pick'ems, I had Loud winning against G2 or against 2G, right? Didn't expect this turnaround. I didn't expect that. So yeah, Loud lost, and now my pick'ems is chalked. So if Lev can win against C9, it should be really clean what the standings are for group stages. Because Lev is 0-1. C9 is 0 or 1-0. I don't know.
Definitely excited to play against Leviathan. Facing Rossi, I would say the other guys on the team have more stake into that game than me, but I'm definitely excited. He's one of my friends, so it's going to be a great match. He's a good player.
On C9, I was very, very hands-on, so I don't think there's going to be much mind game unless I'm mind gaming against myself. Easiest way to lose is to overthink and to go deep into those mind games, so we're just going to keep it simple and do our thing, and I'm going to do what I know is best for myself and for the team.
Sacando una ronda y Rossi, papá.
I would say our playstyle is very disruptive and aggressive and confident, and theirs is very similar, so it's going to be a brawl, honestly, and we'll see what happens.
Getting net out of heaven, he has been a problem for NRG, and he'll continue to tear.
Oh.
For the match against C9, I don't have any hatred towards them. They had an issue with me. I don't have an issue with them. So let's win.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our final match of the week, Leviathan versus CLOUD9. I'm Zoe, back on the desk together with Sean Garris and Wyatt. But before we're digging into this one, we have to talk about it. We have to talk about what just happened on that stage. Why didn't you predict him this week? Why you could have been a genius?
I actually believed too early.
Glue is gone.
You peaked too early. Yeah, you just missed it by
Dude, Rossi versus old team?
Yeah, they left the glue factory. Yeah. They're actually back. That I don't even know what to say. All of the little minuscule win cons that we had to sell to the audience as a dream they actually they all
Dreaming. Everyone's dreaming out there now. No, but that was just so important for so many individuals on that team. LZ is one I'm looking at here. I mean, being put into that position is so very difficult. And he did such a phenomenal job. You could see the relief on his face right after the match was over.
Yeah. I mean, he deserves it. He deserves all the credit in the world. This guy played out of his mind mechanically, like as an individual. And then he brought a game plan that looked very good. We expected something scrappy, like a double duelist.
Yeah,
he brought legit comps today.
I was scared when they deviated to the meta comp with Yoru Breach Taeho with the Vice.
How did they win it?
There are so many moving parts with that comp.
Yes.
They've been practicing together as a team like one day or something. And they
Wait, honestly, they've been doing that. Oh, wow.
Because I feel like PXS came in and played out of his mind. The 1-on-2 on Pearl and B site was insane. Askia also came into this team when Prize left, playing out of his mind on Yoru. Like, it's just all clicking.
Yeah, so many changes, new pieces, and they made it work, and in what a fashion they did it. Very exciting stuff. I'm very interested to see how this is going to play out for them for the rest of the season. And now, let's focus on the match at hand and talk about what we got here, because this is another good one. It's a grudge match. I'm so excited for this one. Rossi will get an opportunity to face off against CLOUD9 that dropped him, and I have to say it, very unceremoniously during the off-season. Like, that was a surprise to people, to him, I'm sure, too.
The entire scene.
The world.
It really did.
It was insane.
It's the most I've seen this scene, respectfully, care about CLOUD9. Like, people were outraged about this
and they
to
had
a crazy extent.
I mean, that off-season game that Rossi played with CLOUD9, after they boot camped in Korea, right? He spent the whole month with the team in Korea. He top fragged the tournament, like rating-wise, on the initiator role while IGLing, and then they were like, "Nah, we don't need it."
Yeah, it's not a good fit though.
Yeah, not a good fit.
Not a good fit.
And that was just mind-blowing.
And to their credit, they have. Yeah, it's actually worked out. They're playing very well. They look like a very consistent, reliable team at the moment. And so they ended up making the good decision. Just one of those situations where it's not an indictment of Rossi's skill. They were just genuinely correct in that he wasn't the right fit, despite that skill.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can be the best in the world if it doesn't fit the team for whatever reason. It just doesn't fit. So it hopefully works out for both sides, because Rossi now obviously on that Leviathan squad, who has to make it work over there. I loved the little video we just saw for that match introduction. He was so sassy.
Spicy.
That's a good one. So seemingly he's chill. He seems to vibe with the team.
Listen to their comms in the off season. Did you get a chance to listen to their comms in that off season?
No, I didn't listen to the comm videos.
He basically had all of the info funneled towards him and was microing everyone. He was calling high lows. We should 3-2-1 swing this together. He was also calling macro stuff like initial game plan and what we should do when the other team is eco. And he had full control. I was blown away. And then when they got rid of him, I was like, maybe he had too much control. Maybe he had too much of a say. And that is a flaw in Valorant. You want a lot of people bring in ideas from all over because there's so much variance. There's so many things happening on the map at once that there's a bogged down delay in things if it all goes through Rossi. But I don't think that should be the problem with Lev, because King has IGL'd for a long time. So they have multiple voices here.
What were your thoughts on the performance then from just last week?
I thought he led the team really, really well. I think people are very low on them right now, actually. The initial first halves, I like the looks that they gave, and the Icebox half, particularly on attack, if you go back and watch that, they were innovating. Like, I actually was impressed by,
they were the
5
first
rounds.
team I think we've seen in America's bring something new on Icebox. Everyone else is traditional comp or the Harbor comp.
Yes, they struggled with other
Harbor
things like
comp.
putting players on new roles. I don't think Demon 1 looked very good on controller, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think King had his best game, maybe his worst game I've ever seen King play.
He has been a phenomenal player for years at this point on this Lev roster.
Yeah.
So reliable. Yeah, such an outlier game from him. I really think that this team are paralyzed by options. They have too many great flex players. Eventually, I think they'll land on something where all of the moving parts are perfect.
I say eventually, the clock's ticking.
Yeah, I mean,
the stage is very short if you're really looking at it, so every single match does matter.
But Zoe, we're in this double initiator meta right now, and they have 2 very good initiators in Rossi and Calm. I got faith they can bounce back. I really do.
well, they can prove it today. Now, earlier today, Riv got to chat with Coach Imi to talk about having to play against the team's former IGL. Let's hear what he had to say.
I'm here with C9's Imi to chat for a moment before the game. There was quite a bit of community backlash with the roster change from Rossi. Do you feel like there's any kind of pressure to win today or make sure that you prove everyone wrong?
No, I don't think there's any pressure. Haters are going to hate if we win. If we lose, that's what they do. They hate.
Where's the confidence coming from?
Just don't care. We have our team. I don't care about Rossi. He's not my problem anymore. I'm glad. It's got nothing to do with me.
Imi, thanks. Good luck today.
Damn.
That was unnecessary.
That was pretty spicy.
Not my problem.
I like the fit. He looked like an extra on The Sopranos with a gold chain and the polo.
Yeah.
White polo with the chain. I don't know.
This just sounded like a response who's absolutely over getting blasted from the community. Because you said it before, like it was almost unproportionate the way they reacted to that. I don't like Cloud9 were literally the villain heading into the stage.
He's been over talking about that. I remember in kickoff, Riv did an interview where he had to ask the same question because you have to ask it. And Imi's like, well, that's the 14th time I've been asked this in the last 2 months, and
yeah, eventually you're over
it's
it.
going to work, and I don't care and don't want to answer this anymore.
Honestly, I'm vibing with that. The amount of time I've been asked how it is to be a woman in esports is entirely too many times. So after 19 years of that, you kind of that's your response at the end of the day. Like that's what you're going to say then.
You also have to empathize. This guy's used to interviews after map 1, and Cloud9 never starts series well in map 1. So normally, he's getting like rinsed by the community. I swear, he is one of the most like strategic coaches we have out here, but he gets rinsed because of how this team plays in map 1s week after week. So he's
just like last week.
So over
Let's talk about that because last week they had their opening match against Energy and they went down. Initially, people started to be very hype on Energy, but then very worried and concerned about Cloud9. However, they brought it back, and once again, they did it on the back of Zeppa having his second lifetime game. I don't know how many lifetime games one can have, but this is the second time, and again, it was against Energy, funny enough.
And again on Fracture, specifically. For some reason, that is just Zeppa's home map. That clutch from Vic was vile. That shouldn't be happening. The random flick one-tap through the cage, and then in the meantime, I can't remember who that was, Ethan, just couldn't get the spray connection, and then they get out to this big lead on Pearl. That was crazy.
Dude, Zeppa, he's hit off-season form. Off-season plus energy in parentheses. Like, this guy is on fire. If Oxy plays like Oxy of last year or the year prior, this team could literally be in Toronto.
I feel like we haven't even seen that yet. They haven't even needed Oxy to go nuclear.
It's like he's their secret weapon in the back pocket. It's like Holy Trail. Then it's again Oxy go kill, which used to be the strat. But it's great to see for this year's roster that this is not the only thing they can rely on. Like they have other people who shoot.
Yeah.
Even IGL, Mitch is a shooter. I don't think people give Mitch enough credit in the IGL role. This guy has been playing for a while now, but the way he leads the team, he's got like kind of a more passive voice, makes everyone feel good about themselves, and he allows the players to make big comms and big plays in the moment. He's like a player's IGL, and I really like watching his teams play because you get the freedom from the players, and this team will excel in that kind of system.
Yeah, really outside of Oxy, I think all the individuals on this team are underrated to some extent, and Zeppa, the man on the screen in the offseason, was crazy underrated. People were calling for his head in the offseason, and he has turned up.
What?
This is
everything.
That's so good.
Yeah, incredible. The aura. It's with us today. No, I mean, the vibes are obviously good. They're starting things off really well this stage, and during the win over Energy, Net was hype as well from round 1, just yelling across the stage, bringing the energy.
I've loved watching Net. I think he's really transformed himself as a player since being on G2 at the start of VCT last year, gets cut, goes back down to Challengers to compete with M80, had a slow start, then started heating up, and now on this Cloud9 team, I think has really found his form. He's been fantastic in these situations where he's cutting off players on rotates when they're on attack. He always has this sense for picking off flankers from the other team. He has been a rock. I'm really blown away by his play at the moment.
Yeah, he's a very cerebral player. He makes great comms. Not decent. This guy actually can IGL. He IGL'd the defensive half for M80 all of last year, and he probably is having a huge impact on this team as well. I've had him luckily on my teams in ranked. This guy's like a hard carry. He never stops talking. He is an excellent player. To have on your team, he rounds out this team so well.
I mean, overall, this team is looking good. They're looking happy. They're looking on fire. They're on a good trajectory. And we're not sure which version of the players we're getting today, but you know, everyone can shoot, so I'm not worried at all. Now, if we're looking at the other side, though, Lev, they're coming into this with a lot of big changes, role swaps. Like, it's just, there's a lot going on there, a lot of moving pieces. How confident are we with the current rendition?
Honestly, I was ultra confident in them coming into this stage. They have raised concerns for me. I'm not ready to jump off of the bandwagon just yet for this team, because I do really believe that they have all of the pieces to have one of our top America's teams that can qualify for international events. But it's going to be difficult to put the pieces in the right places because they literally have too many options with this squad. They can try so many different roles, and it's going to be tough to iron things out, but I do believe they can get there.
I agree. I think they can get there. And like I said, we're in this double initiator meta, and they have two insane initiators in Rossi and Com. They have players that will communicate and be proactive with util, create new util that the rest of the scene hasn't seen. They'll cook up all plays left and right. That's what they're known for. What they really should be focused on is getting Demon 1 situated on like a solo Viper icebox role. It worked last week because they just hit A, hit A, hit A, hit B, hit B. But when it comes to timing your wall and your toxins, I guarantee you Demon 1 isn't on a pro level right now that we should be seeing in VCT, but it'll come with time. Mechanically, he is incredible, and I have immense faith in them.
I think everyone has faith in the individuals. Yeah. What I have faith in is the emotions, all right? I'm here for the drama, I'm here for the storylines, I'm here for the grudge match. So let's hear what Rossi had to say ahead of this one to Riff when they got together.
I'm here with Leviathan's Rossi before their matchup today. A few questions for you. First off, takeaways from week one now that you got that VCT stage game under your belt.
I think the key takeaways from the week one was just learning more about ourselves because we're relatively a new team, but also just understanding what we actually need to do because both maps, we had like one good side, one bad side, so we're just really just polishing the weaknesses in our game, and that's really about it.
And how's it been IGLing for the new squad?
It's been good. I mean, it's much different compared to my last team because I have a lot of experienced players. I have 2 world champions, and these guys made top 3 last year as well. So very high experience team, so it's a little different, but overall pretty similar.
Final question, got to ask, any added pressure going against C9 today?
No, sir.
All right, Rossi, thank you so much. Good luck in the game.
Yo, I want Cloud9 just to dip down, bro.
Relaxed, but,
just
that's a good
fall
mindset
down. Just
like that.
down
I
on
think the
C9.
is the experience. That lets me know that they're having a lot of extra things coming in from the outside that he didn't have on Cloud9, which I said he was more like a dictator on that team. I don't think it's like that here.
Yeah, probably not. And like you mentioned, with King IGLing for that team for so long. Also appreciate when we had some of the listen-ins with Lev last week, he was keeping the vibes up. It looked like they were having fun the whole time.
Yeah, he actually kept it
They were
positive.
having a good time, despite losing,
Well, you know what? The audience is keeping it positive as well. Let's bring the teams to our stage
All right.
right now.
Starting, boys.
Looking at Cloud9 here first as they're taking to the stage. They kicked off stage 1 with a victory against Energy. Zeppa having an absolute lifetime performance once again. We know this team can shoot.
Yo,
really
starting now.
To see more from these guys. I do feel like they're going to have a high level of consistency this year. I think they're a legit.
Are you gonna screen share, or are you gonna make me open up your Twitch?
I'm just seeing underrated
screen share.
sleeper picks from challengers that the community doesn't give enough respect to yet, but eventually they're going to have to.
Yeah, I see a team that
Sub
actually
Twitch.
has a
Sub
lot
chat.
of similarities to, say, maybe like another NA team like 100 Thieves, right? They play with a lot of aggression.
Fucking steamrolls them, I won't lie to you.
Young players. Again, I think.
Dude, I hope Lev just lose, bro. Or I hope like Lev win.
As he was in the past, but
I think Oxy has a great series, one of his best series. But I don't think
Leviathan, which is coming into stage 1 with a bunch of changes, role swaps, new IGL and player in the mix as well, namely Rossi, who I'm sure is feeling extra motivated to go up against his former team.
I'm
they have
super
Rossi
excited to
GG.
see what these guys can bring in another match. I'm curious to see if they want to swap things up, if they feel like that was just a bad day. We were talking to Dre earlier, and he felt like watching back that game, it literally just came down to they were not winning duels. They were not in form. I wonder if they feel that way, or if they feel like they need to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and that's going to happen, right? When you take these heavy mechanical aimers. And look at everyone on the screen right now. These are aimers. These guys can shoot. But when you put them in these supportive roles and make them think util first, sometimes they're going to have duds like what we saw last week where they were just absent in 2 of the halves. If they can piece that together, if they can really drill down their game and make sure everything is understood ahead of time, this team should be feared.
All right, we got the map picks. Curious to see Cloud9 taking us to Split. This is the first time that they're actually playing the map this year, and they picked it into Lev, who just lost it last week. So assuming they feel they're going to have the ability to anti them with ease, they weren't impressed by what Lev were doing.
Oh,
whatever
crap.
they've got cooked up will be a complete surprise to Lev.
Yeah, and Lev last week ran the Breach Teo on Common Rossi.
11?
I believe they ran the Yoru also on King. And King, he was missing kills that I would normally
It's like
say,
bluffing going on my
genius for
stream.
this guy. He is one of the best players in our region, and he was set up for kills. There's no way that happens again. He will not play as bad of a game as he did in week 1.
I can pull
The
up the
question
game
is
on my
whether they
computer.
keep him
You're
on
good.
Duelist, because like you said, they have a wealth of options.
Yeah, they
have so many things.
Really do. They really do.
Oh, he was on Viper last week.
Okay.
Okay, I was like, wait a second. Demon 1 was on
I
him.
was already getting too excited.
I got excited.
No, and to be fair, they did have a solid defense. It was just on attack. They completely fell flat. So that's really the area of improvement they're going to need to have right now against C9.
I got an ad. God dang it.
Excited to see more from Calm as well. I mean,
YouTube?
we're talking about this team, you can't ignore the fact that they have world champions. They have
I
players
only
that
watch
have been
Valorant
to
on YouTube.
multiple Masters / champs international events in the past versus a team with primarily challengers players that just came up. There is an experience diff.
The mirror comp.
God damn it,
Wyatt.
YouTube.
Oh, this is actually one of my favorite plays, actually, to pick the map that the other team played the week prior, anti-strat them to death, and literally
just steal what worked and anti what was trash.
Demon 1's back on smokes.
I'm not mad at it.
200 IQ play from Imi coming in.
I'm not mad at it. You have to keep your eyes on King here. They haven't adjusted. He's got to step it up on the Yoru. He's got to hit those shots that he was missing last week.
I'm excited for this one. We're going to see the mirror comp on our first map. Let's see how this one is going to play out. So let's send it over to your casters. It's Duck and Dre.
He's like
Thank you so
lagging
much. So I
still.
think when we think about this series and you think about Cloud9 playing against Lev, Dre, I would say, and I think the talent predictions would agree, that Cloud9 are favored in this match. Maybe slightly, but they are favored in it. But we've got to talk stats. We've got to talk history. Since the beginning of Stage 2 last year up until today, Cloud9's record against teams named NRG, 3-0. Perfect record, right? They're farming NRG. Any team not named NRG, they're 0-6 against. The last team that Cloud9 beat that was not NRG in VCT was MIBR, and that was May of 2024.
Yeah, that's an absolute ridiculous
All right.
stat, by the way.
I think my stream
just
should
to
be good
talk
now.
about Cloud9 expectations
Sweet.
as well is last year Stage
That's
1 they
a
were
crazy
5-1.
stat.
And you want to know who one of those teams
Their
were
only
that they
wins
beat?
come against
Leviathan.
fucking NRG.
Let's see if this team can repeat itself here on
True.
this first map of Split.
No, what
Cloud9
of G9? Go
are
C9 now.
taking main control
Wait,
against
King.
it.
That's a great
King,
start
bruh.
for Lev, man. Sean was talking about it. There's no way King has another abysmal performance like he did last week. It doesn't get much better than that to kick
How old
things
is
off.
Zeppa?
Yeah, and as things slow down, I'd love to talk about that because sometimes
should
when
be
you're
in
on this
20s,
roll,
no?
it's
Oh,
not
shit,
even
he's getting old.
your fault. You're just not comfortable enough. And I think this match right here is going to be a big test to Leviathan to see if they're getting a little bit more comfortable on these, wacky rolls that people are talking about. The pivot from sewers to A site right now. King, the power of the Yoru is you could be two places at once. It feels like he's going to be here to fight at A.
I
as
gotta
well.
say, I really like
Tex, he's such a great anchor. Let's
Demon
see
1 on an Omen.
what Cloud9 can do to test.
Yeah, I think
the
Demon 1 on
defense of
smokes
Leviathan.
is probably my
Both
favorite
side by
thing to
side,
watch.
The spit's gonna hurt a little bit. You've got the stun coming out as well as
Oh, they're
King.
getting
Looking to
crunched
get a little bit of
there.
space from up top. Dropping Mitch, not able to connect on the second as Cloud9
Oh,
are getting a
shit.
little bit of space. They're getting a little bit of room to work with here.
Spam kills from Vic into heaven.
now the numbers go the way of Cloud9 somehow. Rossi and Demon 1 are left on this retake. You do have Paranoia, you do have the fault line, Doug.
Oh, he just blinded Rossi.
For Leviathan, snatch this pistol away. Will Demon 1 close by? Was a household name in Valorant. He's going to get an opener. Oxy will fall.
Nice. Let's go, Rossi.
And that's a pistol round 1. Something that Leviathan couldn't do at all in their last matchup.
I want Rossi to embarrass C9.
Having a stronger start.
Yeah, that situation was crazy.
I think you mentioned Leviathan there very quickly. I want to talk about their expectations as well, because we
Like, how are you gonna have someone pop off in the kickoff event or in the off season and just like kick them out? Like, they won the Red Bull home ground. They're like, we good.
how do they make them work?
Is that where they did? Is that the one that they had the co-ed teams?
Yeah. They've lost to MIBR twice, and they've lost to G2.
They have like most of the region there.
Now feel like they're going to be competing against the
like
best
8
of the
teams.
They had a co-ed event where like G2 had both Gozen and the main team.
I think they're.
Oh no, that's not it.
That event was fire though.
Game, yeah, they kinda got
oh yeah, it
blown
was.
out, against MIBR, but the macro was really good. Rossi calls, he calls phenomenally for this team of Leviathan. Honestly, it's just the execution that was lacking in the comfortability in terms of their mechanics. MIBR were just sitting them down in trap plays. That's usually supposed to go in your favor. So if Leviathan could just have a little bit more confidence, a little bit more firepower behind their traps, Cloud9 need to be very careful.
Yeah, you can make the argument that those 2 losses are quality losses. The thing is so he was mentioning on the desk, it's a short runway. You don't really have a lot of time to afford some quality losses or not. You've got to convert. That's the pressure Leviathan are facing here. So far winless in stage 1.
Oh!
Demon 1, he's back.
It's an eco, but crispy out of Demon 1 so far.
Good shit, Demon 1.
Confidence kills for sure. I mean, amongst all that utility, he's just sitting in the open. He's getting 4 now. Oxy, he's gonna drop here too to match.
Nice.
Demon 1
I wanted an ace on Demon 1 on Omen.
Shots from him, and you know it's gonna be a dangerous, dangerous game when a player like Demon 1 is getting fired up so early on. He's sitting at 5-0 right now, and he's able.
Dude, like honestly, I gotta say, this is what a coaching staff should have done in the start of the game of last week. You know, like you put a championship player like Demon 1, like a world champion, bro, he will fry on that agent. He would fry.
Yeah, I mean, and then you have the little crackhead on Duelist.
It's like, okay, like what are we doing here?
Yeah, and look at the defense right now. The power of the Yoru is he has a TP all the way towards screens at A. Maybe he opts not to take it because you could just rotate through mid, but it's going to be a retake for Leviathan here on the A site. It's a pretty healthy buy from them as well.
Oh.
Again, a spam kill for Vic.
That's unfortunate.
I'd be doing that shit.
I'd
be doing that
now too. So the retake
50-50 shot, let's do
it. For the side of Leviathan, Cloud9 are in a really good position here in the post plant to close this round out.
I think that good position just got better. Comms using his salvos, doesn't have that to play around. The stun is through as well.
God, that was a
Getting
stinger?
little taste of his own medicine.
Stinger OP.
4v4 still in play. Mitch and Zeppa alongside Net. Trying to do their best to keep them back, and you were trying to flush Net out from main, and it just doesn't work out.
Yeah, just damage now for King.
What a
dichotomy!
That's a
for Cloud9. He's done just
that's a crazy eco, bro.
Yeah, that's a crazy bonus round.
Pretty good from Leviathan to destroy the economy of Cloud9.
Dude, if Nat had any damage on,
Cloud9 are
that would have been a fucking perfect eco.
Not afraid of going light armor and buying into things, and maybe that's what we're
I
going
mean,
to see.
they have to go like light armor now.
But still,
holy
shit! A really strong start so far.
And King is already has the op in
plan.
hand. This is going to be a crazy round, I think.
4.
Look at that stat too. Cloud9 are 3-0 against Leviathan, all time in VCT.
3-0.
I mean, they haven't played in forever.
And by the way, keep in mind they beat Leviathan with Aspas.
We mentioned the op at the beginning of the round.
It's already 22 rounds. Let's go big. The heck?
He was a little shaky with it in the previous match.
Pre-fire 3 smokes the Vandal. Yikes. Dude.
Yeah, I think Vic has.
Yeah, you be doing that shit all the time, right?
You would think so. Mitch still has a stun. That means he didn't use it to clear that at the beginning of the round.
Heavy utility invested to take control of vents.
Oxy
now,
is so
they like
far
to do a
up
lot of
already.
replaying with utility of themselves. It's going to be
Holy shit.
A focus towards ramp right now. And that allows Rossi
Fence
to
push
pivot and
it
hold
A
that vent.
heaven?
Keep a close eye on the TP that King just
Wait,
dropped.
they...
It's not going to get him super far, but it will help some of the early rotations if it's a scurry back A. Now, Cloud9 are in a position where they can still
They don't
flip the
know.
map. If they don't like what they see A, they have enough mid control that they could end B. But they're doubling down. They're digging their heels and they want to end A. And so far, so good for Cloud9.
Wait, Rossi?
Great response from Rossi, though, on the Vic. Flashed by a little bit of time, and he's going to connect on another.
Oh my god.
Falls at the ends of
got that
Oxy.
kill on Oxy.
But now with 2v2, the spike, or excuse me, the op arriving at the scene.
Retake with an op. Okay, let's do it.
Riot on the way out, not taking the bait of the tap now. The second time is confirmed. The op, excuse me, the ult pulled instantly. King in a brutal spot. How do you win this?
Oh, damn.
Sean was
That's
talking about
a good play,
off-season
I can't lie.
form from Zeppa. The reaction time right
Look at
there.
Oxy.
I love
Get off
Oxy,
the
bro.
screen
I
and
love
actually
Oxy.
commit to that flick and hit it is so impressive. That is a testament to
That's-
what Sean was saying.
That's like one guy that I was like,
Mechanical
wouldn't
skill
mind
form that
being
Zeppa is in
owned.
right now. It's part of
Actually, no, he be
Cloud9's
talking a lot of
recipe
shit
for
though,
success.
but, like low key.
I
feel like
yeah, I mean, look at how
Oxy
quick
is
that
one of
is,
those
right?
people that I wouldn't mind hanging
Tex
out
had
with.
the one
IRL.
up there too. I mean,
Yeah,
kept
no,
all
I
the
wouldn't
way
mind
out.
it.
Just not quick enough. It will be a tie game now, as B main control is the main focus for the pack of Cloud9. You don't have to worry about that operator anymore. And this is something that we see.
Dude, I'm so mad I
King
didn't
do
buy that
quite a
knife.
bit.
It's such a good knife.
He'll go push
Oh, the
towards
VC
A,
knife?
TP
Yeah.
all the way back to B.
Dude, I bought it off the
I think
rip.
it's
I'm
something
like,
that could be
oh,
punished by the side of Cloud9 if they
this
do
is
their prep
knife.
correctly. Every single time King started A with the Yoru in this 3-2 default, he TP'd back to B. And MIBR played into that, but Cloud9, having that footage, they understand that this A side is going to be weak.
Yeah, you imagine they're leaning into it. It's at least it seems to be the case. A TP already through, but it's a fake.
Cloud9 are taking a little bit too long. The delay from the
Oh,
takeover
he's talking about the
missiles
VC
off the side
knife.
of Leviathan was enough, but the rotates still aren't here, so Leviathan aren't really favored in this round unless
I wish I
Cloud9
had
decided to
the
pivot for no reason.
2021 like Champs
Deep
Karambit.
smoke. There's no one there to see it.
God damn it.
Now Calm is feeling all of the pressure, but it's a fake. Look at the rotations; they're all headed back towards A. Meanwhile,
Oh,
Cloud9
this is
quietly
a dude. This is
try
a
to slip the net.
good call
Overcooked,
here.
though. All the members of Leviathan are here. They don't have the weaponry, though.
They may not have had enough time to let this one settle. You mentioned the lighter guns. Demon wants the first to fall. Tex tries to check the smoke, and he's dispatched. There's just not enough bite behind this bark.
Yeah, the Sheriff just not hitting quite yet. The spacing of Cloud9 on that pivot was the key factor of getting the spike planted so far. And now you're just left in a 2v5 scenario, damage being the only good thing that can come out of this. There's no way you win this round.
No, I think you cut Rossi loose there. He's one off of his ult.
He gets
Secure it into the next, yeah.
Oh my.
Two
Wait.
kills found.
Oh no.
Oh, dude, I really thought Rossi gonna do it.
And although Cloud9 do
Yeah,
run
fucking
into a
noses
stack,
outside of the stun,
the
I
shots
think.
just not connecting
It-
for Leviathan.
yeah, I only
This
stunned
was
one.
a big problem that they had against MIBR. They have really good reads
If he
on the
did get that
rounds.
stun, that would have been nuts.
They oftentimes
He
have the
jumped in and
number
get a
advantage,
headshot with the bulldog.
but they just cannot finish. For Cloud9, now they are taking the lead and they have a couple
No,
of
John,
initiator
you had
ultimates themselves.
you had
Some
Cloud9 winning
ultimates to answer
in your
back from the
pick'ems.
side of Lev.
The Rolling Thunder, King's ult too. Vic with the aggro TP across.
Yeah, he's been doing this every single round.
Yeah. I mean, if Lev don't do something to deny some of the space early on, Cloud9 are going to continue to take it for free.
And that one fault line gets the paranoia out, so you do not have to worry about that if you decide to re-hit the B site. And you're definitely going to get your fault line back for the actual hit.
Yeah. So far, slight advantage, Cloud9, at least as far as utility goes.
Just great macro so far, faking the TP in the vent as well. That's going to keep all the A players there. But there's still 3 for Lav at B.
You mentioned in the last round, I I mean, I guess they guessed wrong. A lot of the teeth of the defense was B, but this time they have guns. It was not a luxury they had previously.
Re-shows that shit.
That paranoia isn't in play though. And Demon 1.
Yeah, he's
Wait, back-to-back re-shows?
Traded back. Rossi doubling down on the swing. The utility's good, but the kills do not connect.
What a shot.
Texas the first to fall. And somehow they've managed to avoid the majority of the brunt of this hit.
And look at all the meanwhile, Comp pushed all the way through A.
Oh my god. What is being the dream?
But that's info gathered, and that's a little bit of time delayed. You've got 20 seconds left. The spike is just now making its way out towards A heaven. Are they going to pivot back?
They're going back again, yeah. Look at Zeppa right now.
Do you have time for this? Big kill out from Zeppa. Try to hold
Wait,
the
what do you have
fort back
time?
to be the dam they need.
10 seconds left.
And as the spike settles into the site, Net patiently waiting, looking to identify the right target. A 3v3, members battered and beaten on both sides. Zeppa at the ready though, holding the line. Demon 1 on the trade.
They're both low.
Again, 5 HP
for
for the
Demon.
Initiator. 19 in between both of them.
Look at this flank, Doug.
Tom's in really good position. Maybe doesn't connect early in the round, but hits when it matters. Zeppa's been in off-season form, NRG form, some might say, but
He's waiting for a Sabos.
Unwinnable 1v2. I don't know how he gets his way through this. He's going to do his damnedest. So Demon 1 getting it to half. The missiles will buy some time. He's going to take it all the way there.
Oh my
Very well
god.
done by Lev.
Rossi was talking about the experience that this roster has. Calm, having the intuition to push all the way through A there. Yeah, he does that whiff at first, but still applying that pressure on the flank, double dipping. It allows this retake to be so easy. You limit all the spots that Cloud9 can play in Zeppa, although he's been fantastic, like you said. It's just not enough. And this back and forth will continue to just give and give. Demon 1 shutting up all the haters that he's been uncomfortable on his controller role.
Yeah,
He's currently
in the Riot arena.
Sitting at the top of the scoreboard for Lev. And it's the way that he's been playing. Even though
I mean, all the teams are in California
that
right
makes
now.
you believe that all the work he's been putting in is showing.
Again, the fact that he survived as long as he did back B in the face of the onslaught of utility and ults and
I wish they'd have
everything that was on his
events
way.
at like Dickey's Arena in
But he's going to have
Texas?
to continue that success.
Yeah.
I think a lot
That'd be
of people would
fucking
agree that for Leviathan to be
That's
as
a
strong as they
big-ass
can be,
arena,
as strong
man.
as they should be, he's,
no,
he's integral to it.
Not
and King both, right?
big. I mean, it's
Players
only
that
like
played the worst for the side of Leviathan.
Yep.
And I think that that's a good sign for a team
It's
like
like
this. when
minimum.
You know your heavy hitters are just having an off day, perhaps.
not like
Because once
not
they're
like
online,
American
now
Airlife
you're
Center.
contenders once more.
That one a big
A lot
arena.
of mid-presence and a lot of mid-control from
Yeah,
Cloud9.
that's fair.
Okay,
Oxy
Oxy.
connecting onto Rossi, almost hitting another.
Oxy, bro.
And he
Oh,
does.
It's all left to Demon 1 and Tex here at the B site.
King is so far removed from the play. That flash is going to buy a little bit of time. The paranoia going to connect. An aggro swing up from Tex. But one was left unchecked.
Yeah, the pinch was too much to deal with. I like the idea of getting proactive, wanting to double up, pushing B main so you don't get split on. But after Tex loses that head-to-head against Mitch, it's just over. Demon 1, he's just stuck in between, and now King, you're left to save.
Yeah, the money's not great.
So much time left, though, and Cloud9, you would imagine at least Vic would go hunting. He's sitting at $3,000 in the bank.
damn, bro.
It's going to be the Yoru head-to-head.
Ooh.
Oxy will have his ult online in the next round because of that kill.
Would you consider that a Yoru diff? No, right?
Nah, bro, that's tough.
That's a stretch. That's a stretch.
Yeah,
Not yet.
Don't stop. Not yet.
Not yet.
How this plays out, though, I mean, who knows?
Yeah, it's been a good back and forth so far. I think we're seeing a lot of good preparation from the side of Cloud9. Just understanding that a lot of MIBR success were these crunches and overwhelming the B side of the map. And it's a great start for them because, like the desk was saying, Leviathan had a great defensive side. For Cloud9 to be in the driver's seat right now, after losing the pistol and getting only saving one gun in the bonus, they've really crawled back into this round and won a lot of gun rounds. That's that crunch, Dad. Even one has nowhere to go in this moment.
I think, I mean, a lot of the reason why they've been so successful on that crunch B is because of the mid control they've had. So you wonder at what point, if you're Lev, and yeah, there is going to be a timeout, so you imagine this is going to be part of the conversation. You're losing B main for free.
Yes.
Right? Because Vic is just TPing across. There's nothing that you've been doing to condition and deny that space at the beginning. And then you're losing mid space at the beginning too. And that's where Cloud9 have been able to feint a hit A, crunch B, get through garage, and that's where all of that pressure has been coming from. So you imagine, Dre, is that where a lot of those adjustments will be?
I think so for sure, especially in the mid round, right? Like you can give the extremity control, keep acting like you're throwing the Omen smoke there and you're giving that space. But I think we will see at the other end of this timeout a mid trap play. It's something that Leviathan did quite a bit against MIBR, especially when they had a
Yo, who nervous?
They relied on the trap utility.
I said, who nervous?
Trying to punish Oxy in the actual vent itself, or maybe a mid walk. It's something that they started with in their last series. It got punished really heavily early on, and that's why you saw this game plan change for Leviathan of kind of playing more passive across the board. Now it opens up an opportunity to do some trap plays, some set plays around that mid area, or maybe
one
even
bundle, light shield, Churro, light shield, a stinger.
And for Cloud9 at the other end of this timeout, I think you're just going to freeze. You're going to hold. You don't want this one to slip away. Wait for some aggression.
Yeah, there's no telling what's waiting for you on the other side. But it doesn't seem like Lev are doing any early aggression at the beginning of the round.
Opting to just do a silent A stack here. Fake TP from Oxy onto A, but this stealth drone reclearing the info.
Wait, Tex?
And the proactivity from Leviathan is painting the picture that it's a lean towards B.
That pick onto Vic early.
Yeah, that's massive. He's
Nice.
finally getting punished. You were talking about it.
Yeah.
He's kind of just taking B main for free.
But I mean, yeah, I'd love to see it again. Lot here, B.
No paranoia online, by the way.
Nope. The spit's already dropped. Tex is flushed out. Demon 1 will join him, unfortunately. And it's all Cloud9.
Oh my god, bro. They're just cleaning up the site.
Completely overwhelmed, and the tail ultimate was used as well. Sometimes when you get that first blood, makes you believe that you have a chance. You're going to wish that you had that one in the future rounds, Doug.
Yeah. That's a heavy investment. You're right.
You have a flank coming in here from King. He does have the only Vandal, but you imagine he's going to get traded out here. There's no way he gets more than one.
We saw Pancata 1v4 just a moment ago. Not going to be the case this time. He got his one that you promised. Rossi in a brutal
Bro, you saw that game, right? The 2G versus Loud?
You wondered here if some of the conversation around
dude.
the timeout was for this round.
Did it just say?
Or if this
Picata got a 1 versus 4 ace, 4K.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
That ultimate all the retakes. And to not have that on an important gun round like this, to
this guy's full
stop
backside looking for Jesus.
To stop the snowball. It's gonna be rough. Now, I think this is going to be a full hit from Cloud9 onto A, using that Yoru ultimate to get all the info, and it's only Tex here right now. Double initiators are going to be flooding in to try to help him out, but if this Viper pit goes down on the actual site, what did I just witness?
I mean, fully stunned up. Oxy still getting the kill, and yeah, traded back.
But he had the spike, Doug.
Is there any way to help them out? They have a little of this heaven control.
Wait, Zeppa is just...
shots on the comm, claims the kill. Rossi and Demon 1, we've talked about this a few times, and Rossi's on an island. Demon 1 is still on the other side of the map.
It's so messy. And now it's a 2v1. Viper's pit was used. The spike not being planted inside of that pit, though. Spike not being planted at all. Now Demon 1 has a little bit of space, a little bit of time to work with. Another tap of a spike.
He's got time. I don't know that he has space. He's going to have to manage the green goo. And that's difficult to do.
Just a wasted Viper's pit as well.
He's got to play this perfectly.
I mean, he's done it before.
Oh, dude. Part of me will see Demon 1 spray chamfer that
Demon 1
on a jet,
to have
you know?
the time of day.
Yeah.
To take the fight to them, take the peaks that he wants. So although it was very chaotic, very hard to break down, Cloud9, they bring it back. The spike was stuck in back sight, Doug.
situation that you look on the minimap and think it's unwinnable.
It
or
was
it should
so
be unwinnable.
awkward.
Like, what do you
So
do there?
awkward.
Like, the bomb down and your
Firepower is
teammates like
prevailing right now from the side of
on
Cloud9.
the other
Zeppa,
side.
again, sitting at
Do
the
you
top,
try to get
9 and 6.
that
He
other
has
one
zone tail
just for the
ultimate available,
1-1?
And Leviathan
Yeah.
are on an eco, and oh,
I think that would make
man.
sense to me.
Oh man, you hate to see it.
No, someone
You
broke
have
their.
quick tech pause.
Someone
As soon
broke
as
the
we figure out
computer.
What's going on? We will keep you good.
Someone
people
kicked it.
informed. I am being told it's audio, which is really important in a game like Valorant.
You would think.
So you can't let that one go by the wayside. And it seems like we're seeing who the culprit is on the screen. Again, once we get it figured out, we'll do so as expeditiously as possible and get back into the game. You were talking about Zeppo. Where are you seeing him net this success?
I mean, he's just following up, getting the trades that he needs for his team. He's just been that anchor for the side of Cloud9. And someone that I want to point out that although he's not doing that great in terms of score, you know, Mitch, sitting at 4 and 8.
So wait, what are those things for? For noise cancellation, right?
What,
Or
the
is it
earbuds?
for or is
The
it
earbuds are
actually
to
for audio?
hear- The earbuds are to hear. The headset that goes on the outside is for them to is the active noise cancellation.
Oh, is it? Oh, I didn't know that.
Mhm.
I thought it'd be like noise cancellation earbuds with actually the headset.
Nope.
Dude, that's like, would it be like uncomfortable, like having?
No. So
No?
the outside headphones are really deep.
Do I can like buy one? Maybe, right? Maybe.
They're expensive, man.
Oh, I bet.
They're like $400 or $500 for those.
God.
Yeah.
Yo, so who gonna loan me a $500?
Maybe more. I can't remember. I looked at them at one point because I was like curious.
So it's like an earpiece that has the audio, then the outside audio, like the headset has the audio. No?
I think it's just noise cancellation, like white noise. Because you gotta think of how loud the crowds are.
I mean, dude, it's NA. Doesn't get loud. Only when Sentinel's there. Apparently.
Still though, like
Yeah.
they're gonna treat all the teams the same for the most part.
Lead the way of Cloud9, the eco
All
for
right,
Lev, as
back
you
in.
mentioned.
There's like
Look at that
C9
minor
fear,
adjustment
yeah,
that
I
we just saw
don't
on the
think-
minimap out from
Mid-trap.
Cloud9.
I don't
This
think they
fake
really
TP.
care.
He's been
Yeah, I
aggro
know.
TPing in the garage at the beginning of every round. This time
Wait.
a fake TP and aggression mid.
It's
and 2 free
just like
kills.
that.
Absolutely free. That fault line
bro.
can't get out in time. And now you can really go anywhere. Layer
Even
your
one for
utility if you're
duelist again.
Cloud9.
Yep.
Make sure you safely get into side. They want to lean A. Look at the mini-map.
That was
Oh,
that was an ambitious way to approach that kill. But
Yeah.
traded back, all good.
I've never seen that. Rossi does get one. How does he do that? It's not going to matter, though.
No, we're seeing a lot of eco frags, and we're seeing a lot of those, like, I would argue, pointless kills. And those are coming through for Lev, but Cloud9 in firm control.
Yeah, I have to point out again the silent approach in mid. If you make any steps, if you use utility like the gate crash to get into vent, that fault line comes through. Maybe you don't get those kills. So another great call from Mitch to just silent walk up mid, catch those players off guards that are trying to pounce on the trap if there's any sound mid. And now for Lev, you're left to worry, even in the gun rounds. Are they going to do a mid walk again? Do we need eyes on this? Demon 1 will upgrade to a Vandal here, trying to get some exits.
It does feel like there are a lot of gaps in the defense for Lev. I think you're absolutely right.
Oh, okay. I mean, you don't get the
That's a
round,
nice one
but
for the highlight reel, but
you got
doesn't
three.
convert to a round win. Does get the Omen ult online though, so now you have 2 characters that can do a quick rotate wherever Cloud9 decide to hit. Here's that replay of the peek into vent, yeah.
That's a new IGL.
Too many bodies to look at.
I don't know if you caught the the chat there.
I didn't see what it said. What did it say?
I didn't catch all of it, so I'm gonna let it go. I was hoping you'd seen the rest of it. Either way, Cloud9 up 4.
Kind of want to pause
for the
it there.
attack. And a different look.
It's not the chat, like the tech chat.
Yeah.
A commitment.
It's heavy A. Big kill traded right back. Spike sitting on the ground. As they've been able to deal, or at least weather, some of the early storm from the attack.
Finally, Leviathan getting the 1-up in the trades. That stealth bot being heard makes it so Cloud9 have to go back and push back that A line even further. Otherwise, it's going to be an obvious lean towards B, but Mitch gets taken out because of it.
Big from K. That's going to try to alleviate some of the pressure on the other side of the map. And he will succeed against Demon 1.
That's such a huge 1v1.
Yeah, but you still have the pit, and you've got to flush Tex out of here. You can't leave him here. Where are you headed? Committing to getting the spike down.
I mean, maybe a plant for spawn here. You flip the map a little bit, go CT. He's going to hear these footsteps in vent, I believe, or... No, he doesn't.
Yeah, you see the pings on the minimap. A really good idea that Ned has gone exploring.
I mean, this is such a late flank. Vic has to delay for so long here.
And he's on his own.
And they know where he is.
Tex has to stay in the pit, though, concerned about where the rest of the members might be.
Great tail missiles used.
Flushed out and killed.
Oh
and
my
Ned's gonna
god,
arrive at
dude.
the party,
That is
but
such a
maybe you're
rat.
right.
Yeah, but they're not sticking it, Doug. He has a chance here.
I mean, you're holding 3. Maybe you stop the
Okay, never mind.
Calm winning out that duel should secure things. He's going to have his ult online for the next round as well.
Dude, I don't know what Ned was planning there. Planning to like flank
numbers in favor of Leviathan.
around like that? Like,
Making it easy.
not even.
It's a Viper alt play that we saw previously as well. From the
Oh
side
my
of
god,
Leviathan.
Calm is running fucking ultra stretch,
The
dude.
punish on that
Dude.
type of play would be a B split, but
I mean, I guess. I mean, if I won around like
opting to go towards that A site,
like
getting
Vo's,
completely
and
stuffed.
I'm running stretch as well. Fuck it, bro.
It's another heavy lean A.
Let me know
They
if
have
you need
two
help
really
with career
explosive
stretch,
ults to hit the
buddy.
site with.
Last time
I mean, I
it
have
was
a
a
40
double
40
approach on A
motor.
ramp. I wonder
You
if they
wouldn't look
decided to
good.
Just run it down site.
Not
I
about
think
the
they have a
look,
good idea.
it's about
Both teams
winning.
were lighting up the minimap with
It's all
pings
about
on
the
it.
grind.
True.
There's the stun, the double TP, stealth drone to answer back.
All right, so they've gained a little bit of space here. They've gotten up ramps. There's a lot on the other side of this. There's that first ult invested, trying to flush
Wait,
it out.
Oxley?
Behind enemy lines! Getting 2! Gone unchecked! Undetected! Now Rossi's going to trade back with a bit of his own. 2 Rolling Thunders. Dropped. And now silence across the map.
You look at Tex, he pushed all the way through. He has the flank, but if Cloud9 decide to pivot to B now, it's an open site.
Yeah, they're going to flush out. The conversation then becomes what's left. Demon 1 has his ult, and he can quick get back to B.
But with the way that Leviathan have been approaching some of these retakes, they want to be grouped up. It looks like Demon 1 will start slowly shifting towards B. If he can get a pick on the cross here.
He still has full utility, by the way. Yeah. Still has his flash, still has smokes, TPs, everything.
And same with Rossi as well.
Mitch with the stun back up. Gonna find a vacant site. Demon 1 smoked off. And all of a sudden the prospect of that is gone.
Spike planted.
Rossi's so worried about a lurk from the minimap.
He invested the flash.
It's a speed up.
And now Tex dies. They don't have a paranoia to play around anymore, and Rossi's still halfway across the map. Second smoke to use. Mitch tucking, finding a little bit of corner to play around. A crispy shot out from Demon 1. Still a 2v2 to play around, though. TP invested. Trying to divide the attention of the attack. That's snappy, leaving things in a 1v1. Captains
Rossi read this.
clashing
There's no
on
way.
the site, the last round of the half.
There's no way you didn't hear that,
Rossi
right?
has no options to play around. Vic has played this beautifully.
Oh, there's
doesn't
no.
hear that?
Get to 8.
I guess he didn't.
Vic
Like,
has been a rising star for Cloud9.
Did he get paranoid?
He's looked
Or-
more and more
no, he didn't have
comfortable
one.
being a part of this roster. He has so much talent. We saw him devastate the tier 2 scene, and to see him clutch like that is amazing.
This was Oxy playing spoiler. Again, managing to get behind them, getting 2 free kills. And yeah, Rossi did his best to respond, gets a couple of kills of his own, gets down to the 1v1, but just does not go Leviathan's way, and that feels like that's been the case for the entire half. 8-4 for Cloud9. We're going to take a quick break.
It's for you. Do you like it?
I should have win like Cloud. I should know how to win Cloud9 way. Wait, is Blood still streaming?
Who?
Blood?
I have no idea.
Oh, he's not. Oh shit. I thought Blood was like still be live. So I'll be like, I'll raid Blood after my stream. Oh, you know, like the team Exile, bro. They're 0-2 in the Nerve like esports circuit, whatever it's called.
Huh.
I really thought our team would be good. Man, I don't know how they're 0-2.
Not sure.
You know why? Because they don't have us, bro. That's why. See, I figured it all out, bro. They don't have us.
On God. I think I've killed Tosh before in privates. Therefore, I'm the better duelist for us.
In the customs?
Yeah, I've killed Superman as well.
Superman's not that good. All right, back end, boys.
Now it's Lev who are going to test their metal on that side of the ball.
Yeah, it's really interesting because usually when Leviathan go for the 1-3,
What mouse pad are you using? I'm using
using a fault line that
high ground 100 Steve's mouse pad.
Across the middle of the map.
Yeah.
Rolling with the pack. There's a lot on the other side of that smoke. They have to be careful. If you face check this, they try. Vic's there
Oh
to get
my
first,
God, bro.
A great response, ultimately falling to the missiles. And it's Bedlam.
Rossi? Get two here?
As the round slows down, the spike is scooped up.
Never mind.
And Rossi immediately falls, putting it right back down. Demon 1 had an incredible pistol to open the map, but he's going to have to do it again with a classic.
Yeah, he does have paranoia online as well. If he could find the 1v1 against Mitch, maybe you can argue he has a chance into this, but with the way that Cloud9 have been playing doubled up,
yeah, there's no... I think that's the difference.
It feels like it's going to get traded instantly. He's taking the long route around. I feel like he made a step right there.
Shadows traveling.
No pings on the minimap. It doesn't seem like they know. They have no idea.
Oh, they actually thought that he was going to go from bottom mid, I think, with those tail missiles.
Wait.
Well, the fact that
you think he gets us?
The smoke went ropes would suggest he was coming up mid. He has found a window. He's done it.
Dang.
He's found a window. He's got to hurry up now so he doesn't realize the trap is in the smoke. Oxy gets his third. Cloud9 get the pistol.
I mean, he definitely confused Cloud9, but
he did.
There's just not enough time on that clock. And the trade's going in favor. I got to point out Oxy there peeking A main into Tex and just taking him out right away as this mid flurry was coming. It allows him to pivot, not have to worry about his back anymore, and that's why Rossi just gets taken out for free.
Khan played that so well, getting those 2 kills mid, but the utility was the difference maker there.
Yeah, it really came down to that 50-50 of Tex. If Tex can get that kill against Oxy, maybe you have an opening to go back towards A site, but no. Leviathan trying to get quick B main information. Instead, King gets taken out quickly.
Yeah, I heard Rossi can play a mad duelist, bro. Just put him on that.
Closer to that Tejo ultimate.
I believe it.
And Net is in mid with a judge.
And an orb keeping them apart.
4 players of Lev at the other end of this mid. Stealth drone. Only sees one there. And the never-ending cycle of smokes on mid split.
I'm so glad they're rotating away. I thought we were going to see something that wasn't family-friendly there.
Yeah. The thing is look at what you're rotating into.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better, does it?
Paranoia, fault line. All off a contact of a jiggle. Here we go.
What a shot.
Oh.
What an opener.
It's Tex. He's usually good for it. Stuns and missiles delivered. Payload not connecting. And the judge has arrived. That spit's going to cause some problems. Flush him out of the corner. Force them into the fights.
There's
and
no
it's fights
shot.
that Cloud9 will gladly take.
Decoy.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of conversation. We talked about it at the beginning of the show, Dre, about who really are this Lev team, right? Because you look at their losses, and again, 2 losses, I believe, against MIBR. Yeah, 2 losses against MIBR, and then a loss to G2, who just came in 2nd place at Bangkok. So you look at that and you go, okay, they've lost, yes, but it's against really good teams. So we don't really know how good they are. I know it's only split, and I know it's Cloud9's map pick, but it seems like they're well ahead of the curve here.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 are that underdog team, the dark horse, some would say, in this tournament. They've looked really good.
You know,
I don't think this team gets
I think
enough
I
praise
should
because
use
of all,
Outlaw
you know,
more.
the drama behind roster moves and whatnot in the offseason.
Outlaw, let's go!
But they've really figured
Oxy.
something out, and this team just works together so well. Oxy is finally having that breakout moment that we know him for last year. He really hasn't had to pop off. This time he's sitting at 16 and 10.
Wise with her money. Big swing out from King, though.
You know, it's
Again, that tit for tat, that 1 for 1.
It's a good
not
trade.
Really adding up for Cloud9 here.
I have the spike.
Is the bonus though?
Yeah, I'd take for
Vietnam
Calm
decide to
killing
cut noise
you know,
right
Calm
now. after
dying
getting
Oxy and
the
Zeppa
better
gone.
of that exchange.
That's kind
Tex
of
still
big.
sitting so far back at A. I
But
feel
Mitch get a
like
free gun after that.
if he was a little bit more confident, maybe he would creep up a little bit more. But he's just gonna wait for his team.
Oh, I think that makes a ton of sense. Given all the noise and pressure that was B, oftentimes that's a timing that a lurk will take, right? So Tex is just waiting, and unfortunately for him, that gift will
Bro,
never
look
come.
at the
No,
map.
quick through all of that, Mitch did manage to upgrade a weapon, so now he has a Bulldog to play around.
Oh, wow.
Looks like they want to flank, but they're flanking the wrong site, so there should be a free spike planted for Leviathan. Cloud9, they're so far away, Doug. By the time they get here, the spike is already going to be halfway to blowing up. I say that
Wait,
as
that's a
Leviathan
free
are still just going
Phantom?
towards A ramp. They're a little bit scared to walk into the A site.
That's
So they get a
all
2
three
Bulldog
weapons
and a
upgraded.
Phantom after
There's
that.
a Ghost, and I believe 2 Buckies that have been exchanged for a Bulldog, 2 Bulldogs and a Phantom.
Oh
And
shit.
all this time that you were just talking about, Dre, is running out because the space that they had previously created amongst each other is now gone.
Yeah.
The spike is going to go down, and they're here.
And without any information being gathered towards spawn and A heaven,
this could be a mess.
Yeah, the flank could come in and actually.
King's close by, but Rossi's looking the wrong way. It's a lot on his shoulders. The paranoia in his face. Tries to spam and connect. 3 found for King.
Damn. Okay.
Disaster averted. Leviathan get their 5th.
He wasn't shooting against MIBR, but he showed up today. 13 kills apiece for the IGL, Demon 1, and King. Tex, the one struggling this time around, but it doesn't matter because they convert this round win.
He got that kill fully flashed.
Yeah, yeah.
The first one was easy, but yeah.
Full commit on the spray. He would have gotten traded anyway.
Dude,
from
the
from Rossi.
using the Omen Flash a bit too
But you're starting to see
overdone, or
the Leviathan players get a little bit more comfortable the
Like
second
the
time
Omen
around
Flash.
on this composition, on these roles.
bro,
That's
he
their bonus.
just got 1 out of
They were
that
supposed to win that one.
while being like flashed.
If there is going to be reason for hope, if there's going to be a glimmer, it has to start here for Lev.
So much utility used on the site. Vic avoiding all of it.
He's got Mitch close by though.
Oh no.
Net? What? And now Vic fills on the space that he was previously flushed out of. They gained nothing out of that.
He got away with a quick one there. I mean, if King could have settled the spray right there, surely Net dies. He was full flashed. Bit of a caster's curse, huh? Gets a 3K into a whiff like that. And Oxy, he's pushed all the way up at A here. How many can he get though?
And
Is he gonna get traded out quickly?
He does have a TP set up. He can get his 1 and then get out. Beautifully done.
God damn it.
So sick. Still 3 members of Cloud9 so far away. The Omen ult to rotate in though.
But they have the advantage. Oxy, if he gets any, was icing on the cake. Ultimately cannot. But Vic does. A 4v2 reinforcement starting to arrive. The spike still not planted and time running out. They all crumble.
Dude, I don't know what Lev is doing.
All those kills accumulated from the pistol, from the bonus.
Like Lev trying to like just waste time here, or like what are we doing here? Like no one trade out Oxy, or no one like killed Oxy there.
Leviathan now.
Yeah, Leviathan looks terrible right now.
Keep in mind, Cloud9 still have
they look
2
lost.
in the
Lost, yeah.
They haven't used a single one. They've had no need to. They've been in control. They've been in the driver's seat of this match.
They've been in the driver's seat. Emmy's been hands off the wheel. And it's just been cruise control through all the split. Again.
Yo, I shouldn't make my hair like that.
And 2 of them are courtesy.
Like what?
Like
they struggled
the
so
coach.
much last time on their attacking side as well. I think that Cloud9, what lead that they were able to gather just makes it so oppressive for Lev. It just feels like, yeah, you've won 3 out of the last 4. Or sorry, you've lost 3 out of the last 4. It just feels like you're just choked right now.
Yeah.
You're scared to make a move. You're scared to make a round-winning play. You don't want to make any mistakes because you have to play near perfect to make this comeback.
Yeah, I think you can look at the other side of that coin as well and go, well, we're down by a ton. Roll the die a little bit and maybe take an aggro peek and try to do something to be a spark. Vic denying all of that.
Wait, was that supposed to be a one-way?
Back to his antics from the first half.
I have no idea.
Stealth drone did get a bunch of
I think it was supposed to be a one-way.
Leviathan, but it's the 1-3-1 with the breach in mid.
Which I'm surprised, given on the other side of the timeout, that the approach is the same. Either way, they're trying to fly their way into B Heaven. Armageddon drop. Mitch will manage to get out and immediately fell back in behind.
Mitch already here.
The smoke is going to keep him back, but he's in a position to make a play. Pops out, gets his one, falls.
Oh my
There's
god.
There's no fucking way.
It's a slaughter again.
Demon 1 left alone in a 1v4. And Vic was playing so far back from the start of the round. Leviathan thought they had all the corners checked. They used so much utility to gather that space. They weren't expecting the complete disruption of Cloud9.
5 HP.
The pace in which they just decided to take the fight to you.
Yep. I loved it. And I mean, you saw it on the minimap. As soon as that tick of the Armageddon passed, Mitch filled right back in behind it. I mean, he was chasing the thing down just to get into an aggressive position so he can get a timing on that fight. That was gorgeous by Cloud9.
And it's plays that you look at it and you're like, oh, that shouldn't work. He just ran through a smoke against 4 players. But this has been a huge success for Cloud9. You look at that NRG matchup, they didn't let NRG breathe, Doug. They were flooding on retakes. This time they don't even have to flood when the actual tap of the spike is going through. They're just going to go right after those Teo missiles are there and completely disrupt you.
A little bit of frustration there out from Ito, but for good reason.
Yeah, and this is something that Leviathan need to be aware of, though, in the future maps, too, if they want to make a comeback. Cloud9 love to flood through smokes. You need to be dialed in those moments, and now King, using that Yoru ultimate, getting all of B Heaven control.
They used a drone through B main as well, so all attention drawn this way. Investments aplenty. He ulted on the other side of this. You should be able to find 2 stun members. Yeah, the spam through the smoke connects onto Mitch. And finally, a little bit of breathing room for Lev.
Dude, like 3 played in heaven.
King getting a second to the round as well, sitting down the operator of Oxy. And I would imagine this is going to be a hard save. At least one person getting that operator, bringing it into the next round. But wait a second.
I don't know that you save. You all have over 4,000 credits. Go take the fight.
It's all falling apart right now.
Let Vic be the dagger. Zeppa and Net still stand. And
Yeah, they lost. There's no way. Wait.
Assassination Sal Tex on the trade.
Wait,
A
Zeppa?
1v2 from Zeppa to close out the map.
He's done it so many times this year alone.
Time is short, though. He's going to have to deal with the smoke. Tech's waiting on the other side, and as the spike ticks away, options run out.
Oh
Is he
my
gonna have the
gosh,
time to
bro.
defuse? No. Heroics, but Lev stay alive.
Yes, but the implications of the damage that Zeppa and the rest of Cloud9 just did, they're putting themselves in such a good spot to close this map out. The buy is going to be scrappy, and you have no choice. You have to full commit. Here's some of the highlights of King getting those kills. But you're right, the economy was so good for Cloud9. Why not do as much damage as possible? And this opens up what you're about to see on your screen right now. Oxy with an outlaw in his hands. Look at the armor right now, Doug, from the side of Leviathan.
It's not great.
Do you hate this buy for Lev?
The main pack of Leviathan
I
are
don't
towards this B in mid-area.
necessarily think they really have a choice.
They don't. Like, they're
I know I've mentioned it
so
a few times,
broke
but I
here.
love the way Vic has been using his utility to play mind games through controlling B main.
Yeah, it basically forces you to use extra utility, and now you don't have that for the hit.
Yeah, the fake TPs that he was doing on the first half, now doing it on the second half to suggest that he's taking it. Meanwhile, King
How did King win that?
Doorstep. It's a lot of pressure for Net. Somehow staying alive.
Too much utility used right there. Zeppa. Stuns are real this time around.
Oh, that's kind of a big
round, but proactivity from the side of Cloud9, wanting to even numbers.
Yeah,
Rossi,
really huge pick.
be
Wait.
careful, buddy.
Crispy shots on the first. Nicely done, but traded back. Still the advantage, though, for Lev. They're going to rotate back towards B, and there's no info that they have there. I mean, you can maybe assume that Mitch is given the space back, but he just got a kill onto Rossi here.
Yeah, you just have to play the numbers.
Fault,
game
dude, he has a
that's
fault
what
line
Leviathan are
too,
going for.
in the flash.
Mitch, he's going to have to come up huge for Cloud9, but
Never mind.
Never mind. Drops him. Free B site.
Salvo's back sight, the TP through, and you're right, it's free. They should be able to get the spike down, and Oxy and Net going to have a lot to do.
I think now is when you consider maybe not going for it. Vic has literally $0 in the bank. He used all his money.
I mean, maybe you send Oxy because he's got an outlaw, but you imagine Net's going to want to keep his gun.
Yeah, Oxy picks up Zeppa's gun from the punishment that was happening in vet from Lev. That was a nice default into mid. The fault line hitting Zeppa. He wasn't really able to settle that.
Dude, the gun that Calm has,
I like how they
I forgot to get
I
that.
like how they waited for some re-aggression from the side of Cloud9.
What gun
and
is
then,
it?
you know, having
it's
mentality,
the dragon
making
gun.
sure that they don't get 3K sprayed down or
Yeah.
anything like that.
Yeah, the problem is the little bit of life that we're seeing
If,
up from
dude,
Lev.
if his in my shop,
It's fake. It's fake life.
I'm gonna
Take a look at Mitch's.
get
he's,
it.
What, 2 pips off of his ult? Net is a pip off of his ult.
Yeah.
And I want to say that Deho is pretty close by as well. So even if they manage to get a couple of these rounds together, once you get to the point where all of those ults are hitting at once, that's really hard to navigate around.
And I think you're absolutely correct. I think Cloud9 are definitely saving up all these ultimates to just use at the right opportunity. Just close this map out. That's a cheeky little stat from Vic. He's leading in assists per round for VCT Americas. But he's also been having a banger of a map so far. He's 18-3. He's doing it all today. Finally, Tex has been tested towards that A main side of the map. The reaction from Leviathan is a little bit more of a B main pressure.
Which is really what Tex is there to do, right? If you feel a lot of the aggression from A main, you play the push and pull game and you go elsewhere. But they didn't really invest much. And so Cloud9 are still in a spot where they can take a step back. They still have utility to play around.
Not get one kill, he has his
that
hit.
flash on the other side. He still gets a kill. Dinks onto the second. Damage dealt.
1-for-1s, though, usually tend to favor the attacking side. And that TP from Oxy, it's not even close to the A site where all 4 members, or all 3 members of Leviathan are at right now. Demon 1, he has that Omen ultimate online. Could TP back site, regroup with his team if he wants to.
A little bit of damage dealt, and Demon 1 showing his presence was not enough for Cloud9 to take the bait and rotate B.
There's that Omen ult I was talking about to regroup with the squad, but Leviathan, the Time is running low, Doug. They need to be careful.
There are only 2 members here, though, and one of them just got
Oh,
flushed
shit.
out. Vic will join him, and now the side is theirs.
Wow. What a great call from whoever it was on the side of Lev, whether it was Rossi or Calm, to flush out that little corner, get a free kill of utility. It's something that Leviathan do really well, is chaining their abilities together and punishing players caught out like that. So to see that this deep into this map, it's buying them a chance.
Yeah, again, this feels all
Still a
good.
lot of ults.
Wait, it was 7-5.
Yeah, this feels
No?
all good and fine and dandy for
Yeah.
Lev. And
Oh crap! The 5-7 curse.
So maybe there's a chance, but you take a look at the right side of your screen,
Yeah.
and that is ominous.
The scariest part about it is, whenever Cloud9 decided to take this time out, maybe it's after this round, and Imi just says,
Oh
hey,
crap, dude! The
it's time.
5-7
Leviathan have been
curse,
1-3
dude.
winning
Oh
almost every single
no!
round that they've won. Let's initiate the trap. It might
It was
just be enough
5-12 actually.
to
Yeah.
take Cloud9 over the edge and close out this map win.
There's that little combo of utility that you mentioned to flush out the kill.
It's something that Leviathan do really well. He just knew it right there. Here's that timeout though that I was talking about. So maybe now, opportunity for Imi to settle, come up with a game plan for some of these ultimates to be used in some following rounds.
Bro, you imagine this is where the ticking time bomb goes off.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This is where they draw up that breach ult, deho ult, mid, complete slaughter.
Just so much utility. It's going to be an absolute fiesta on our monitors.
I mean, I think the one maybe saving grace is Cloud9 might not have enough money to fully buy, if I'm not mistaken. And so, you know, maybe it's delayed a round longer or 2 potentially, but I think until they get past all of those ults, I have a hard time believing they're ever going to be able to pull this off.
Yeah. Gotta take it one round at a time right now if you are Lev, though.
Yeah, agreed.
Try to contact, try to bait out some of these ultimates as well. That is your win condition if you're Leviathan.
Dude,
can I bait out?
look at their ultimates on Cloud9 part.
But look
oh,
at
shit.
the map. Look at where everyone is gearing up towards.
4 ults.
3 members of fighting
Oxy's
squad
probably
for
waiting to
Cloud9
pop all
here at A,
until
and all 5 members of Leviathan are about to face it.
10? No.
No, Oxy's probably waiting on ult for Texas
during the timeout.
Viper
The
ult.
money's funny.
You think
You
so?
wonder here if you're Cloud9, how much are you
It only
willing to
makes sense
invest?
because other than
given an inch, do you take the
Oxy, they
whole
don't really
damn
have
round?
any recon.
That's the double.
I mean, they do have
Zeppelin.
Zeppelin,
Sometimes when you
but
get that pick, it's what we saw Leviathan do when they got a kill right away, wasting that
The
tail
net ult.
calm, right? Yep. Gotta be careful here.
they kind of have to force now.
So much utility.
And they already left
Full
net on
spades,
B by himself.
Paranoias, and that might be the cue. Mitch getting the opener onto King.
Kind of a
Wait, Oxy dead though.
Big trade back from Calm though. How much more can they get?
Wait.
Texas is gonna fall.
Wait.
Forget about the ults.
There's
They're
no
trying their
way.
Through this, Zeppa holding the line from heaven. Falls to Rossi, who's now gonna have to figure out a 1v3 to keep this map alive. And again, Mitch still has his ult.
And they saw him as well. They know he's in heaven right now. All members of Cloud9 grouping up here. Net from
You
that vent
lose
with a stinger.
after a
Upgrades from the
timeout.
side of Vic and Mitch, like you said. And they have the
This is
boost
doable.
ultimate. You definitely invest it here. You have this one in the bag.
yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't.
I mean, he has a lot more. He has util.
But it is Rossi, the old IGL of Cloud9, up against 3. If he wins this,
That's a big if.
but how crazy would it be?
Committing to getting the spike down. He might get the plan off. He will. The stun to buy a little bit
Wait.
of time.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Not even close. Not even close. Mitch will
Yo,
get the Cloud9 take map 1.
I believed, you know. I believed.
Again,
That'd be
for
crazy.
As much as Lev put
That's
together
crazy.
a lot of exciting stuff towards the end of that map, Dre, it really felt like it was Cloud9's from the beginning.
Yeah, that attacking side, you could clearly see there's a lot of thought into it, counter-stratting. That's the benefit
All right.
of being able to watch
I'm gonna
a team
dip
play a map
and
you can
go
see
play
in
game.
yours.
Rocket League. I will talk to you later, sir.
Game with Austin.
Gaming with Spoopy.
All right.
See ya.
All right, later, bro. This man just dipped. Coach just dipped, bro. Like, I'm like, yo, Co, you want to watch the game with me? And Co said, yeah, one map only, I guess. Like, damn, my bad. I was trying to tab you up. It's all good, Bushy. Bushy, how are you doing? How you doing? I hope you're doing good, guys. Go follow my boy Bushy, and substitutes like YouTube and Twitch. And just follow everywhere. Bushy's like a dope ass dude. Dude, I'm enjoying watching VCT. I don't know why. It's something about like watching VCT, like we vibing, brother. Wait, we vibing? How are you? I'm doing good, dude. Dude, I really want to buy like a Baby Monster ticket. Like, bro, I really want to buy Baby Monster tickets. Like, just for the front row. Like, I'm down for it, you know? Like, if I buy the tickets right now, I wouldn't have any money for lunch, right? I wouldn't. So I'll probably have to wait till next weekend to buy them. Oh, dude, I just like, yeah, I just like want to like see them live. You know, they're a rookie group, right? There's like a rookie group. They're not even a 1 year old yet. Like Baby Monster is like coming up with that 1 year. And dude, the ticket, dude, just to get like the VIP tickets, like $300, which I'm so down for it. But then, chat, there's some WWE SmackDown that's going to be in my city the day of the WrestleMania event. So so it'd be like WrestleMania, a Raw after WrestleMania, then WWE SmackDown after WrestleMania. That's gonna be in my city. So I'm like, fuck, do I go through with it and just get like the wrestling tickets, or do I like to you know, might as well like get Baby Monster tickets.
Even you want the team to clean up as you head into map 2?
No, just keep playing confidently. That's it.
Easy, short and sweet. Amy, thanks. Good luck in the game.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Wyatt and Sean. As you can see, we have a special guest here on our desk as well. Lee from G2 is joining us for a quick chat about the match we just got to see. Also, a rare occurrence of an IMI post-map 1 interview.
Yeah, I don't think he even knew what to say. It's like, what do I do out here? I can't
The answer
be mad.
sounded exactly the same as a loser's interview with him would have said. Sounded like.
He doesn't really give us much anymore.
It's like, we need to get our confidence back. Okay, we'll just
start
add it
winning
today.
pistols. Cool. the whole spiel.
He's happy underneath, though.
I'm sure.
Yeah, he has to be happy that they started that way.
You know what? I am very happy right now because we're going to leave here and I'm going to pick your brain talking about the homies on the server. How does it feel for you to see friends pop off on the server? Like Zeppa had a lifetime performance in kickoff already. He did it again yesterday. Yesterday, last week? I don't know. What is time?
Yeah, last week.
It was last week. It feels like yesterday.
I mean, I think this meta suits Zeppa especially. Like, I think Teo is just an insane agent for him. All in all, like, their roles right now are very good, and like Mitch obviously fits in pretty well too with the roles and stuff like that. So, like, I think they're playing great. Their comps are really good. They're up to date, so they're looking good.
Let's talk about this map specifically that we got to see them being pretty much in the driver's seat for all of it. Leviathan, obviously a bit unlucky with so many changes and then also having role swaps. Do you feel like they look more competent this time around?
To be honest, not really. I feel like they have still a lot to work on, and like obviously, like you said, like changing so much around is hard, but there just comes like certain like individual moments that I feel like they need to just get better at, and they just aren't. And I don't know if that's roles, team, like comfort, anything. Like it could be anything, but they just probably just need more time.
Yeah, we were talking about the roles a lot before we were getting into this game, and the fact that they have so many players that can play a number of roles kind of makes it, I think, to some extent hard to pick necessarily because they have so many options. Do you like this King duelist era that he's in right now?
Yeah, because I feel like the only person on their team that can play like the Yoru is him. Like obviously if they choose to play like a Jet or a Waylay, I feel like Demon 1 would be more suited for that. But if you're gonna play like Raze or Yoru, he's definitely the person to do it. I mean, he's played that, you know, years ago. In terms of like the other stuff, like I'm not like too, I don't like Demon 1 on some of these agents. Like I feel like Astro is more suited for how he plays and stuff like that, where it's very like plug and play. Like you can just kind of guide him around, and there's not, he just focuses on his crosshair. Like that's kind of what he's good at. And yeah, like I just feel like in all, they're like just missing something.
It's hard. His team always just thinks util first, but watching Lev, it's just not ingrained in some of them yet, right? Like
yeah.
Once Demon 1 gets comfortable in that realm, you know, maybe it'll look better. And same thing goes for King, but the roles are too all over the place right now.
Yeah.
Let's actually check in with the opposition. Itopata had a quick chat with Riv ahead of this next map.
I am here with Itopata before their next matchup. Looking at the team, all S-tier players, everybody's amazing at their role. What is missing though to unlock that potential we know from the squad?
Right now in this game and last official as well, the way that we played is very different from what we showed in scrims. And I feel like right now we're just a little bit scared of losing, and we're more like playing to not lose instead of winning. So you know that this is what we were talking. We want to be way more aggressive. We want to be way more fluid on the map. We just want to be kind of flowing, you know. And this is gonna come when we kind of like drop this fear, get over it.
Itopata, thanks for the insight. Good luck in map 2.
When you hear coaches say stuff like that, is it more about, because I'm thinking like, okay, they're not aggressing in like the micro plays. Like C9 takes A heaven on split. What's our play to take it back in the next 10 seconds? And it just doesn't come. They just are like, reacting way too late.
Yeah, I mean, hesitation is probably like the biggest difference from like scrims to matches. Like I'd say even we suffer from that sometimes, you know, depending on the situation. But I mean, that just felt like a very basic answer to me.
Yeah.
Like you don't want to say too much, but you don't want to say like too little. But I mean, obviously like, if he's probably not happy because he watches, you know, the practice every day.
Yeah.
And that's probably not at all how they play on split.
When it happens to you guys, does it happen from a place of like, we don't know what to do because we're playing this crazy double duelist comp, this new agent came in, we don't know how to counter it? Or is it because, oh my God, this guy just hit like a 4K and we don't know how to isolate?
I would just say like, it doesn't really come from not knowing what to do. It's more so just like mental block, I guess.
Yeah.
Like I don't think like there's too many scenarios, at least for us, that like we're like too surprised by.
Sure.
It's more so just like pressure of the game, or just like pressure of the match and stuff like that. So not too much so like, oh my God, this guy just aced. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know what to do.
Hey, that's nice to know.
So getting that insight here on the desk. Leaf, thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat. We're heading into Ascent. Let's see if Lev can bring this one back and perhaps take us to a map 3. We'll find out after this.
It's just me, but this might be a 2-0, chat. This might be a 2-0. I hate to break it to you. Lev just look lost. Like they look lost. Like no idea like what to do type of loss. So do I think that Lev's gonna bounce back and possibly make this a map or a 3-map series? Don't know.
Imagine that will be any different here. I'm Doug. With me on the call is Dre. We saw a lot from Leviathan. We were able to hear Leaf talk a little bit about it as well. He mentioned that he didn't necessarily love how some of these players looked on certain agents. Are you expecting a change here?
I don't think we're expecting too much of a change. I think Leviathan want to keep things a little bit the same to make sure that they have the same look. But that being said, I have to keep in mind
Vice, Deadlock? Wait, a Deadlock?
He was an APAC player for a whole year. Maybe he's going to bring over some of those compositions on a map like Ascent.
I like the
that aren't
Deadlock.
so common in North America.
We're already seeing a lot of not common.
What is this?
On the side of Cloud9, and we got the double Senti cop from them, and it looks like
wait, Deadlock, Cypher, Sova, Omen, Yoru?
This
Okay.
year, Cloud9 have been the only team to run a Deadlock. Yeah, it's on Lotus normally, but now bringing that over to the Ascent, it could be very deadly. I mean, that paired with the Vice is very interesting. And look at this from the side of Leviathan. It's a double Senti composition as well. But this time a Cypher Deadlock. And wow. What a wild
Dude, this is a wild comp.
Two very off-meta comps.
I mean, the
Two
meta
deadlocks.
The meta for Ascent is now there is no meta.
Yeah, there is no meta now.
It is constantly changing. The days of the standard comp are of old. And this is the dawn of a new era. And so far, the era seems like it's being shaped by double Sentinels comp. Deadlock on both. A Vice on one side for Cloud9 and a Cypher on the other. Lev on the attack. And it seems like they're going to test some of that defensive aggression right off the bat towards B. Look at this crunch. Oh, the drone's not going to catch anything. Oxy finds a perfect time window to strike.
Talk about aggression. Mitch, he does get seen by Calm here.
Doubling down. He's going to try to flush out. Someone's waiting on the other side. Again, Oxy on the peak. Falls.
Mitch has to die here, right? No. No way he lives.
They are persistent in this, aren't they?
Yeah, Mitch avoids the threat of that Cypher cage, but he makes the call out for his team that there's two players in market here. And look at backside B right now, Doug. Zappa alone on an island, but he has two. He has one Thorn and one Flash to work with, so very comfortable here. And while that was all happening, the double walk up off a Cat, I mean, they know.
You've got to be concerned of what's happening behind you. There's no way you let your guard down. And that's exactly what happens. Vic, a couple to the back of the head, puts one between Tex's eyes. They know where Zep is.
Holy
and he's
crap.
glad to take that fight. The little things from Lev
God
seem to strike
damn
again.
it.
Talking so much about not being afraid. Cloud9 are the ones who aren't afraid at all. Oxy walked all the way down mid and wide swung before that drone to get any value.
Yeah, the timing that he found there was perfect.
Yeah, Rossi just gets caught with no util. And the discipline, the trigger discipline from Vic, I cannot state it enough. He's shaping out to be such a superstar for Cloud9. It was always a question of when is he going to be able to show that mechanical talent that we saw in Tier 2 Valorant.
Dude, I
Experience is all
don't
that he
know.
needed.
And Rossi get the first pick,
Great shot from Oxy,
and no
waiting
one
for the
trade
second
him.
swing.
Look at the disrespect. I mean, he lets the Sova dart scan him in full, and he doesn't move.
And he
That's
gets the kill on the
crazy, Oxy.
Yeah, that's criminal.
He's just bullying Leviathan right now.
I think for Cloud9, this is, you know, in a lot of ways, a similar recipe that we saw against NRG.
Like, I don't know,
we saw
Clintus.
against Lev
Like,
on map 1.
what?
And for them, it seems like it's either you swing or be swung.
Yeah, they do
and
not.
Cloud9 are pushing at a pace that we have not seen for a little while.
Exactly. They do not let you play your game. You're kind of forced to have to take these fights, take these gun duels. And if you're not stepping up to the challenge, it's going to get messy for you.
And even if you don't necessarily do that every round, what you've done is you've instilled fear. And so now if you are going to get hit a late hit through mid to B, guess what? There's going to be someone looking over their shoulder the entire time.
Look at this.
You're forced to use extra utility because right now you even heard Itupata talk about
30
it.
seconds left. One enemy
They're
remaining.
scared. Leviathan
I
mean, are scared.
They're scared of a
Scared
shotgun.
enough on that pistol. But a clean round out from Cloud9 in the anti-eco. Didn't drop anything. Maybe a couple of members are going to have to buy up some armor, but they don't have to invest much.
Yeah. Something I want to talk about, Doug, is the utility on this defensive side so far and how spread it's been. You really have the Deadlock and the Vice utility on both sides of the map.
Which is what you would expect from a double Senti comp.
But it's so sick because they can both anchor B and still have some utility at A
All right.
for their teammates of whoever's playing.
This is their
time around,
bonus.
look, full Deadlock utility with the solo Vice at A. It's so much that you have to deal with, so much you have to bait out. And when you're running a double senti comp yourself on the attacking side, it's super difficult to do that.
A fully fortified site. Zeppa, I mean, he doesn't have to do much with all that utility that's there.
One pop of the Thorns, and it thwarts the entire attack and default of Leviathan.
And look at the aggression from Cloud9 on the other side of the map.
Yeah, look who has the judge now. It's Oxy pushed up in B main. Now more of a heavy lean towards the A side for the group.
I hate Oxy position here.
Protects. He's got so much to deal with. He doesn't know what's behind B main right now.
Cape giving away some of the aggression. Oxy swings back around to finish it up. And if they try to go in through tree, which is what it seems like Lev are going to try to do, you still have all this utility to deal with.
So much delay, and you're getting wrapped by Oxy and Spawn right now.
They play at a different speed. They play at a different pace. And so far, it seems like it's too much for Lev to deal with.
30 seconds left.
I mean, they still
They're
haven't made
so
it out.
lost.
Now finally, Zeppa's going to get involved in the play.
And the
Oh my god, bro.
Had no option there.
C9 just
Throws
like
the wall
toying
out
with these
in
guys.
lane to block him off completely. And Leviathan run into a blender in CAC.
Yeah, brother, they were going to find you.
It just feels so oppressive if you're Leviathan right now in the server. And also the awareness of Oxy to know, like, okay, no one's behind Tex
Fuck.
here. I feel like it's a hard tell right now that Cloud9 have, that they understand that Leviathan are going to favor doing like a 4-1 approach if Tex is the solo site.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, for him to just knife out and grab that Vandal, not worried about anyone behind that threat, just goes to show that they have a real good understanding of how Lev like to approach attack sides.
You know, I gotta say, I do like this Deadlock. The Deadlock Vice comp
Able to grab that orb.
in Haven or in Ascent.
Kind of gathered. You've got
Because look
Tex on a
where
line.
Vice Wall
I
is.
mean, listen, when you're on the eco round, you gotta make.
You have
gotta
Vice
get
Wall
something
here,
going,
and then
getting both orbs. I think
then
is a
you
good
have
start, right?
Sure. Yeah, take what you can get. Yeah, that's fair.
Look at this.
Cloud9 are willing to give both
You have a
extremities.
you have
Play
Deadlock
far back
utility
done to their
here,
advantage.
a wall
This
and
is the
a
benefit
trip.
of running the double sentinel comp, Doug. There's just so much that you can work
Then
with. There's a
for
wall and a
B
main that
side,
allows you to just full
you have
focus
Vice
forward on
Thornell
attack.
here
I mean, the deadlock stun and B
by Switch and a
Vice
Deadlock.
wall in mid that does get triggered. So
Well,
good
no, Vice
methodical play
Thornell
of
also
utility from the side of Leviathan,
here
but
by
they are gonna run
Boathouse.
into the paranoia. They're gonna
Oh
run
my
into
god,
the-
dude.
run into
Cloud9
I
cooking.
know that it's much of a fake. Zeppa spotting from Sarah.
Cloud9
He
is
knows that mid
cooking
threat's
this
not there.
comp.
Dark cleared. Calm from net.
Oh
On the swing.
my
Spike down A.
Yep.
Yeah.
This looks so easy.
Part of the issue here for Lev is I don't know how they solve dealing with all this utility.
You have to try to bait out more of it. They did a good job of baiting the Vice Wall out in mid. I think that is a good start. But you kind of have to use the Yoru to be the forefront of baiting out that utility on Cat or a main.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, you definitely got to break the utility in Garden. There's no doubt in my mind about that. The only
Yeah.
character that can do it safely is Yoru because of the fact that he has a TP, right? If you can bait out that grav net that Net has been throwing,
Yep.
that's great.
Oof.
But
This is a rough start for Lev.
yeah, super early timeout. They really haven't had a chance. I mean, you think about the first couple of the first round, even the pistol of Cloud9 taking the fight to them, and then how quickly they change the pace and just play off a utility.
Yeah.
They're showing a lot of depth in their gameplay right now.
Yeah,
and
they are.
It's very, very impressive if you're a Cloud9 fan.
Yep. This is the best Cloud9 we've seen in quite some time. I think if I may be allowed to inject a little bit of hope, is this, and tell me if I'm wrong here. Tell me if you disagree.
Okay.
This comp should succeed on the defensive side of the map, and so, I mean, let's pretend that Lev are able to get the ball rolling a little bit here. What feels like enough as they go to, on the attacking side? Is it 4 rounds? Does 4 rounds feel enough because you assume that the double senti is going to be good on the other side?
9-3 curse. I'd say I would
9-3
curse if you're Lev right now. I think you're gunning for that. And this is something that's very interesting is that King invests in an attack side operator. He is towards B main with it. I don't know if he's going to take a pop shot towards Cat first. I feel like B main is where you'll find success with that op, but it's a set play from Cloud9.
And there's no room for the op to get any space. The flash on the other side of the cage, and they continue to push the matter. Kane finding a tiny little sliver to play around, but yeah.
You can't walk out there. They heard the deadlock traps. They're so scared to walk out. For good reason. Look at the blender setup there. And also the TP from Oxy. He just fought somebody in B main. He's at A site already. King not hitting that shot. He does bait out the deadlock wall.
Yes, one of 13 bits of utility that they're going to have to navigate around.
This is such a difficult approach. And look at this deadlock stun right here. I think Calm is going to try to sell a solo fake here towards the catwalk. But, I mean, no one's shifting behind this. No one's breaking that deadlock stun. Oh, he does break it at the end of the day.
Dude, this is such a
So now
hard
there's a little bit
comp.
of reason to think that they might be going
If you're on attack.
tree.
This is a defensive ass comp.
They've had so far in this first map.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
King still has the attack off in his hands though.
And he's got 31 HP. And they have to use so much utility to clear out what they think is on the other side that's a telltale sign of where they're headed.
Wow.
And Net is the greeting party.
Just a brutal approach from Lev. Net
just
looks like
can't find an answer.
Range, man.
14
down lane.
A 14-0 between Vic and Net.
Yeah, I mean, and Vic has 9 assists. Something that was very micro that we didn't get to catch in this replay was his Omen smoke in the front of the B main choke to get his teammates out.
Yep.
It's something that's so micro, but allows them to get out unscathed, allows them not to get traded, and sets them up for success. It's 5-0, a complete stuffing so far of Leviathan. And more aggression outside of B. They're trying to bully Tex here on the extremity.
And they will succeed. I think there's been much that has been said around the double senti utility and how miserable it feels to play around, but a couple more eco frags cleaned up for Cloud9, but I do think you're right. As Demon 1 gets 2
my
of them,
gosh.
gets the last, another round for
Look at
Cloud9.
Deathmatch.
All of the Sentinel utility is really strong and really good, but then you add Vic's utility on top of it.
Oh my goodness, and you add him being 10-0-10. I mean, the guy's doing it all.
Yeah.
This is a different form.
One enemy down mid.
We always knew he had it in him. It hasn't really shown. This double senti comp is enabling him to be a pseudo duelist, I would say, and just taking these aggressive fights with his paranoia, with Oxy being behind him. And you heard Oxy firing him up as well when he started popping off on split.
This is tough. It is a desperately needed round for Lev. And Tex already falls. They're going to try to slam their head into the door. There's a little bit of control across the middle of the map. King's able to alleviate some of that pressure and clean up Mitch. Rossi joins in on the fun, but there's a lot of presence on the other side. Net playing from behind the wall. Trying to connect onto both, but they're both flashed up. They can't see a thing.
Oh my god, dude. 13-0?
Yeah, while all that commotion was happening in B main,
13-0?
we couldn't even tell what was going on the other side of the map. It was a double push through either A main or Cat. Killing
Bro,
the
guarantee
solo
you,
straggler
13-0.
outside of B, getting that flank. So much chaos was ensued there, and Net with the stall was too much of a threat. I mean, look at this. Calm has no chance. No hesitation from the Cloud9 members to get that flank in and take him out. And then they hold W all the way through B main. Net delays. Yeah, he doesn't get a kill with his deadlock ult, but he did enough.
Well, let me ask you another philosophical question as Leviathan have burned their second time out.
Lay it on me, lay it on me.
Of the map here. Are you surprised by how much success Cloud9 have found on flanks, given that Lev are also running a double senti comp?
I just feel like at this point of the game, not really, because Lev are just spiraling out of control, and you could just tell in their gameplay. You said it from the start of the round. It looks like it's desperation, using the Yoru ultimate, nothing to follow up behind it. You can't really just run it down on this comp against the double control, against the double senti. You have to meticulously work the utility, bait it out, break it.
Like, what do you
I'm not
do if
surprised
you're
that's happening to Leviathan because
Lev
of that reason.
here?
We're not seeing them kind of do this bait of util, trying to use the Yoru to take out the A util on Cat Garden, whatever it may be, not even the Vice Wall in mid. They've gotten to the point of the game where they're just all trying to 5-man, and it's not going to work against this composition. It's not going to work against the protocols that Cloud9 have.
For as much as comps change, you still have to play the map the same way. You go all the way back and you talk about the need
It's
for
so
utility.
painful to watch, dude. What?
That still seems to be the calling card that the attacking side need to figure out.
I
Like
think the
Cloud9
best round that
can't
they had
like
was when they
Cloud9
baited out that mid Vice
just
wall
destroying Lev.
and kind of worked through Cat Garden area. There just needs to be an extra layer there.
Rossi,
maybe then you can go back into the execute. Go ahead.
Rossi, the only one with a gun here. It's a lot of presence mid. You know the wall is there.
Okay.
Triggered, but again, B main is taken away. Tex is wise too. It knows it's there, but can't win the fight.
Tex, it's just
you
not
need
his
to win
day,
that
man.
fight.
He's been quiet.
The same thing was happening to him on Split, but I remember on Split he was playing so far back on their attacking side, he didn't want to take those fights.
Dude, and look at how aggro this wall is.
Yeah.
I mean, they are moving the line of scrimmage.
The cool thing is you break the B wall, you bait out the mid wall. Now's a good opportunity for Demon 1 to get activated and try to find a lurk timing. But he's walled off by his own teammate, and I just don't know what he's going to do. TP past it, I guess?
Yeah, and you still have to deal with some of the rest of the utility that's here.
It's so out of sync. They do a freeze, but that
Wait,
just
he didn't
doesn't
catch
hit the mark.
anyone.
You saw what he was going for. If it hits on top of the box, Calm is crouched.
Still tries to get out. Really nice flash. And Demon 1 is still the last one standing.
He was walled off from the start of that hit. It doesn't really make much sense having to throw that market wall when you have a player lurking up mid. I guess maybe Demon 1 could have went spawn there, but this is both timeouts burned, Doug.
This is painful.
We have to point out how well Cloud9 are looking and dealing with this.
Bro, I got flashed 3 times.
It's weird. People don't normally laugh when they're flashed 3
Yeah.
times, but the vibes are obviously really good in the Cloud9 camp. I think this has to be so frustrating to call from on the attacking side because nothing works.
Nothing has worked. And it's like, okay, yeah, we could sit here all day and be like, oh, you have to bait out the double senti utility. But what do you do when you're just getting like just beat down? You're getting peeked into even on the defensive side.
Look at this. They have a lot of space that they've taken towards B, but a TP from Vic has already joined the fray, and they still have all the utility. They've got the wall, the thorns, the sensors, the flash, everything. Oxy, up close and personal
what?
Tex, winning that duel out, but do you expect Mitch there, spamming through the smoke? Not able
What
to
the
connect.
hell?
Zeppa getting 3 on the round, but Tex doing the same. Vic on the swing, Tex
Ripped
requires 4
13,
as Lev
dude.
finally
Ripped 13-0.
get on the board.
At this time, pushing
Damn
into
it.
spawn, understanding there's so much utility on lane. And the Omen ultimate kind of makes it a little bit more obvious too that the back of B is very fortified. So that quick call to take the fight on the players in spawn was the correct one. But can you rely on stuff like this? Cloud9 now have a chance to adapt to that as well.
Nice, King. Nice!
Hold a little bit
Not 13,
more
no.
back. that is a good relief. Yeah, sigh of relief from the Leviathan boys, huh?
You take the wins where you can get them.
Yeah. But now Oxy has an operator online. Another threat that you have to be worried about.
This is a nice adaptation out from Tex. Given all the space that Cloud9 have taken B main, he tries to put up a trip that ultimately gets cleared out, but at least an idea of where the pressure's coming from.
It's just me. I don't
Good
like
gauge
that
as
up.
well, understanding that there may be somebody at the other end because the audio cue now. A bait out of that Vice Wall.
Ooh.
Tex. Doug, he finally did it.
I thought he was dead.
He won a 1v1 on the extremity.
Wait, King?
Aggro smoke.
Never mind.
Yeah, Mitch hasn't been cleared out. You've got Zeppa close by. And Zeppa not able to settle the shots. Gets his one.
Wait,
But
that is
now
just...
for the attack that's instantly equalized. Net gets his, tries to
Damn.
get away. It's all on to Vic
You
now.
go A here. You have 40
I
seconds.
have no idea where he is.
No, they don't at all. 10, 1, and 14. A 1v2 would feel like a death blow to Leviathan, and he gets the audio cue of the
Oh
Omen
my
teleport.
God,
He
dude.
hears the footsteps.
He's in the right place. Still has utility. Has his 2 smokes. Wants to take the fight, so he's gonna get ones. He's gonna get one.
No way.
A Red Bull clutch and heartbreak for Lev.
Why not go A there, chat?
For Lev, but a breakout performance from Vic. The best series he's played so far in VCT Americas, Doug. He played that
Jeez, bro. They're
perfectly
getting
on
blown
audio
out.
cues. Full confidence holding his spot on B. Now
Oh,
he's
dude, it's gonna be
popping off.
We said
11-1.
well, you said 9-3 might be enough. I think even that, Dre, given how this half has gone, even that seems like a reach.
Only 210.
Yeah. I mean, the mechanics are really shining through from
crap.
Cloud9. This synergy has looked great. Utility has been on point. It truly feels like they can do no wrong. The only round Leviathan won was pushing into spawn at B.
And that was because of Tex's ult, to be honest, that he was able to get the 4K. King has a rifle, and it's a deeper, more aggressive wall. If you play that a little bit faster, you're caught on the other side of it.
Yeah.
That's a cool little adaptation from Zeppa.
Yeah. This time,
Wait, he
opting to run through it. Yep.
you left the spike. The spike's waiting on the other side of the wall.
Makes you slow down, and that's something you don't want to do. Not in this position. There's 3
Because they're
members
all
here.
here,
Side of
though,
Cloud9,
right?
Dart
Yeah.
is going to be shot.
It's
Will
3
there be
here.
Spam kills.
The flash is out. Vic gets his 2. He's already got 13,000 kills on the half, and he just continues to light it up.
Look at him.
Oh my god, they're getting blown out of the
Win for
water.
Cloud9. 10 to 1
Oh,
on the defensive
dude.
side of Ascent.
I don't know how you solve against this comp. I really don't.
How do you win?
They have.
This time trying to disrespect that mid-vice wall, but it's just not enough. It's too late, honestly, in the half. He's plugging the mouse in. He doesn't care. He knows he has it in the bag. Is he trying to nerf himself to make it like fair or something? What's going on right now?
Already started the next round.
Can't you?
Or picked up and rotate back. Trample their way back towards B. A lot of the, I mean, really all of the Sentinel utilities set up A.
Dude, Rossi's so annoyed. He's like, dude, this fucking.
Net still has a net. And a wall.
Can't find an answer on attack.
And you look as well from Cloud9, this time a little bit more of a heavy focus on mid. Yoru ultimate used to get some
Dude, they
info out of B,
walled
understanding Oxy's
mid.
here with the operator.
Does he have a TP to get out? He does, all the way back B main.
This is as free as B has ever been for the side of Leviathan, but he's just too good. Oxy.
King getting his 2 though, that's big. And
Dude,
you've still
Biggs
got
is
Vic, who's
16
alive,
and 1.
And that has been a problem for Lev. Spike picked up. Oh, Vic too far, too aggressive.
Wait, Vic. There's a Cypher ult now.
A little too crazy. Now, Neural Theft making it known that B site is free for the taking.
Note that Calm has his ult.
Zeppa also has his ult though.
Yeah, and they're all funneled in. Oh, but it's only going to connect onto 1, I believe. It's only hitting Tex. He pushes forward into his death.
Dude.
Remember, the guns are still up on the other side, so
They're trolling.
Calm with 2 shocks to play with. Demon 1 with his paranoia, but no health to speak of.
Dude, they're trolling, right? Tech, you trolling, bro.
For Cloud9.
11-1 half on the defensive
Dude,
side.
Tex is
I guess
trolling.
Calm is right. At least it's not a 13-0, Doug. They are on the double sentinel, though, going into the defensive side. We've seen magic happen before. They would really have to dig deep here. They have the experience to do so, though, Doug. We do have to keep that in mind.
They've got the experience. They've got the comp, but...
God, dude. Imagine being a left end. Yo, could it be me?
Massive lead for Cloud9 at halftime. We'll see if they can pull off the miracle. We'll see you guys shortly.
Dude, imagine being imagine being a left bad. Oh god, dude, this team is terrible. I'm sorry. Like, holy shit. Like, Lev look ass. Like, it's a dude. Like, C9 doesn't look that good. It's just some of their protocols is like really well nourished. You know. God damn. Like, where do you put like, honestly, if you're Lev, right, chat, where do you put Demon 1 in? I don't know, dude. I just don't know, chat. I don't know. It's 11-1. And C9 looked decent. It didn't look good, but it looked decent.
So many times before, but you have to win this pistol round. It's a must-win pistol round for Leviathan. And a must-win bonus on top of it. If you want to come back into this, everything has to be going for you in favor the way it was going for Cloud9. It's just going to be a very passive, defensive side right now.
Don't give them
from the
any
side
chances.
of Leviathan.
Which you would expect.
Yeah.
Again, if they're going to lean into the strength of this comp, it's this. It's wait back, play around your util. Net lineup.
Very cool set pieces. Not having to worry about any mid vice wall. Break of a cam to see if there's a little bit of a trap.
I mean, they've already been more methodical about clearing util in the pistol than Lev were for most of the half.
That's a great shout.
Demon 1?
Just gets overwhelmed.
Why?
The pressure from A main and Cat is too much.
He was trying to alleviate some of that
Oh.
with the flash, but as you were saying, overwhelmed. That's okay. That's cleanup from King. A 3v3, and we're seeing the A site for the first time all game.
And we're seeing Vic wrap all the way around Cat as well. A lot of stall utility here for the side of Cloud9 and its post plant. There's still a dart online. This 1v1 may be.
Yo, Vic could be a
cider.
Okay.
Oh, Vic's human.
Yeah. Good pressure though. It delays Tex from getting into the A site.
It delays a ton of time. And that spike has been taken for a little bit here. Zappa playing on the other side of the smoke, waiting for the right time to swing, and he finds it. Drops Kong, never had a chance to fight back.
Yeah.
And
Damn.
that was the desperately needed pistol for Lev going into the way of Cloud9.
See, dude.
Is that's 3 out of 4 pistols for Cloud9, isn't it?
Yes.
Lev needed to win that pistol round.
They won one pistol in this series. It's something that they couldn't do at all in the previous. So we're seeing a little bit of, you know, advancement. But this map has just been brutal. Both teams playing it for the first time. Their BCT debut 2025, and so far Cloud9 have just looked so much better. And to talk about strength of schedule for Cloud9 specifically, keep in mind last year in stage 1 they went 5-1, right? They have to play against MIBR next, a chance at redemption. Losing to them in kickoff, right?
Cloud9 looking to put the finishing touches on this.
Nice,
slaughter.
Demon 1?
Demon 1 punching back though, as
Wait.
the rest of Lev does.
Time to jump.
And you blink and you miss it. Oxy's on the site by himself, tries to get to the spike.
What?
Runs right at Com, okay.
Time to jump.
And he's gotten it down to a 1v2. This would be a brutal way for this to end. Oxy gives some of the space up. Spots one, swings on to the
Oh
other.
my god,
and
dude.
Rossi gets the kill.
Thank God he got that kill. He grav netted himself. That would have been, if they would have lost that round, that would have been just nightmares.
Dude, Rossi's
for the
like,
Cloud9 player.
He had it, bro.
Not out of this one quite yet. Demon 1 had some nice share shots connecting in this round. But it was sloppy, it was messy. Oxy almost did it too.
Oh!
Yeah,
he knew.
You can feel it.
Yeah,
Cloud9
yo.
on pistols.
Yeah, Gian, I bet you're happy. Like, damn, my team is good.
And they're gonna push.
That's what you saying, right, Gian?
Cam, and they have 2 sensors here.
Cause, bro, I don't know what's going on with Lev.
Rossi playing towards stairs, and a judge on the other side. One
Guys, make sure to hydrate.
And again, I think Cloud9 are doing a really good job of using trips and baiting out util and using their bodies sometimes to open up some of the map.
I mean, when you have an 11-1 buffer to do so, it gives you a little bit more confidence to, you know, try to bait out some of that utility. And look at the stark difference in the defensive setups, though, with the trips and whatnot. Towards the A site specifically, they're so far back.
Team 1 trying to turn the flash, will succeed.
Down the flash.
But it's just there to trade.
Nice.
And the pistols go down with a whimper.
Right here.
I'm telling you, they improved. Was Rossi the prom then?
He's gonna get faced by multiple players pushing out a cat and a
Gian, was Rossi the prom? Oh no.
They use setups like this.
There's no way Rossi was the prom.
Cloud9 decide to face them there. It might be dangerous.
Yeah, I think, and this is, I'm sure this is obvious for everyone watching at home and here in the studio, but the fact that the lead is so massive isn't even the real issue. The big issue here is that Cloud9 are at map point. They're at series point. And so even if it was a massive lead, but they had a couple of rounds they could give up, maybe there's a chance to really believe this. But Lev have to play perfect.
Absolute perfect Valorant. And when we saw Cloud9 on that last map of Split just, you know, starting to let Lev crawl back in just a little bit, all they did was save all their ultimates, and look at the ults right now from the side of Cloud9. Almost every single ult is going to be online in the next round.
Sees the wall, decides to hold on to the ult for now.
But again, no other set of utility here from the side of Leviathan. Their A is so weak. Stark contrast to Cloud9. They know 2 players are in this A main.
Couple of kills found for Lev, but of course traded right back. The paranoia through, and Demon 1's gonna try to TP away. Succeeds. But that leaves A open.
And are you ready for Oxy pushed all the way up into heaven?
Portal closed.
No, they're not.
There's no way.
Spots is one, but they maybe did see Demon 1 right at the end there. King's gonna be rotating from so far back.
He's so far away, and Demon 1, he knows that he wants to even the score before King gets here.
But he's got 19 HP.
He's so low.
I mean, what are you sending him out to do?
The double hell setup. Zeppa being the guarantee on Catwalk.
The safety valve, if you will. King will fall. Demon 1, of course, on
GG.
his own. Spam through the smoke, and if it's Vic, who else but Vic?
Wow,
to get the last
dude, like
bookended an outrageous
13 and 3.
Is Cloud9. I mean, you got to call it what it is. Obliterate Lev.
Yeah, Vic was just a sleeper agent.
Dude, I don't know how they threw that.
Was a standout performance
Get
from the
2
rookie.
picks.
24 and 20. The best series he's had to date, Doug.
Rossi's
and I think it's
so
because
mad.
Oxy hyping him up. Honestly, we heard it on that map of Split. Oxy's like, let's go, Vic, let's go. If that's the fire Vic needs, I mean, do it every game, man, if you're Cloud9. The underdogs of this stage are looking really good.
347 ACS out of Vic. An outrageous performance. I mean, he did everything right. And again, a lot of it was...
Dude, Rossi annoyed. He's so annoyed. I can tell, bro, because I'm like that too. Like, damn, I really want to win. You guys a former, like, you know, like a former, like,
just ridiculous.
like
I mean,
team.
A lot of players had their moments here.
When I go into the tournaments, like, damn, I really want to play. I really want to beat this person.
To go back to the attack side on Split and how effortless
I could tell Rossi's like really wants to win.
Clearly countering. Like him and Imi
You bet?
came up with
No.
a great game plan.
Yep.
I did have so
on there, which
I did have Lev winning in my pick'ems.
methodically. And then
So
on
I'm
this last
0-2
map,
on
it was
pick'ems
just
on the
Leviathan
Sunday
stood no
one.
chance. The util combos, the synergy from the defense, it was way too fortified.
I mean, Vic could put together a frag movie.
Yeah.
Like I had Loud winning today
And it was
and Lev winning. I had like Lev and Lev winning. Loud and Lev.
Very beginning as he flanks back through mid, all the way up until the end.
But Loud looked awful. Lev looked completely lost.
So it's like you don't really know what.
Like now we know like who to.
Cloud9's defense. They really took the fight.
Like now we know.
Leviathan, and it paid out dividends for them.
Hold on, the interview better come on.
Scared, they were left shaking in their boots, and it's something that the coach was talking about in the timeout at half.
That Mitch.
Like, hey, we're not playing how we do in scrims.
Yeah,
dude,
I don't know
that's
that
Mitch.
Confidence would have made much of a difference there. I'm not gonna lie to you. At least not on Ascent. I think you can play feared, you can play more boldly, but the truth is they found no way to get past any of that utility. You mentioned it. Imi and the rest of the team had a flawless game plan to take care of Lev 2-0. We're gonna throw it down to Riv at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Mitch.
All right.
I am down here on stage with Cloud9's Mitch. It is lit up blue because of the Cloud9 victory they take home today. A great series against Lev. You had a great series against NRG last week. What's been the key to unlocking this Cloud9 to start the stage?
Honestly, just trusting the system, doing everything we need to do in practice. Always
yes,
staying
trust the
100%,
system.
In it, dedicated in practice, taking it seriously. Like it's honestly paying off.
Awesome. I keep hearing the system. Is the system the collaborative? Is the system kind of like Imi saying, "Here's the system, we should follow it," or is the system everyone?
It's a collaboration between everybody, basically. Me, Googly, Imi, even the managers. We all have a great system. So
it seems like everybody's hand in the pie. Feeling pretty good here. Was there any pressure going against the old IGL, going against Rossi on this one?
No, not at all. I mean, we knew everyone would think this is like a grudge match for Rossi, but we just came in playing our game. We didn't really care what the people were saying. So.
And you played your game on Ascent. What was the plan?
Yeah.
What was the idea? I mean, we saw the deadlock again come out for both of you, but what were you guys loving so much about it?
I mean, starting defense on double Senti is always insane. So that's what we trusted.
All right, and you since what 2020 you've been grinding C9, then you want oxygen in your back, but you have played so much. I can still remember you sometimes on Killjoy with an operator back a split B. Like you've shrunk the agent pool a bit now, just to the initiators somewhat. Have you been able to hone anything else? Does it feel better? Are you focusing on some more of your craft?
Oh, I mean, yeah, I'm able to play like any agent, honestly. Like,
Practice.
I try to flex to everything I can. I play.
That's something we don't even have.
But
yeah,
honestly, it feels good playing all the initiators for me right now. I could play, maybe a duelist in the future. Who knows?
we should have won that tournament though.
It's all there.
But we didn't have
besides
practice.
Playing duelist in the future, Imi.
What
was your goals for this stage? Yeah.
I mean, honestly, we want to win every match. That's goal number one. Get the playoffs and do well in playoffs. We want to qualify to Toronto.
Heck yeah! And you got MIBR next. They're looking absolutely fantastic.
Yep.
Is it focus on C9 there, or are you gonna have to check that MIBR reel?
I mean, we focus a little bit on the other team, but yeah, we're gonna go back and redraw up some plays and we bring our game.
Hell yeah! Watching Vic play, watching everything. What's it like, kind of watching everybody grow as a teammate and whatnot on Cloud9 now since you're back?
I mean, it's amazing to work with, Oxy and Vic, the young guys, and watching them grow and helping them out, just like I did for Redux and Verno on Oxygen. So,
sure.
I mean, they're taking everything in like a sponge, so it feels great.
Sick. Mitch, thank you for the insight. Congratulations on the win. Another one for Cloud9 coming in. They start off the stage very strong, and we're not going anywhere. We got more Cloud9 brains to pick. It's going to be Zeppa and Oxy over at Match Point. Take it away.
All right. Let me wait.
Break it down, and I got Zeppa.
Wait, they about break it down? Hold on.
You guys are on a heater lately. This is going to be a treat. I want to go over this round here from the game. I mean, at this point, after this round, I think it was over. No? You guys were stomping them out on their map pick.
Just to clarify, this was attack, right? Like before, the round before this? Was it attack? I don't remember.
It might have been, yeah.
Okay.
I think the attack is after.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so this is actually your guys' B push. You guys do a couple pushes, but I'm gonna draw attention to like what you're bunkering down over here, bro. Like there is a lot of stuff protecting you. It must feel pretty good to be that Vice.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Especially when you have a flash for yourself, you just pop it and just swing.
So off rip, we get the net coming in on the B main push. You get Omen Blind coming from Vic, cutting through. And then Oxy, you're just running it down.
Yep.
And their cage actually helps you out. So this is crazy. And the Omen Blind allows this dart from the Sova over here to get a ping right next to King right there. Yep. So It's really sick. And if you rush A, you are cooked.
Yep.
But so the
That's
dart gets a scam because
insane.
the blind King is scrambling. He's off it. You blind him. We get a helping smoke from Vic to get out. And all of this is happening, and Net still has the wall. That's actually a UI bug down there. This guy still has the wall that he's holding onto and stalling out B main. So he's jiggling B main, and if anyone peeks that, he's gonna drop the deadlock wall. Like, in this moment of the round, like, what are you guys saying? Are you guys like, just don't make any mistakes? Like, what are you guys saying right
With the
here?
initial push after we got the kill, I think I was like sitting heaven, and I was like, yeah, just run away, run away, run away.
Yeah.
And I think everything felt slow motion because it felt so long for them to run away.
Yeah.
And I'm like, he TP's out, TP's out, and I'm still calling, run away, run away. And then, yeah, I mean, all we had to do was just sit and watch them like walk into us, and that's it.
Did you feel these two at all putting any pressure?
Oh,
Like,
no,
at
no, they didn't even do anything, I don't think.
Yeah.
Damn.
And when you guys do this in practice, I'm pretty sure you guys have done this like a million times. Do teams often just like react A and go into that?
Surprisingly, no.
Yeah, they know better.
But,
They know better.
But you wouldn't believe us. We actually drew this up right here the round before. This is not a set thing.
Bro, you guys are just cooking this on the fly?
I'm telling you, Mitch is like, let's just do this real quick and just the Uto on the fly.
You can't say that you did that to them on their map.
Dead ass.
You're cooking like this on their map pick?
Damn, it's just like quickly
You can see at a
adapted.
minute, he's still jiggling. He spots us. He walls. At this point, you're just in shambles mentally. If you're on left, you're just. We picked the wrong map, y'all. We definitely picked the wrong map here. So they go back up cat for some cat pressure. And again, you guys just aren't giving them anything. Like, you guys have all this stuff here. Mitch falls off, calls the drone, still playing deep on A. You have the double face over there on B stairs, which we will see in a second. Oh, we will see it. So they wait the wall out. They end up going towards B. And you can see, you guys are even proactively rotating. You guys are all over this team right now. Whew. Someone's ready. Look at this guy ready to break the dart. Who is that guy? That's crazy. And Net closes it out. This is wild.
Hey, I'm surprised that Vic didn't peek once. In a scrim, I think he double peeks with him and dies.
No,
And
just
we
pick
lose.
it on the eco.
Yeah.
That's all I really have for you guys. Man, we were so happy to see the Vice deadlock. We've been waiting for that.
Yes,
that was
sir.
a treat, y'all. Anyway, thank you guys so much. I'm going to have you guys head over to Zoe.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah,
Finish off
come
the
on,
show.
join me for a quick
Congrats,
dash.
y'all.
Thank you
Wait,
so much, Sean.
Was the Vice? Wait, is Vice deadlock that strong? Like, is the Vice deadlock really that strong? I mean, dude, like, damn, we should have cooked that up. Oh my god, Dion, we should have cooked that up a long time ago. No, I feel like that could have been like a amazing cop to like cook up in all your team practice. But like, the thing is, like, if we did that, then who would Mickey play? It's like, I don't know. Like, who would Mickey play? Like, if we did have that comp, like, I don't know. But all right, chat. It was fun. I'll see you guys. I'm done like stream tomorrow. Honestly, it depends. I might stream tomorrow. I might not. Just if I do, just be aware, right, chat? Oh, did I stream tomorrow? I don't know. Like, I want to stream tomorrow. Not gonna lie, I really do. Chat, what you guys think? Okay. Anyways, let's rate out to my good friend Sareem. I have no idea how to pronounce the name. Wipe it? Wait, what's on your monitor? What do you mean? This? Dude, I hate it. Like dude, I clean this monitor because this is my main monitor I use. I don't know why. It's just so much dust in my room. Keep streaming, dude. Bro, I wanna like keep streaming, my dude. Stream tomorrow. All right, I'll stream tomorrow then. All right, for sure. I'll stream tomorrow. But anyways, I'll see you guys all here tomorrow then. Okay. Probably 8 o'clock. Okay, 8 o'clock CST. So have a good night. Have a good day. See you guys tomorrow. Okay.